Yeah, just mute our mics.
And then I'll queue him up. And
Yeah.
throw it to a break.
Chest now. I got you figured out. It's something that you got, babe. It has me going wild. It's the way you say my name, the way you touch my face. It's like our bodies move so easily. Like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Singing like a choir boy. I'll take you back to church. Don't stop until you say so. I like the roles reversed. It's the way you say your name, the way you touch your face. It's like our bodies move so easily. Like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love. You still I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. much love, just till I had enough of us. Here's another party I didn't attend. And here's another boy I forgot to kiss. Here's another life that I forgot to live. 'Cause in my head, that's where I've been. 'Cause how was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century, that there was somebody I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know, but wait, no one really invited me. Well, I was. Do you like it in the sun? Got your miracles with pockets full of gold. So let's make it last a while. Let the feeling come and take you to the floor. Let's go out. We can have it all. We can set wanna go and I'll be waiting for you when it comes around. Feels so good, feels so right in my mind. Let's stay up. Feels so good, I'm alive. Did you find it with your luck? Got the remedy, we're right into it all. So let's make it last a while. Yeah, let's make it last a while. Let's go out. We can have it all. We can set it all. Take me
fine when tides are high. Moving quick before the river runs dry. Ain't no start without an end. Who knows if it's a heaven sent? Every cloud that's passing by can only rain for a while, so we keep holding on. All my good old friends I used to know, all the houses on the road, they come and go, go, come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. And all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to last. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. Holding pace when times are fast. Soon enough we're gonna call it past, yeah. One man's luck makes one man sad, and even eagles need to land. Angry words leaving a scar, but she'll be covered with a smile, so we keep holding on. All my good old friends I used to know, and all the houses on the road, they come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. And all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to last. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go.
Hello. Believe we're here.
Yeah.
We're here for the LCP. Week number 4 now. Kind
Yeah.
of crazy.
Yeah, look, it's been a long run. We've seen some big upsets, especially coming out of last week. There was a lot of upset energy in the air. Coming into tonight, potentially some more. Coming into this weekend, definitely potential for some more. But look, we've crossed a big threshold coming into week number 4. 80 champs have been played in 47 games. We're still lagging behind the rest of Asia. But look, we're starting to see that diversity. I'm loving it.
Yeah, absolutely. With the newest champ being released, Mal as well. Saw some games. I believe 3 games. Only picked up 1 win so far. So
Twice in the mid, 1 in bot, and there's only been 1 win, and it was Fofo, and he tied the kill record with 12.
yeah,
So
he kind of dominated. I, of course, will be your host. You see it on your screen there, Vestian, alongside me, Blue Panda. And what an exciting day to be an LCP fan. We've got some big and important games going on. SoftBank against Team Secret Wales. Now, this is a fight where if SoftBank win, they all but secure themselves that 6th spot and that final place in our playoffs. Team Secret Wales still competing to try and get into, you know, the 3rd spot, I think is where they're viably competing for.
yeah, well, I mean, SoftBank, obviously, it will likely come down to that final match of the stage. I think it is for them taking on DFM to see who does take away 6th position. So definitely brewing to be an epic run towards playoffs. But yeah, Secret coming in last weekend, upsetting, you know, CFO out of nowhere. No one was expecting that. I mean, to be fair, Secret showed what they were capable of. They almost took down Talon. Yes, unfortunately, they lost out on an 11k gold lead, but taking down CFO, who up until that point was undefeated in a series, is no small feat whatsoever. So yeah, I think there is a very real possibility that Team Secret Wales are talking, well, in the running for at least talks about top 3 at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very, very exciting time to be an LCP fan, as I said. And obviously, you know, we've got that big first series going on, but first we got the 1v1. So it's going to be Evie, I believe I saw, and that's always exciting. I believe he's performed reasonably well in the 1v1s in general.
Yeah, look, it's been a bit of a slow burn, unfortunately, for SHG, but he definitely has been a standout player for the team coming into this matchup for Team Secret. And I mean, what we can expect for them, I mean, that was a huge weekend for them last weekend. I mean, taking down CFO in and of itself has to give them a huge boost of confidence. I know they had a couple of hiccups along the way, but now that they're here, now that they're playing as well as they are, it's definitely making for an interesting time. But I did actually see on the graphic, it seems like Hero is back in the starting lineup.
Okay, interesting, because obviously, yeah, last week using Stella, picking up the win against CFO with Stella. So choosing to use Hero here, I mean, splitting time between their top laners, it's something that we also see CFO doing quite a lot of. To varying success, ultimately. Eddie is going to be picked up here for the 1v1. It's going to be Riven versus
Mordekaiser.
Mord. Okay, I don't really know exactly what to expect here. I mean, Riven a very strong 1v1 champion, of course, but Mordekaiser can be as well, especially during the Death Realm in particular. Eddie being an AD carry player, and Eddie and Evie, that's awfully similar names, but Evie, however, being a top laner means he probably has more experience in this matchup, or just on the champions in general.
Yeah, it's, look, I think pre-6, I think I favor Eddie on the Riven. I think he does very, very well pre-6. Just the kid is just so ridiculously low cooldown. You could cycle so much CC. Post-6, that's where things start to turn. I think Evie playing a Mordekaiser in the top, as a top laner should be very familiar with the champion. That Death Realm is just an absolute menace, stealing stats across the board. So I think, Broken Wings is only so good for the Riven. So we'll have to see as we jump onto the Rift. Okay, Chainmail.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we've seen quite a lot now against these, Riven has no other damage profile outside of that physical damage, and Mordekaiser does reasonably okay with tank items. So we see it quite a lot now when you do have a tankier champ up against a very, I need to build damage type champ. We do just opt in for this chainmail for that additional armor. Does tend to go a long way. I mean, we've seen quite a lot of, for instance, in this 1v1, the Mordekaiser, edging out. At least for the first trade, though, it was Eddie winning that one out. Has that shield on a ridiculously low cooldown.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Okay, already Eddie's just going for the full commit. Ignite's dropped. Both have dropped. So no, this barrier is still there for Eddie. So in the subsequent trade, he's going to have that advantage. But do you think Bramblevest might have been a better avenue, or do you think you just lose out too much? Because I don't think he would have got the Dorans if he'd gone that avenue. Yeah,
I mean, they're the same cost, but Bramblevest is just not as much armor. You're replacing armor for a bit of heal cut as well as bit of damage back, not really all that much. And ultimately, I think the armor just goes a whole lot further.
Yeah, I mean, Conqueror would being able to, I suppose.
It's very minimal.
Yeah, minimal healing, so you're not really getting much value, I suppose. But look, Evie, I think, is in a decent enough spot. You don't really want to be committing to fights here. I think you play it safe. You could potentially go for the pull under the tower, which you did attempt there.
With hard.
Yeah, look, she is a very mobile champion, unfortunately.
That's the bone plating gone now, though. So an opportunity for Evie if he does manage to land some abilities here to take a substantial chunk out of the Riven's health bar. But again, very difficult to land. Mordekaiser relying heavily on skill shots to provide damage, whereas Riven has a kit that is just awfully mobile.
She is the skill shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true.
Oh, look, I know it's never going to happen, but Riven into Mel, all of a sudden you think you've got the execute, and then you're the one being executed twice.
Yeah, actually.
With the rebuttal. Oh, dear. This definitely makes for an interesting... look, there's still some interactions that we're going to get to see. And look, I have to say, I'm already very upset that, LCK, playing their matches, there is a LeBlanc support currently being played in the LCQ by T1 of all teams.
Yeah. I mean, a very diverse sort of pool of champions now able to be played. But, yeah.
They've played this... I think it's an old stat now. It's a couple of weeks old. But they, at that stage, had the second most champions played behind the LPL. So they... Oh, okay. 6 is hit across the board. Eddie struggling a little bit. Still has that barrier to work with, though. Doesn't have the HP or the tank at all.
Yeah, the shield coming through from Evie now. This looks like at least first blood in the 1v1. Does need to at least land another skill shot. No, he doesn't. The burn cycling around him will be more than enough. And that's first blood now to Evie. You see smile on his face. Eddie, admittedly, still smiling as well. But yeah, Mordekaiser just an absolute stat stick of a champion. And able to take that first blood here.
Yeah, I think just the natural heft and bulk of a Mordekaiser. He is a pretty hefty unit in himself. He's a giant suit of armor, so he's kind of gonna have that bulk on you, especially Riven, who definitely more of the bruiser, edging towards the assassin style of top laner. But it depends. I suppose it depends on what rank you're playing. If in all honesty, is how it's being built. But yeah, Evie going to have the HP and goes straight into the Iceborne Gauntlet. So it's doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on the armor. Now has that slow as well, which means that, as a Mordekaiser, he's going to be a little bit more reliable in that pull if he can get the slow off. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, it is going to be very difficult. An absolute uphill battle now. It's going to be an uphill battle against all this armor, ultimately, that's coming through. Doesn't have any armor cut, not even close to having set items.
Oh, yeah, okay. I suppose, yeah, Iceborne Gauntlet's good, but you need to get close to proc it. And there we go. Eddie's, oh my lord, look at just the damage coming out from the Iceborne procs. Yeah, I think Eddie just has to accept it here. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, no Death Realm, but doesn't need it. Yeah, drags him in, that's it. One more auto, doesn't even need it. This time actually landing the skill shot. And Evie will claim first blood here for the side of SoftBank. Well, not first blood, second blood and first blood. But he will get side selection is the important thing. So giving SoftBank a slight upper hand, at least into game number 1 here. Most likely, again, will select blue side. And so you can expect going forward that SoftBank, you know, going to feel good about that.
Fun fact. So, I mean, coming into last week, it was a 35-65% red side split difference. So 65% of the time, red side was winning. After last week, concluded on the Sunday, 45-55% split.
Ooh.
So blue is definitely clawing its way back. I mean, statistically across the board, blue is starting to look a lot better. But red still dominant. It's going to be interesting to see how that rounds out in the regular season. Will it stay sort of still a little bit more red-sided, or will we actually start to see that gap close even more?
Yeah, I mean, already seeing the gap close, right? We only get 4 weeks of action until we do go into that ultimately the playoffs here. So, I mean, starting off already with such a poor standing in the blue side, it was starting out very weak. Now coming back to even, I think as we head to the playoffs and go even further on from there, more likely to see that come back to roughly even. But again, like even when it comes to the playoffs, you got to consider that generally, I mean, this is how playoffs work in a best of 5. The team that's winning doesn't get side selection, so the other team will pick whatever side they think's better. If they think blue's better, but they're the worst team, they're going to lose, and that sort of bolsters red stats. And I think ultimately that is also, and I've said it before, why we see the red side with such a negative win rate, or with such a positive win rate, when perhaps it isn't the stronger of the two sides.
Yeah, I mean, across the board, First Dragon, 63%, red-sided favor. You look at First Herald, that's 52%. So a lot of these big objectives that were very much one-sided, given the side that you were on. I mean, you look in Herald, much more blue-sided. Same with Baron, whereas the Dragons, that sort of thing was definitely red-sided. First Tower, more often than not, was red-sided. That gap is starting to close across the board. So I think at this stage, teams developing is understanding the current state of Asia Pacific as a whole. Now starting to feel a lot more comfortable. Plus, we're starting to see those top 4 teams get to play on on the blue side a little bit more and show what they're capable of.
Yeah, absolutely. What is your prediction going here into this game? Because I actually, and this might surprise you, I'm actually predicting that SoftBank are going to win. I think it's going to be a 2-1 to SoftBank. I don't feel convinced enough by Team Secret Wales, and I feel like SoftBank now, the reason we see them so far down in the leaderboards is because they had literally the hardest start to the season out of everyone. They versed the entirety of the top 5 teams, and now on the back end, they're getting DFM, Chiefs, and Team Secret Wales tonight. So I actually think they're better than their standings does provide to them, but yeah, I'm predicting them 2-1.
That argument's farcical. The Team Secret are 4th. They've taken down CFO, the first team in the competition to take a series away from CFO, and they did it commandingly. That is a bold call, Ben. I think you're a fraud, and I think Team Secret have got this at 2-0. There's no doubt. They have looked so good as of late. Yes, they've lost the 1v1, but who cares? They are a powerhouse under themselves. I mean, just looking at how this stands, I think the one situation that could be a detriment is, yes, Stella is out, Hero is back in. Obviously, after week 2, there's obviously some concern about how Hero was playing, whether it was, he chose to step back or it was a decision that was made. Stella stepped in, he had a pretty solid run, all said and done, but now Hero is back. He is the starting player. He's statistically better than Stella, given that, I mean, there is a pretty significant number disparity, but he's still holding those numbers pretty comfortably. Plus, the champion pool is looking a little bit more diverse. I think realistically, there is a world, yes, where SHG could come out and win. I do not think it is this world, unfortunately. So if you believe in multiverse theory, then yeah, look, there is a chance, just not right now.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. I feel pretty confident in SoftBank to be able to bring this one back. I mean, looking at them in prior years as well, like last year when they came over to the PCS, they came over and they were by no means favored to get as far as they did a lot of the time. And each time they made it to the grand finals and always fell at that last hurdle. That is Talon. Here, they're not against Talon. They're against a team that, at least for my money, is considerably weaker than Talon. And I believe we will be heading into draft very, very shortly. But I have seen promise out of them, honestly, in the last couple of weeks. And Fate seems to be really coming into his own there in the mid lane. Evie as well has turned into his former self almost from last year. You know, he started off the split with a 0-9-0 Ornn game. Doesn't look anything near that poor anymore. So I feel very, very positive in them, and we did have confirmation that SoftBank chose blue.
Of course, everyone chooses blue side.
Yes.
You say that, yes, but Dyer has also been playing out of his mind in the mid lane. Eddie and Taki down in the bot lane just look like an absolute powerhouse. Taki has left a few question marks, but I think he has really redeemed himself, especially last weekend. Hizjo as well, a standout player in the jungle in week 3. So I think just in terms of the recipes that both these teams are bringing to the table, I think Team Secret's very much more polished. They look a little bit more confident. They look much more cohesive, whereas SHG, look, yes, they are starting to make strides in this competition, but it feels like it is very much too late in the situation.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. It'll be interesting to see. I think it's definitely a fun matchup, right? I think
absolutely.
It's a very... This matchup is very... What is the word? Contradicting styles, I guess is one way to say it, where Team Secret Wales just want to brawl. They just want to fight. They want to fight you early, and they want to fight for everything, whereas SoftBank are generally much more reserved. They're happy to, you know, concede a dragon, concede the Void Grubs, get those items online, look for Fate, look for Marble to be those carry threats, and I think when you see those two styles come to a head, it's more on Team Secret Wales to be making mistakes than it is onto SoftBank making mistakes, because they just have the less mistake-prone sort of style or approach, I guess, to the game.
I mean, absolutely. Yeah. You look at it, unfortunately for SHG, they've only ever won when they're ahead, so if they're behind, it doesn't bode very well. But as we jump into the pick ban phase, Kalista Rumble, Nocturne taken away from SHG. Mel cops a ban. I think this is their first ban at this stage. Zinzao and Skarner, all very strong, and Evie is going to pick up the Cassandra. You were talking about it. He's just an absolute nut in that top lane, and in the hands of someone like Evie, could be very potent.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably, for my money, the strongest top laner in the game at the moment. It handles 2v1s in those lane swaps very well. It handles the 1v1 very well. But on the other side of things, they gave over the Cassandra, but they get themselves the Aurora and the Wukong. So, I mean, those are two of the best champions in League of Legends. I talked about Cassandra being one of them. I think the other two that you could talk about is Wukong and Aurora.
And Aurora, one of the 2 most played champs from Dyer. He's played it 3 times. This will be his 4th. And then, yeah, the Wukong going on to his toe. This is his 3rd appearance on the Wukong, making it now his most played champion. Same with the Aurora for Dyer. But we see Sejuani come out for Courage and Azir for Fate. Now, I have been pretty vocal about the Azir in the LCP and how mid laners have struggled to really find impact outside of the top 4. Fate has played very well in the last couple of play days. I think the comp looking solid, but there is just this fundamental weakness in the Azir. If you can't find those openings, you can't find those opportunities, it really can't shine. And talking about that, we head back to the champion that Hero played just before he got subbed out for Stella.
Yes, absolutely. Back on the Ambassador. Definitely is a strong champion. I don't think anyone's arguing that. We saw, if it gets a lead, how much it can do with the lead. But ultimately, yeah, the problem is it's a little bit hard to ever punish the Cassandra. Later on in the game, for sure, it runs through the Cassandra and has no real problems in the side lane. The problem is getting there, right? You have to get to that stage of the game. They've already got a very scary top side to deal with in the Sejuani Cassandra, especially in the earlier stages of those games. Admittedly, Azir, not the same. If you're able to go for those 3v3 and top side around Grugs, obviously support will be there, so more like a 4v4. I would favor so far the side of Team Secret Wales, just because Azir doesn't typically offer that real power in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, he's definitely a slow burner on the Rift, but my problem already, so we've seen a couple of times now Mbessa going into the lane swaps, and you know, with the current state of the game and how frequently supports roam, we've seen a number of AD carries, especially those immobile ones, being punished heavily by the Mbessa. And Israel, one of the most mobile AD carries, banned out. You're looking probably at the Varus. Poppy, was banned out by SHG, which means there isn't that cover if SHG want to go that avenue. So I think in a lane swap, Hero could potentially be a bit of a nuisance. Picks up the Varus as well. Looking at the team fight out of Team Secret right now, I think there is very real reason to be concerned if you're SHG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is still, the immobile AD carry aspect that Varus is. You know, if you do get a lockdown on him with the likes of the Glacial Prison or even Cassante finding a nice flank, then things can be a-okay for you. Marble going to be now playing Kai'Sa, and I think this is an escape from what we're used to from Marble.
No, he's played it once already, the split.
Yeah, but I mean,
So-
like, typically we expect the Misfortune, we expect the Ash, so going on to the Kai'Sa here means a lot more onus on him to be providing that DPS in the team fights, to be dipping and darting around and sort of APM maxing, if you will, rather than the sort of stand-back utility type AD carries where we typically see him on. Gang as well now going for the Alistair, so a bit of engage there, something to pair alongside the Sejuani, set up for the Azir, set up for the Kai'Sa. I think, you know, SoftBank have put together a very good team fight in their own right. It's now, I think, pretty even. We'll see what the support comes through. Obviously no Poppy or Elise.
I do rate the SHG. You know, SoftBank's rounded out.
Ooh.
Okay, Varus, Renata. They fight very well front to back
Yes.
with SoftBank. You know, they're quite happy to just go all in. You can dive in with Shurima Shuffle, split the team fight from Team Secret, and then Marble obviously can dive into the back line.
Yeah.
But Team Secret, Varus, Renata bot lane, it's a scary, scary bot lane, especially into a lane swap. Evie probably isn't going to have as comfortable a time as he would have liked, plus the hostile takeover. My God,
Yeah.
we have seen some phenomenal hostile takeovers this split.
For sure.
And a team that is looking to fight 5v5, very brawly, very all in, you can't afford to clump, which does weaken that team fight now a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, heading into this game, we saw the team comps. I do believe that this is a game where you are going to almost need to lane swap if you are SoftBank, because Kai'Sa Alistair, simply put, cannot do anything in the 2v2 lane up against the Varus Renata. Alistair can't even look for the headbutt pulverize because Handshake will just throw him backwards, and then all of a sudden you're getting wailed in on by a Varus who is outranging Kai'Sa and outdamaging her in the early stages of the game. So this is a lane where SoftBank very much rely on getting that lane swap. Cassante will be ultimately fine under his tower. He could get dove, it's not going to matter all that much. And on the other side of things, I mean, if Eddie and Taki can somehow find a way to match that lane swap, things look very good.
I wouldn't even be surprised if we see, you know, mid, top, mid.
Yeah,
You know,
could be.
head to the mid lane, you know, sort of just leave that, you know, because obviously in a lane swap, you're going to try and freeze if you're the duo. So I think we just see Evie head mid, they're going to, you know, just gamble
Yeah.
over the CS there a little bit. And because outright, I just think Evie is going to struggle in that 1v2. To be fair, Hero doesn't have a great time. I suppose he doesn't suffer as much because obviously you have the limited range on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
And the poke isn't as reliable. But no, it looks like Team Secret are potentially just straight opting. Well, no, sorry. Oh, no, never mind. I was wrong. Team Secret are happy to do the 1-1-2. Whereas you look at it for SoftBank, you've got Gang hovering mid. You've got Marble there as well so that they can pivot up to the top side if they want.
Yeah, so Marble spots out this invade coming through. They're able to take away that ward, which is really nice to try and hide Courage's movements. Bit of a brawl possibly sparking out. Not all that much strength between either of these rosters at level
Or Taki.
1. But if he's found his way onto Eddie, this is a very peculiar position for the Varus to be. And you have to wonder, why has he been completely alone? He's going to be forced to flash now, but it's going to be answered back. And unfortunately, Eddie's going to miss out on that Q3. And all of a sudden, this Cassante that should be fine in his lane is no longer going to be. That flash now lost. Admittedly, Eddie also did lose flash. Teleport coming through from Hero to make sure he gets to his lane in time.
Yeah, I mean, Evie losing flash could be a problem. But it is, yeah, just going to be a straight 1-1-2. I don't think Eddie struggles as handily not having the flash at this stage in the early game. I think Gang with the Hex Flash is probably going to struggle to get in position to land a Pulverize. It's when that level 2 hits that could really be a problem. But yeah, Evie does not have an escape now if he finds himself in trouble. If Hero finds the opening, it is Electrocute on both Hero and Dire as well, worth noting.
Yep, okay, so that is an interesting thing, especially for the top side, because while this is going to make the lane better for Ambessa, and she admittedly does typically struggle a little bit into the Cassante in the lane, it's going to make her late game a little bit weaker into him, because generally you take the Conqueror or the Grasp, which, you know, do have certain scalings. I mean, I guess more often than not you take Grasp, which is also more of a laning rune. But you do miss out on having all 3 points in the Resolve tree, is what I'm trying to look for. Eddie now has to be careful. There's no flash on Gang, but the Hex Flash coming up soon. They're looking for on the Arctic Assault, the Headbutt Pulverize, and if there's one way to get your way through the Varus Renata lane, it's by getting that flash early and punishing it, and that is exactly what SoftBank do.
Brilliant read by SoftBank, just exploiting. Oh, Dire in the mid lane. Fate going at it, hammer and tongs. They are not going to lose out on too much, and realistically, they should be able to back off. But yeah, I mean, this was just a brilliant read from SoftBank. I don't want to fault Taki for not having the ward down, but the handshake off the mark as well. So there was not necessarily a world where Eddie survives that, but potentially one where they...
Oh, okay, this is more of a disaster, as for some completely unknown reason, Taki is far too pushed up in that bottom lane and just gets killed for free. Luckily for the side of Team Secret Wales, both kills have been picked up by Gang on the Alistair, so gold's certainly not going exactly where you want to, but their 2 assists early onto a Kaiser in this lane certainly isn't a good look for what should be the most dominant winning side of their map.
And Histo goes for an invade, doesn't actually get the Gromp in the end, so...
Yeah, can get the double crab though, and ultimately will be up camps.
Yeah, look, a missed opportunity there, though. A bit of time wasted in trying to go for the invade. Not the end of the world. Definitely
I mean, what is Taki doing?
Yeah, look, Taki has unfortunately been guilty of making some questionable plays in the past. Whether it's just overconfidence or whatever the case may be, he's unfortunately not infallible.
Yeah, so an unfortunate start to the bottom side of Team Secret Wales map, but again...
Gang's hungry for that ward, man. Heck,
yes.
Flash over the wall.
Yep, gets the ward. He does have upgraded boots now too, so the rotations, the timings that are available for Gang are going to be much better than those of Taki. But still, despite the 2 kills going over, I think in general... Uh-oh. Let's have a look. Nice handshake this time, but Eddie's going to get flashed on. Courage has it. The stun should be able to come through, and it does. Try and get this one onto Marble if we can, and there it is. Just punishing this Varus, and this is about the 3rd Varus game in a row where this exact sort of thing happens. They lose Flash, and it's just targeting out this very immobile AD carry, and Marble at long last gets himself a kill. More XP is going to be lost for Eddie. This is the lane that should be hard winning, and it is being completely exploited.
Yeah, I mean, that Flash going down early is just so easy to deal with, and so this has happened twice now. Why Taki needs to put a ward down in that tri-brush, because it happens once, you immediately ward it again, because you know they're looking, there's no flash on your AD carry. So yeah, look, some unfortunate situations. Hero does have the public execution, is just chipping away at Evie, trying to look for it. I mean, this
should hit level 6 off this wave. Oh,
yeah.
This minion here does give it to him? Yes, okay, so there's no real world in which you get the dive off on Evie. Both flashes are available for Evie and Eddie once again. So now a lot less vulnerable on the Varus. Fate is taking a lot of damage. He'll be able to get through those between worlds. But now Dyer, did he land the Q? He might just have the kill. No, he doesn't. Histo here gonna have to try and keep his mid laner alive as Gang goes in. But then all of a sudden there's 3 people around him. Still, he's very fast with those boots of swiftness. Is he fast enough? Yes, the passive heal even there. Everything working out in his favor, although he does lose a considerable amount of his HP, and that does give first move towards these Void Grubs in favor of the side of Team Secret Wales.
I have to say, Courage is really just working the map right now. He's constantly in a position where he's looking to exploit those weaknesses. They've already got the first feat, that being the feat of strength towards the Noxian Blessing. So,
Feat of warfare.
That's the one, yeah. I don't know. This feels completely detached from what we've seen out of Team Secret in the past, who are used to being the ones playing on the aggro and dictating pace. And it purely comes down to the fact they got over-eager in an invade down on the bot side before minions had spawned.
Yeah, absolutely. SoftBank, they'll be able to get back here on the map in time to pick up the 2 remaining grubs. Eddie's going to be laning bot with his support up against Evie, so... it's going to suck for Evie a little bit.
This is what they should have done from the start. It should have been the 2v1 lane from the beginning for Team Secret. They would have been in a much better position. Yeah, look, Hero would be suffering, but... I
mean, after the fight that happened, they really couldn't, because your bot side was already in the bot lane and Hero could always teleport up top. But yeah, I mean, generally you want this lane, you want the 2v2 lane for the side of Team Secret Wales, but the difference is you've lost Flash at level 1 as Varus. So it is punishable. You know, a lane that usually Alistair can never go forward in, all of a sudden you can just bring the Sejuani down and it's kind of free kills. Barring some heroic plays out of Team Secret Wales, which they were not able to find. But still, I mean, Team Secret Wales are staying in this. It's only 800 gold the difference. SoftBank, though, looking very strong, at least for the start of game number 1. Histo trying to look for the enemy team's red. We'll be able to locate it, but Courage on the way down will be met. It's still, I think he might have to concede the red buff simply because the strong side of the map for Team Secret Wales is down here, and realizing that very quickly, Courage will just scamper off and allow that one to go down. No harm, no foul. Hopefully able to go pick himself up something on the opposing team's top side in the near future. Evie has to be careful here.
I was saying he's playing pretty far up, but honestly, he's pretty hefty. I think it's going to be a hard kill if they even do pull it off. The handshake lands, but there's, the minion wave's too far away. I don't think Histo is capable of setting up a tower dive at this stage. He doesn't necessarily have the HP. Yeah,
not when Kasande is this full on HP, but that's kind of why I was worried. If Evie takes a large chunk of damage, then he will be diveable. Wasn't to be, though.
Oh, dear.
Now, looking over onto Hero, I mean, we've still got some strength here in the Kai'Sa. Very close to having that static shiv online. Courage, very tanky. Gang, not quite level 6, so this dive's a little bit harder than you perhaps want to, although Taki on the way here. Can the stun come through? The bailout will be there. It's a very, very nice public execution, but the bailout's not going to be good enough, will it? No, it will not. It's so close. The redive possibility is now here. There's no sums on this Renata. She will be going down as Marble, wisely tanking up that tower for his team and securing himself a third kill and keeping things the same. Remember, their last series was against Chiefs, and Marble was popping off in that game number 2 as the Kai'Sa, looking to repeat that performance here in at least game number 1 against Team Secret Wales.
This feels like such a far cry from the Team Secret we've seen in the past. And I mean, Hero, I'm not sure. It definitely feels like it was the wrong direction for the public execution. Marble probably would have been a better target. Could have gone and maybe, I don't know. There's a lot that could have been done, but Taki not having 6, the game has not gone the way that Team Secret has wanted. If Taki has 6, that's just an insane turnaround. But having such a poor laning phase meant that it was never a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, neither support was level 6, just roaming around the map. You saw them taking mid wards for each other at one point, and just typically the life of a support here in Season 2025. But still, 5-0 the kill score. A 1.5k gold lead in favor of SoftBank as they look to try and secure themselves these second grubs. See, Team Secret Wales, will they be able to make a claim on this blue buff? They're not willing to risk going in, and probably wise. They don't really know what's happening around the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to me that Histo is still up gold on Courage right now despite the ganks, and I think it's a bit of a problem. He just hasn't had the presence on the map that Courage has, who has just been consistently there. He's set up Marble for 3 kills now, which is just insane. Your AD carry is now okay. The bot lane is 1,800 to almost 2,000 gold up on your opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. Void Grubs now spawning. It's going to be a pretty quick take for SoftBank. We'll see if they go for all 3 or if they're just trying to claim the 2 and walk away, as we do typically see. The side of Team Secret Wales always down for a fight, but I'm not sure that they necessarily want it. Taki does importantly have level 6 available for him. Gang, though, on the flank, looking for something. He finds the 2-man, and Courage is going to turn around, but they found their way onto Marble, who's going to be ripping through his own team. As 1 kill down, as that Kai'Sa, that's so much of the gold. Between Worlds is fantastic from Dyer, but it's a really nice Shurima shuffle as Histo will walk away on such a minute amount of health. And the all-out for Evie. This is where Kasante shines, but it's where Eddie is just free-hitting and taking so much of the health bar away from SoftBank. And just like that, in a state of the game that should be so good for the side of SoftBank, it's Team Secret Wales who navigate the fight, get themselves the grub, and claim so much gold back.
I haven't seen a corporate bailout that big since General Motors got assistance from the US government. My God, Team Secret did not deserve that turnaround, but they desperately needed it, and it came down to positioning here. They were so tunnel vision onto Hero there. It allowed Taki to get a brilliant hostile takeover. Marble could do absolutely nothing. Fate thought he was going to do something, gets the Shurima shuffle off, but Dyer coming in right behind him meant that Histo was the only target really threatened. And then, of course, Eddie comes in, plays mop up, as every AD carry should, gets himself 1. They even burn down Evie for his efforts. And yeah, that could not have been more perfect for Team Secret in this situation.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now they are up in gold, as you see there on the gold difference graph at the bottom of your screen. I think Important to note out of that, Eddie, who was so far behind, getting so much gold back, but ultimately Marble, somewhat fumbling, had the flash, had the ult, could have made his way to the other side of the team fight if he wanted, could have flashed out of that public execution. Didn't do either of them, just gets taken out immediately, and unfortunately, when that Kai'Sa, who was so much of your early game and so much of your gold, is taken out without doing anything, it's going to be very difficult to turn that fight around, and so we saw Team Secret Wales completely run away with it. Still, SoftBank, they're within the game. It's not all doom and gloom. They are only 1k gold behind, which we just saw Team Secret Wales able to get back out of. Public execution comes through again. It lands onto Courage. Keep an eye out of Taki and the bailout. It's going to be at least 1 kill over. But can they find an answer back? The reset? No, they cannot. And clean as can be. Once again, these three members, the bot side and jungle of SoftBank, pairing together very well to punish.
Yeah, and the worst bit is hostile takeover is just coming off cooldown now. If it was there in position, that was a drastically different situation. But once again, Hero has just died for absolutely no reason other than greed. They could have backed off. They knew that there were multiple members of SoftBank up in this top side. But right now, Dyer doing everything that he can right now to bully Evie. And I think, again, 2 kills. Evie, buddy, what are you doing?
Very low, does get away. I mean, ultimately, not the worst trade. Evie's going to have to recall, but got out the Aurora ult. I mean, take a look at this dive. It's just so perfect. It was a good try by Hero to delay as much time as he could with that public execution, getting out of a bunch of the CC, but there's just so much burst damage. As soon as you're locked down, there's CC on you, the stacks of the plasma comes in, Kai'Sa hits those 5 stats, and as well as the isolated Acathian rain damage is just so immense that a champion like Ambessa is going to struggle to live in those, and that's maybe a scenario where you prefer to have that resolve tree, an extra bit of tankiness. May have bought you enough time to get Taki there in time and look for some CC and a possible turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, that fight, even if it was delayed by 5 seconds, would have been a completely different issue. Histo over the wall, though.
Yeah, looking for Courage here. Does get stunned up by that permafrost. His gang now the target. Does have flash. Will flash away from the chains of corruption, but second dragon now on the cards here for the side of Team Secret Wales, and it almost looks like SoftBank are willing to just give it over.
I just noticed we got our feet of strings API going, so now it's easier to tell what's going on.
That's right, I don't have to guess. So they are now 2 objectives. It is looking for the Monster Hunter coming through for Team Secret Wales if they are able to get one more.
The slaying.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, it's all right. Oh, Hero, please no. Please no.
Gang
not
will
again.
spot him out as he walks past there, so.
I mean, Hero is 0-3 currently. Oh, there you go.
So tower.
Team Secret do just beat them out by a couple of seconds. Great prioritization there. With that Trinity Force done now for Histo, he is going to be smacking that tower pretty hard, so they will claim the Noxian Blessing. No.
Not yet.
Not yet.
They need
Almost.
one objective, yeah. Now this bottom tower, though, is taking an absolute punishing, and SoftBank just slow on the rotations. Evie not here to answer. And just like that, 2 towers, and importantly, the inner tower, which just grants Dyer something like 400 gold there when shared alongside his toe. So a massive, massive gold influx for this Aurora, who already has been proving difficult to deal with.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think it comes down to the fact that Dyer's just been finding some absolutely wild flanks. And I think it does speak to maybe that Fate's prioritization might be a little bit off. He's more looking to the team fight when he really should be doing what he can to isolate Dyer out of these team fights, because I mean, it can be a little bit hard when there's Emperor's Divide in your face, so that threat could be a bit of a problem. Even if he just forces Dyer into the middle of the team fight with a Shreema Shuffle combo, that definitely makes it a little less comfortable for Dyer. And Rift Herald is up. I think SoftBank have the better prioritization over it. They've got lane priority, they've got positioning, so it looks like it will be just given up here.
Yeah, keep an eye on Dyer, though. Once again, very, very strong. Is working towards a Shadow Flame. Fate is going to at least find him out beforehand. But Teleport coming in. This is not going to be a free take. It's going to be a fight. In will go Gang. It's only onto his toe, but they do lock him up, and that's a lot of damage. The Value Out will be able to come through and keep an eye on the hostile takeover. The Between Worlds is good, but is it good enough? It looks like it will be for the time being. Rift Herald secured by SoftBank, but not able to secure the eye of said Herald. And so 3 members of SoftBank taken out in a matter of seconds. At least the objective doesn't go over, but another massive influx of gold coming through for Team Secret Wales as they are slowly but surely running away with this.
Yeah, I mean, their team fight is just so much cleaner right now. The front to back from Team Secret is very, very scary. You've got Hero, Histo, who can both go in. You then have, oh my lord, Marvel burns that flash. Yeah, you got Dyer, Between Worlds dropped onto multiple members of SoftBank there, and you look at it here, just so much priority. They wanted to deny the Rift Herald, which is the big problem. Histo survives that, gets the Cyclone off, Courage has to flash out. The Emperor's Divide is only onto Hero, and he's perfectly fine.
Look at the chain of corruption.
Yeah, it was just everything landed. Dire on the backside as well, and unfortunately, it's just more gold into the pocket of Eddie, rather. Evie was the one that died. Who's now 3-2-3. He's only 400 gold behind, but you look at the other lanes, 2k ahead on his toes. He's having a phenomenal game now, despite a slow start. And then Dire 3-0-3. The guy is having a massive run.
Yeah, absolutely, exactly where the game you'd want it to be as a Team Secret member or fan. And ultimately, it's going to be hard now for SoftBank to find ways back into this game. Of course, it's not all over. They are still capable of, finding a pick, finding objectives. Just definitely an uphill battle. Both Artican and the Ocean Dragon will be spawning in a minute and a half, with priority, especially in vision, down the bot side, very much in favor of this Team Secret Wales lineup.
I mean, at the moment, yeah, this is going to be the fight for those Noxian Blessings with that Drake coming up. It would also set up Team Secret for Soul Point, which is a huge, huge situation for them. I mean, the Ocean Soul is going to do a lot in terms of survivability and longevity in these fights, just because it's going to be able to help generate some more resources. Eddie, he's not quite finished that Gwyn, so he's still on the whole behind Marvel, but when you've got the front line, it just feels like SoftBank don't really have a good target because Dire is playing so well around this lack of vision.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's so hard to play around Aurora when you don't have vision. That's why often we see things like Aurora and Nocturne paired together, because it just gives you so much ability, a lot of what's the word? Autonomy, I guess, over where you look for flanks, because Aurora can ultimately come over nearly any wall. She can come from any angle, any wall. If she finds a massive ult, it's pretty impossible to lock her down because she can just dip and dive from each side of it. And when you are behind, like SoftBank are currently, it's going to be very difficult to set up the vision in a way that denies Dire from these flanks. They also don't really have anyone to sit there and deny them, right? The Fate on the Azir doesn't really want to be denying Aurora. He'd rather be outputting a bit of poke damage ahead of the fight, and Evie will just almost get one shot by the Aurora despite being that tank.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at it for Team Secret, they are playing 4-1 in terms of those trinkets. They've got 4 sweepers on the board just to clear out vision. You can see the far side wards coming out from SoftBank to try and deal with it. Taki, yeah. Why is Taki so far forward?
Taki taking a lot of damage that he probably didn't want to ahead of the fight, just walking a little bit too far up, as you so mentioned. And Courage, he's pretty happy to sit here. If any engage comes out on him, that's a pretty ideal situation for the side of SoftBank. But Team Secret Wales, they're not going to pull the trigger too quickly on a ultimately Sejuani that feels pretty unkillable.
That's cheeky.
Yeah, they're going to the Artican. Team Secret Wales, though, they start up the Ocean Dragon and quickly realize what's going on. We'll be able to get here in time, and keep in mind that SoftBank, they can't really start it realistically. They're just trying to play around this vision, and there is none. And here they go. They find a nice engage. It's a really nice engage. The public execution's great, but it's an even better Emperor's Divide. Evie so low is able to get out of that chain of corruption and all that damage, but still it's Gang who will pay the price. They don't find the kill, and they will get one member of their team taken out. Now, health bars are relatively high still for SoftBank. They can realistically opt to try and contest anything that happens on the Rift for the time being, as Gang will be respawning in 15 more seconds. But Dragon, priority is over towards Team Secret Wales, and Eddie's going to start this one up solo.
I can't wait for this replay, because that was about as good an initiation as SoftBank were ever going to get. But at the same time, there was never a better setup for a hostile takeover for Taki there. Because I'm pretty sure it landed onto the entire team. And Artican is going to be started up, and they do clear it pretty quickly, but Histo is in the vicinity right now, and Fate going to try and zone. They've got it to half HP, but you look, Hero's on the way.
Yeah, this could come down to a smite fight. Both junglers having that ability available to themselves, and Gang trying to get rid of this Wukong will do so successfully.
Oh, Taki,
so the voracious Artican now in favor of SoftBank. Taki's going to lose his flash. There's no ultimate here on the Sejuani, so they won't be able to follow it up. It is still, 2.5 minutes now where SoftBank will have superior combat power, and in the fact that they do just have a revive.
Here it is. So they go in.
Oh!
Taki there does get pulverized, and boom, it just works its way through. Marvel, the only one not picked up. If it had landed onto Marvel there, that was definitely more than Gang just going down. And look, yeah, unfortunate that the Artican goes down, but the fact that Drake was taken means that Noxian Blessing has been secured by Team Secret Wales, and they are on Soul Point, and Evie needs to be very careful into the face of Dyer right now, who is 2 items deep and working well on towards his Void Staff.
Yeah, Hostile Takeover did not hit Marble, but Marble also didn't hit anyone on the other team. He just sat there watching, not able to fire off these auto attacks, as well as at the very beginning of that team fight, Courage throws his ult and his toe in about 0.1 of a second, gets his clone off, the Sejuani ult hits the clone, and pretty much thwarts out any possibility of him getting taken out early in that fight. So really good reaction times from his toe, saving their team from disaster a little bit, it does feel like. And now, Team Secret Wales, definitely a commanding lead. Still, Voracious Artican, SoftBank, they can look to try and do something with it. This mid lane tower strikes me as the ideal target of, you know, get rid of this and allow your team more options when it comes to that vision control, which is oh so important up against the Aurora, as we've briefly touched on.
I mean, it's not even that they can do something, they need to do something is the problem, because they were in such a commanding position. They've now lost that lead, and in fact, Team Secret are slowly working to extend it out, but they're up by about 3,000 gold at the moment, not to mention having those Noxian Blessings in the play as well. So the boots will be upgraded, and even further so later on in the game. Eddie needs to be careful here, but his toe's going to go for it.
Yeah, his toe's going in. He does have the Cyclone onto Marble, who is now very low, but Marble gets that really nice killer instinct, but his hero's going to answer back with the public execution. Both of those champions just dashing and diving to each side of the team fight. Now Evie's trying to get away, but he will just be getting withdrawn back to his fountain. Everyone now from Team Secret Wales headed towards this Baron. Now keep in mind, the members of SoftBank that did go down are just going to respawn in 15 seconds, so there's no realistic chance of really getting anything or having anything taken away for them. It's just going to be more time for Team Secret Wales and ultimately kind of nullifying the Artican.
Yeah, I mean, look, realistically, how many teams take an Artican and then get engaged on like this? For sure, they thought they were going to be the ones dictating, and then Histo jumps straight onto Marble, who almost evaporates, has to, you know, ult away just to survive, and it just leaves Gang and Evie in the wings, unfortunately, in the thick of the enemy team, who pick up 2 withdrawals for free. And realistically, there was next to no turnaround available for SoftBank at that stage.
Yeah, I mean, going into the enemy jungle now, SoftBank trying to get that vision, keep Dyer away from their backline, which they've not really succeeded with thus far. It is a very difficult task.
He's got a 500 gold bounty right now.
Yes.
If SoftBank take a good fight, this again just turns on its head.
Yeah. It is,
They've started up the Baron.
Yeah, gonna get off it now. I mean, between worlds, Marble gets chunked very low, but that is a massive team fighting ultimate now down. Marble can just look for the recall here, ultimately 4v5, and as long as no massive engage comes through onto Fate, he is going to be able to dish out the damage to deny any real attempts at the Baron. As Marble now heading back onto the map, we'll be able to head out to this mid lane. Dyer isn't going to connect onto Evie.
Courage is waiting in the wings. Yeah, Team Secret make the right call. They back themselves off. They know that they don't need to force this, and there was an opportunity where they could have made a play. I mean, with Marble being back, but it's a hedging your bet situation. 30 seconds on that Ocean Soul means that SoftBank will have to try and take some priority here. Unfortunately for them, the team fight still is very scary out of Secret, even without the, Worlds Divide.
Yeah, not going to have a very key ultimate. This is the sole possible for Team Secret Wales now. Evie as well takes a sizable chunk of damage here, but does have teleport available to himself, so can opt in for a recall and come back out if he so chose so, but not looking to do it at the moment. Courage definitely never going to win this 1v1 against Hero on the bottom side.
Oh, yeah, especially with that damage coming out. So you got Evie and Courage have been chunked down by at least a quarter. Dyer losing some big HP. Does have the teleport if he wants to look for a reset right now, but your big beefy tanks have lost some significant HP, which could do a lot. They are going to look to try and start this Dragon. Hero on the front line, Histo there as well. Team Secret are looking to collapse in a very scary way.
Yeah, keep an eye on Dyer. He's teleporting back in, but he's definitely not going to be here in time. Gang does go forward. The hostile takeover only lands onto Azir, but in comes a public execution. But talk about execution, Hero might just be taken out, and Fate does get it. It's a 1-for-1. It will be turned around as Histo does secure a second of the team fight now. 1 HP on this Wukong as Courage goes forward. It's only Marvel and Courage that do remain, but Marvel's finding the damage. He doesn't have what it takes, though, and it's going to be Eddie with that piercing arrow straight through the heart of SoftBank and their fans. They take the fight, and now they look towards the mid lane.
Eddie with a 2-step, just dancing around, dishing out damage. 5-2 and 7 to his name after being bullied for the first 5 minutes. Those 2 deaths, he has not died since, and he has been actively contributing. And off the back of that, that is the call. They get Soul. Well, sorry, they miss out on Soul, but they'll get something even better, which is the Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. This Baron buff is going to go down. No one really alive. I mean, Evie could teleport there, but there's no vision. There's no ward nearby to tell him.
Even if he does, he hasn't got time. Like, this Baron just goes so quickly.
Yeah, completely taken out now. As Team Secret Wales starting to put their stamp on this one. It was a very, very close team fight. Hostile takeover was not optimal. It did connect onto the Azir, who does get followed up. But still, they're able to take out the Ambessa as Marble enters the back line, and health bars get so low here.
It may be that it was only Fate that it connected on, but it forced Marble back. You saw he ran straight back into the pit, had to ultimate just to get into that fight there. By that stage, Eddie had just burned through everyone. He was doing so much damage. And so, yeah, look, Team Secret have done such a great job of zoning Marvel out of these fights where he could be effective. Unfortunately, Hero might have bought off more than he could shoot.
Yeah, the all-out comes through, but Taki and Eddie here now. Keep in mind this Varus will be one-shotting the Cassante. Chain of Corruption comes through. Only going to land onto Courage, though. But Hero does find a really nice public execution. Marvel trying to do the damage that he can, and he will. He'll get the shutdown. SoftBank with that sandcastle built in the back line, able to offload just enough. Marvel has so much left to do if they want to take this fight. Dopping and darting, it's Dyer who's ending up taking over. Marvel has a lot to do, as I said, but nothing to do it with as his whole team falls around him. And it's going to be once again Team Secret Wales taking the fight.
What in the world is going on? An overextension and a pretty severe one from Team Secret, but they just cannot hold a candle no matter what SoftBank do to Dyer. The guy just evaporated what was left of SoftBank's team at that point. That's just insanity. The guy's 7-1 and 7. He's got everything he possibly wants. So yeah, Hero, well and truly overextended. Taki and Eddie say, oh, we'll come in and save you, not realizing that the rest of the team was then collapsing down the lane towards them. Marvel jumps into the back line. Hero, what could have been the miracle play, unfortunately for that, Seeker's arm guard, they now converge onto Eddie, who gets mopped up by a massive Shurima shuffle. My God, that was about as epic as it could have possibly gotten from Fate to Berserk. Okay, so that's what turned it around. Taki held the hostile takeover for so long. Dyer just duck and dip and dive it and dodge and to get out of danger. And Histo is just such an absolute unit at this stage in the game. Yeah, look, that was chaos, but Team Secret thrive in the chaos.
They absolutely do. Marvel actually ended up killing his top laner during the duration of that Berserk. So a nice find by Taki to have been able to get that angle. It did cost him his flash, but ultimately Marvel flashing at the end of that fight too means, you're not feeling too bad as the Renata in that situation, because Marvel is so much of the damage that has to come through on the side of SoftBank. And Team Secret Wales now 8k gold lead, so much of it in that jungle, which, isn't the most impactful in terms of Sejuani not having the gold, but Wukong is just so accelerated against what is ultimately 2 AP damage dealers, and he has the more Malmortis. So Wukong in this game has quickly become a little bit of an Exodia champion. Level 17 even as a jungler at this stage of the game.
5-0 and 10. He's been involved in all but 3 kills this game. Yep. Like, that is just, that is exactly where you want your jungler to be. And on the Wukong, yeah, having that acceleration means that you're more of a damage threat in these fights, which means that it takes some priority away from your mid and your bot laner. Fate.
Oh, find his way onto Hero, even dodging out of the public execution. Hero does flash away. If need be, there is the killer instinct, and we will see it come through, but Marble's not found the damage. He will eventually, but the handshake lands onto him. The Between Worlds is there, but he's got the Zhonya's, and it's a nice Zhonya's because it gets rid of that hostile takeover. Chain of Corruption, though, now connecting onto Fate, but he's doing so much damage. Fate on the Azir, he's absolutely scaled up. So much damage done there by him. They're able to keep the dream alive. Voidseeker does go wide. Dire, though, he is still full HP with a lot to offer here if they do want to try and contest this Ocean Dragon, but more than likely just going to give it over.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, again, Hero in the team fight is an absolute beast. Hero on his own, well, he's 0-6-11 currently. He is making up half his team's death at this stage in the game, which is a problem. So, yeah, look, it's rough. It does give what, again, could have been Ocean Soul over, you know, that could have been theirs. I mean, Hero, yeah, look, again, Fate is just finding his own, the public execution off the mark. He realistically should have known that there was threat coming. He survives for as long as he can. Taki, great handshake. Hostile takeover is just a second off the mark. Otherwise, Gang more than likely dies. And because the front line is already there, because they actually catch out Eddie down in this bot side as well, there's no follow-up. So there was nothing from this point on that Team Secret could do to contest that Drake.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a back and forth game. It's still, you know, ultimately Team Secret Wales, who are in the driving position, they are still very far ahead, but SoftBank have done a good job at trying to bring this one back. Eddie getting clipped by that Voidseeker. I, much like you, was a little bit worried for him there for a moment, but ultimately he's going to be okay. There is no real way for SoftBank to punish.
Well, the thing is, there was a reality where Courage could have jumped over the wall with the Glacial Prison. If the follow-up was there, yeah, that was very dead Eddie. I don't think he could survive long enough to get out of that situation. So I think he's probably a little bit lucky that the trigger wasn't pulled in that situation. But now SoftBank are pretty split.
Yeah, they are. Dire as well. You see him there on the flank, trying to find a way through, as well as the rest of the team up on the top side, bullying the side of SoftBank. So they get the vision over the Baron. This objective now is going to be a lot harder. Dire has found... Oh, my lord. Fate is going to have to quickly return to his base and top that health bar up, as you're seeing the amount of impact Dire can have. So much damage coming through, even onto Courage, who is full tank, taking substantial amounts of his health bar away. We'll be able to pick up some of those honey fruits, though, to top himself a little bit back up, as Fate will teleport back into the fray. Still, while this all happens, you see the bot lane. Another wave is going to go to the wayside.
Yeah, it is very close into the base. I mean, Team Secret... Oh, wow.
Well, the Between Worlds, it comes through. Fate is going to be able to flash away. Histo on him, though. The Emperor's Divide. He does have the Zhonyas. Do they have any way to keep him alive? It's a nice shuffle, but it's Hero that's on that back line. Evie trying to offer what he can as the Cassante, but it's not all that much, as Marvel has a lot left to do. But Courage is gone. Gang goes in to try and keep the hopes alive, and it's Marvel that will not be able to connect with any of the damage. The follow-up's there for the side of Team Secret Wales, and Marvel is an inevitability, as game number 1 will be picked up by Team Secret Wales.
What a play from Team Secret. Taki holds the hostile takeover to make sure that Marvel is caught right in the middle of it. And he doesn't kill anyone, but that's perfectly fine. It's damage that he's not doing to Team Secret, and yeah, as a result, Dire cannot be understated as to how pivotal he was this game. Constantly finding openings, constantly dishing out damage. Team Secret at the beginning of this game were in a situation where they likely would have lost to SoftBank there, but they bring it back, they force fights because they did have the better 5v5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think ultimately SoftBank, this was their game to lose. They were very far ahead. One fumbled team fight. All momentum goes over to Team Secret Wales. This Varus that was ultimately 0-2-0 picks up 2 kills, picks up a third, just keeps running away with the game more and more and more. And you saw, you know, when Team Secret Wales did get ahead, they very rarely made mistakes that would relinquish it, outside of a few from Hero on the Ambassador. So I think going forward, SoftBank, if they play the early game even somewhat similarly to how they did that, and just don't give over too much, don't make too many mistakes, things will look pretty good for them, because ultimately the mistakes we saw out of them aren't what we used to even. They were ahead, and instead of just playing the way they usually do, we take objective by objective, we don't have to overextend, we don't have to do too much. They overextend for one single Rift Herald, and the game topples over entirely.
Yeah, and I think that just the team fight was that much more dominant from Team Secret as well. Look, I'm still questioning a lot. You know, after Hero's journey back onto the Rift with Team Secret, he did not have a good scoreline by the end of it. Yes, look, in team fights he was drawing a lot of tension, but when it came to him on his own, he was a bit of a liability. So I'm looking, it seems to be him on the Ambassador, which isn't a liability at this stage. So maybe on something else with the Fearless Draft, he looks a little bit more comfortable. But Team Secret, absolutely, from that 10-minute mark onwards, we're really just manhandling SoftBank.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly, SoftBank, they weren't ahead at 15, so they're going down, not ahead at 15. If they had have just not committed everything for one Rift Herald, where ultimately the game was kind of lost, then I think this game looks a whole lot different. But unfortunately, you can say that. Unfortunately, that is what happened. That is ultimately what happened. And
yeah, it definitely came down to just they could not pin down Dire long enough to really avoid disaster. Because how many flanks did we see that game? How many times did we just see him jump in and absolutely ruin SoftBank stage? Yeah, look, SoftBank have to be commended. They really did punish where those opportunities were. Dealing out damage and punishing Eddie down that bot lane without the flash, being able to get the overmatch here on the top side. And they dived Hero twice with support, unpunished. And then, yeah, look, these fights started to get a bit dicey.
This was
this was where it really turned around. Dire with a great flank, and on top of that, just the damage, the sheer damage that he outputs, and then Eddie coming in, and he's at this point, what, 1 and 2? And then he just picks up a kill, a couple of assists. Yeah, no, I say he was 0 and 2. That's right. So picks himself up a kill at this point, a couple of assists, and yeah, look, this was really where it went sideways. Marvel could not commit to the fight because that hostile takeover fight. It was a great Emperor's Divide, but at that point, Marvel has been missing from this fight too long. Yeah,
absolutely. And Courage, he's trying to take down Dire. You wonder if maybe he was fighting alongside Gang and Marvel. This actually could have gone a lot better because it was a battle of inches by the end of that. Marble did a pretty good job at getting back in that team fight and finding the damage. One thing I have to say is that at that stage of the game where the game was thrown around those Void Grubs, Marble was 3-0, I believe.
He was 4-1 after that first fight.
Yeah, I think ultimately, he gets taken out by just mispositioning. He gets hit by a random public execution and the follow-up comes through and he just gets completely annihilated. He had flash, he had ult, he had barrier in that fight. If he just manages to flash the public execution, which isn't the most difficult thing in the world, this whole game looks entirely different. I also think after that sort of did happen, he started playing a lot more cautiously, which, might be a good thing, but it also might have meant that in those fights that were just a battle of inches, he could have found more and possibly turned it himself as well.
Yeah, look, I did say, this caught 4 of 5. It was so good, that hostile takeover there. But, I mean, look, his toe, it was a very, very quiet start to the game. Courage was really dominating the pace around the map. And then as soon as Histo started getting involved in team fights, his influence could not be missed. He was just constantly there. The number of times where he single-handedly drew out an Emperor's Divide, that attention from Fate. I mean, they engaged onto him how many times from, the fog of war, and it looked like it was going to be everything they needed, but the clone comes off at the last second. Histo, while understated at the very start of the game, was an absolute monster for the remainder of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very well-played game, ultimately, by the side of Team Secret Wales after getting back into it. But yeah, I mean, not a whole lot much more to say. I think looking to game number 2, hoping for a little bit more out of SoftBank. But that is what happens. They started off strong. I think if they can start the same way, the same mistakes won't be made. It was ultimately a micro mistake that was the unfolding of them. So looking for a little bit better next time. But I believe we should be hopefully heading into break now. I just need confirmation on that. Hopefully.
Yeah, but I mean, look, the one big positive before we head to break, SoftBank are still 100% when it comes to winning when they're ahead.
At 15?
Yeah, at 15, yeah.
Well, hopefully for them, for SoftBank fans, they get to 15 minutes and they are still ahead, but we'll have to find out. Thank you very much for watching game number 1. We will head to a break now. When we're back, game number 2, Team Secret Wales lead 1-0. Can SoftBank bring it back?
They don't have the tools they need to. Elio waiting in the wings, a hostile takeover, looking for it, lands onto multiple.
People gets both the carries, and Iris is in the back line, doesn't have access to that perfect execution, and Driven's going to go down. 4 members still standing, Doggo 1 HP, gonna have to recall. The game just to be over, Talon getting Very low, the between worlds used, but the curtain call comes out, and Dyer here's the flash away, and a shutdown. Betty somehow weaves it. It's going to be one answered back though as Cast is taken out. Archer's getting very low, does have to flash the wall, and Hero's going to go down. Fofo's going to find the kill. He loses the vast majority of his health. Check Luon though, the flash, Rail engage is there. You will find it, but it's not the best. It only lands onto Stella. The bullet time's okay. It's doing damage on the back end. Out will go Dyer. This Otacon down to 3k. It's doing a lot of damage to Mir though. Down will go Biopanther. It's a shutdown. And now forward will Team Wolves go. But Mir gets the smite. He gets the withdraw. It's going down on the Baron. Nothing's going to have to be committed. They see the teleport going forward, and Archie finds a 3-man fresh body slam, and as fast as it starts, it ends. Aria, he does get the phase rush, but Petty doesn't care. He just clicks on you.
Oh, you've only got Articon halfway down. That gravity well, there you go, what a jump.
Crash. He finds it in, the crash down lands onto many people, and it's the public execution coming through, and Talon, they're getting run over. Caster trying to find what he can, and Benny just happened to run away. No Fofo means no hope. Yes, it's a double kill going over to Histo. It's the Otacon as well. Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 about to get underway. It's SoftBank who trail 0-1 in favor of Team Secret Wales of what was ultimately a bit back and forth. Well,
Yeah.
you know, early game, favor of SoftBank pretty heavily. It's Team Secret Wales who brought it back. But even then, there was glimmers of hope for SoftBank in the team fights, despite what was a very significant gold advantage to the side of Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, look, Team Secret, for the most part, looking strong across the board. I hate to harp on him, but Hero looks like he's just the weaker top lane for this Team Secret roster at the moment. Stellar's been a lot more consistent. He hasn't been making those questionable plays. I mean, Hero he's made a couple of multiple times where he's overstayed a situation that he could have avoided and ultimately died because of it. He had a really, really rough time, but they are going to opt to leave him in as we jump into Champ Select. Skarner's in Zhao taking out Callista Rumble, and then of course some very, very strong picks no longer available due to Fierce Draft. I mean, Aurora, Wukong, Cassante, Varus. There are some big picks that won't be on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see the direction of both these teams. Ultimately, Misfortune and Ash stand out to me as two of the better AD carries that do remain up. Israel taken away. I mean, Marble's last Israel game was nothing short of phenomenal. They did lose, but I mean, that 1v4 he had.
You can still lose and look good.
Yeah, he had that 1v4 that looked pretty insane.
Yeah, he was going pretty nuts.
And then, unfortunately, he got Vi-ulted and the entire kitchen sink thrown at him.
I mean, in terms of bot laners that are available, Ashe is still up. There's Fortune. Zara going to be banned away from his toe, which, I mean, we haven't seen it in a little bit, honestly, in the jungle. So, I think teams preferring, you know, the Wukong and Sejuani's, yeah, Skarners when they're available. Sin Zhao has been a pretty high priority pick. And Team Secret immediately locking in the Mel. We have seen it pivot down to the bot lane. But the fact that they feel, I think this is likely going to be a dire pick, but they feel that confident in it, they're going to first pick it. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what the answer to the Mel is, at least what Fate has in store. I do not think there is a world where Eddie's taking it. Caitlyn's going to be the pick. Now, this is dangerous. I've seen Mel into Caitlyn in my games, and the ace in the hole getting reflected is not ideal. No, even a crit being reflected is kind of rough from Caitlyn. Just having that headshot. So look, as long as I suppose Evie can avoid.
Ooh, Caitlyn Elise. Now I don't know if there's a single lane in League of Legends in the bottom side that can deal with this. Honestly, maybe we're just putting the Mel down there.
I mean, the Cocoon. Built to have a Peacemaker. There is just so much you can reflect back. 90 caliber nets. There's just a lot that can go wrong. By Jace coming in now. Again, I've been critical of the Azir. Been critical of the Jace now since the changes. No longer being that big bully tank Jace in the top lane. He's gone from dominating Cassante in the 1v1 to now just being pummeled. In the hands of Hero. Look, I had a lot of questions out of that last game with the Ambassador. Now on the Jace, I have more questions. And the answer is Poppy as well.
Okay. So, it's going something a little bit different here. The Poppy we haven't seen in the top lane all that much. It is still a strong top laner. It typically is a bit of a lane bully. If you ever do get wall banged by this champ, it quite often finds itself just slaughtering you. So we'll see how Evie does play. I mean, it could also be Poppy jungle in theory. That's not out of the question. It could be
Elise jungle.
It could be, yeah. I do expect the Elise to be bot lane, however. Jhin banned, taking away some of the safer AD carries. So Jhin, you know, can play at range, can farm pretty easily with abilities. Doesn't need to spend a whole lot of time auto-attacking. Yeah. It's just going to be removed. Misfortune could be a look. Ashe is still open. I don't think Ashe particularly wants to be into things such as the Elise Caitlyn, however.
To be fair, there's not a lot left in the pool that feels overly comfortable into this matchup without opting into the 2v1. For the side of Secret, Pantheon going to be banned out from the jungle. Yeah, that would have been even, you know, an incredibly scary roster that you'd be bringing Poppy, Pantheon, Caitlyn, Elise, and then whatever Fate decides to bring in the mid lane. Orianna banned out as well in mid.
So they feel like Mel could be support.
Yeah, I feel like there could be room potentially for something along the lines of a Silas, but I'm not 100% sold on it. Nocturne, yeah, would have been another scary jungler.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me like SoftBank think that Mel is going support. Now it is very, very high range. It outranges Caitlyn. It also should be pretty safe against the Elise. Only really needing to reflect the cocoon, and you don't really feel all that much pressure afterwards. Courage going to be playing the Lee Sin, so a champion that has seen a reasonable amount of success here and has looked pretty good for the most part in the LCP.
I'm just... No, okay, so with the resonating strike, obviously...
She can't reactivate it.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, surely there's no way that, you know, suddenly Mel is flying across you accidentally. But the question with the Dragon Kick, does a teammate count as a projectile?
I don't think so. That would be very funny.
Nothing like Vi being punched out of a fight only to end up back in it. Misfortune comes through, so I think this is a great game for Evie on the Poppy, but you look at the team fight. Eddie Taki on Misfortune Leona. Name a more iconic bot lane duo than those two.
Old Graves Leona.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. I miss Old Graves.
Everyone does. Everyone does.
What a wild time.
Unfortunately, there will not be any Old Graves in this game, and I think a really solid pick to round out the draft here.
Yeah.
Ultimately, going up against the Mal, there's nothing that's going to feel all that amazing, but I also don't believe Victor can be reflected. Now, I'm not entirely sure if his laser counts as a projectile, but I wouldn't think so.
The initial damage off his Q surely would.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Mel might be able to steal a little bit of a shield, I suppose.
Yeah, I wonder if the shield comes back to her.
Surely it would have to, because it's hitting Victor.
Yeah.
In theory, it would work, but to be fair, in saying that, there's not an amazing amount that the rebuttal is going to do this game, other than pretty much directly at the Caitlyn or the Elise.
Yeah.
Maybe Poppy off the ultimate.
I think majoritively it's just going to be there to try and stop damage from coming in on towards her. As well as the movement speed is kind of unnecessarily good. Just kind of there for fun. Team Secret Wales on your screen, of course. I mean, coming into this draft, or coming into the game after the draft, rather, I don't particularly favour either side. The bot lane from SoftBank are heavily reliant on getting very far ahead, freeing up gang on this Elise to move around the map, play with the Lee Sin, and look for skirmishes. And so if somehow Team Secret Wales stop that from happening, it's going to feel very good for them, because as the game progresses, it's gonna this Elise becomes much less and less scary.
I have to say, I think I rate Team Secrets a little bit more, because obviously you got the root on the Mel, you can set up the solar flare. Anyone caught by that is just going to absolutely eat the bullet time. So I think in terms of setup, there is a lot more from Team Secret, but we've seen so many times in the past where setup does absolutely nothing if you can't get it off. So I think honestly, Teamfight probably favors Team Secret again, but SoftBank have great counter engage. Yeah,
absolutely. I think putting together a pretty decent team comp for each other. There are definitely objectives for each of them, right? Like I think SoftBank want to skirmish and look for picks, whereas Team Secret Wales are pretty happy to take those long-range fights, lock down some of the Leona roll and try and execute them with the Mal while your Vi is sending in. And, you know, it's very clear different directions. I think both teams can look for picks very easily, but the team fight, I imagine, has to just favor Team Secret Wales. They have the Misfortune, who typically is one of the better team fighting AD carries, especially in comparison to the likes of the Caitlyn. Caitlyn, you know, pretty vulnerable, has the 90 caliber net, but that's kind of the... As far as AD carries come, that's kind of the worst escape tool that exists in the AD carries sort of arsenal. You've got other chance to have faster dashes or with less cooldowns.
I mean, the one benefit, obviously, it slows wherever it hits, but if that hits the Mel, all of a sudden you're slowed. And
all the Vi that's coming into you unstoppable.
Yeah, so I definitely think there's a lot more room for error on SoftBank's roster. I mean, like I said, they've got great counter engage, so if they can just kite out Team Secret on their way into a team fight, they're going to do absolutely brilliantly. Evie can play gatekeep with the help of Gang. Courage can just send anyone flying back that gets too close, and then you've got Fate and Marvel who can really punish quite aggressively. But, okay. Histo has found a wall.
Yeah, Histo, unfortunately, getting very, very low, does manage to get out with his summoners still intact, though, so pretty important for him, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to slow him down a little bit, but he should get back to lane, or back to jungle, rather. I suppose jungle is a lane for junglers. It's just a windy one, but yeah, look, it's not going to be too punishing. I think there's, yeah, if they'd found a pick there, definitely would have been great for SoftBank to really ease some of that pressure. It is going to be the 1-1-2 though, as we see, a pretty standard setup. I'm curious, this Jace, to see how it goes. Ooh, the standoff begins.
Yeah. It's got to be a scary lane. I mean, level 1's not so bad. Gang actually in a very peculiar position, not somewhere you'd want to be at all, but Marble trading back very well with him. So ultimately, even landing that pilt over Peacemaker, meaning they do win out the trade. I was a little scared for Gang ultimately, but I guess the lethal tempo AD carry generally will win out the level 1 fights.
Yeah. I mean, Caitlyn in general is just pretty... It has that natural steroid and the headshot passive to be able to stack it up and go for crits. The one benefit, I suppose, Taki has the lockdown and the shield smash. So, look, yeah, Marble playing it safe, going to get out some great damage. They're going to be zoned off the wave now as well, just because of the threat of the Elise. They'd have to admit, know that it wasn't a start with the Cocoon, but now level 2's up and available. The Cocoon will be there, plus the Repel. So there's potential for some tower dive shenanigans.
Yeah, absolutely. Junglers starting on the same side of the map, so we'll be meeting around the bot side. I don't think particularly surprising considering the volatility that Elise does bring to the bottom lane in the current state of League of Legends. Courage, though, will be walking through mid first of all and looking to meet Histo on his Raptors. Early game Lee Sin, very formidable in terms of these brawls and is going to force out Histo's smite, but I wonder if he's actually going to be able to staunch this red buff, at least for the time being. It seems like he will. He does have the Elise here, and Marble's coming up to join, so they will walk headfirst into a Cocoon, as Resonating Strike does, or Sonic Wave rather, does connect. Unfortunately, the Vault Breaker does not.
I don't want to give this up, though.
Yeah, I mean, you've got such strong sort of early game skirmishing with the Elise that they are seemingly certain that this is theirs, but they don't have Marble ready to respond, being that he is just answering this bot wave. And Fate actually out-poking the Mal. Dire, struggling in his lane thus far.
Yeah, and I mean, the crazy thing down in the bot lane, that's a significant CS gap for Eddie, who's still only level 2. The fact that he's been zoned out by this Caitlyn from all that early damage.
The trap's down, the 90 caliber net, and boom, headshot. Marble will strike first yet again and claim himself that first blood.
Yeah, I mean, that early skirmish is really costing Team Secret now that HP lost. The threat coming out of the Caitlyn means that they just cannot afford to fight. I mean, you've got more than double the CS in the pocket of Marble than you do on Eddie. And the problem with, early game misfortune evident at this stage. And they're under the tower.
Calm down, guys. Calm down. The flash forward, the Cocoon, but it does unfortunately not land on who they wanted. The flash available there for Marble. Pilt over Peacemaker goes wide, but kill confirmed. The 90 caliber net, and Marble is out of there. All right, second attempt now, Marble. You're ahead. Keep this lead.
Yeah, look, being able to punish down in the bot lane. Yeah, I don't know. Things going pretty horrifically wrong for the bot lane duo of Eddie and Taki, but they just play so well in a team fight, and Histo getting too keen is just being absolutely demolished by Courage right now.
Flash forward, the Q lands, it's a solo kill. Courage somehow finds himself a solo kill, Fate getting chased, but not going to be able to capitalize on it as Gang now walking up, lands the Cocoon. Can he find any way onto Dire? The Repel would be there, but maybe a little bit too dangerous to get that far in.
Oh, Courage from the backside.
Courage is coming. Gang still looking aggressively. You see Taki trying to protect his mid laner. There is no flash available for this Leona, and a lot of damage coming down onto him. We'll be fine.
This is a shellacking from SoftBank in the early game, which, to be fair, is exactly where they were last game. They had Courage just pacing around the map, just absolutely demolishing. Yeah, I don't know why this Team Secret bot lane is just so inherently weak in the early game. This is the second game in a row where they've just been manhandled out of lane. And then for some reason, Histo thinks that he's got priority enough that he can go for an invade, only to be met by Courage, who just plays this perfectly, by the way. Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. Histo thinks he can get away the flash. Slow. The resonating, the Sonic Wave lands the second time. So there was no way that Histo was getting out of that. Look, at least he holds his sums.
This is true. Yeah, I mean, game one was a weird one. Game number 2, you're against Caitlyn Elise. I'm surprised you didn't look to lane swap in the first place. Again, you know, I keep harping on about lane swaps, but it seems like you get put against what is just an almost in... You can't compete. You cannot compete with the early game of Elise Caitlyn. Opting into the 2v2 lane, now down half the amount of farm. You've died once, your support's died once, and Marble's sitting here so comfortably that he is just raining hell on all of your towers. The bot lane tower, now the top lane tower.
Lord, this is a free.
Courage is here, they're going to find him, but Eddie doesn't have flash available to himself. So if this Sonic Wave does connect, could be problematic, but instead they're just going to walk this misfortune away from the tower. This is more minions that are going to be missed. It's gold once again going into the pockets of Marble on the Caitlyn. And, I mean, as long as he doesn't make a similar mistake to last game, SoftBank are looking really, really good.
And again, Dire's getting skill diffed in the mid lane by a Victor. Hits the rebuttal.
Okay,
What's that going to do?
It does rebut the laser, at least.
Yeah, this tower is free. So this is free Noxian Blessing at nearly 7.5 minutes. Because there is no way that they can actively defend this tower. Even with Histo there, it doesn't have 6 compared to Courage.
Yeah, and Taki just roaming mid, so they know there's no threat onto them. They're taking down yet another plate. They're down to the very last plate up in this top side. They got all 3 of the grubs as well, so this tower is dying just that much faster. Taki waiting in the wings for mid lane, but unless Fate just randomly walks up for no real conceivable reason, this is just going to be a whole big time waste.
Interesting. They're going to back here in this situation. Evie looking like he might be in trouble. Taki on the roam. Yeah, okay. So he's...
Okay.
Taki, buddy, come on, man. There was no way that you're killing a Poppy there.
Even if he lands that Zenith Blade, ironically, he would have been grounded under a tower and possibly killed. So
I mean, he had the Ignite, but yeah, no, there was no real kill threat there onto Evie. Which, I mean, it speaks to a desperation that is already creeping into Team Secret at this stage. I mean, they struggled early game last game. They're struggling early game this game.
Yeah, I mean, SoftBank just doing everything they need to do to try and secure this one for themselves. Obviously, Marble not quite getting that top lane tower as of yet, but we'll be able to get it on this next wave, as you see. On Eddie just trying to get any farm that he can. He's down so much. 39 to what is nearly 80 for Marble is the biggest CS gap we've seen today.
This has to be one of the fastest Noxian Blessings, not just in LCP, but competitive play this year.
Yeah, 9 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's just nuts.
Yeah, even when compared to before when you only needed the 1 kill.
Yeah, I mean, very few situations where the tower goes down that early. I mean, the gold gap is nearly, what is 3K at 9 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, Team Secret Wales, they're in one hell of a position. Evie looking onto Dire, won't be able to ultimately get onto him. A little bit too mobile here as this Mal. You have to respect the Medadas. Oh, hold up, maybe some play here. Gang, he will be able to get that repel out, and Courage is here. This could be a lot worse than Team Secret Wales thought it would be. It's a really good Dragon's Rage, but ultimately now having to run away is the bottom lane of SoftBank. Mainly due to Gang just getting almost one shot. Did manage to get out though.
Dire is getting manhandled in the mid lane by a Victor. I mean, I thought for sure Dire would have had the range advantage in that situation, but clearly he doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure on the inner workings of the Victor versus Mal. Evie playing aggressively onto Hero up in the top side, but shouldn't result in too much.
I mean, the amount of prior that Courage has had this game is just scary. As watching someone in the jungle. Eddie as well. Like, no lane for Team Secret really has priority other than Hero, and that priority is ultimately meaningless because there's no way that you're going to get the 1v1.
Oh, hold up, but Marble may have made a mistake. He gets capitalized on by Histo with the ult, and Eddie picks himself up a very needed shutdown.
So an injection, it's 500 gold though. That's still a 1300 gold lead in the spot lane, and they're looking for a dive of their own.
Yeah, Hero here to try and help out his mid lane, but the gravity field will land, and Dire's just going to be taken out by Fate eventually. One more Q will do it. One more E, even just anything landing, and we'll be able to get it eventually. Keep in mind, that's more than just kills for the Victor. It means 20 stacks towards his Hex Core upgrades, which is where Victor finds a lot of his strength as a champion.
I see. They baited Marble in, who could do nothing, and Yeah, unfortunately, brilliant use of the the Vi combo there, just being able to lock down this poor Caitlyn and then bullet time over the top. I don't know if Hizdo can take that. I suppose he probably could. Courage doesn't have the HP. But yeah, look, it won't be all 6 grubs for SoftBank, and I suppose that's some reprieve for Secret.
Yeah, definitely not for now though, as this Caitlyn is just free hitting onto this bot tower, claims another 2 plates. Marvel just completely running around the map as the Caitlyn, taking down the structures. Taki will be spotted on that ward, so no surprise Leona here.
I mean, still kinda over the wall with the Hex Flash, but I suppose, yeah, no 6 there means that Taki really isn't that threat. He's only halfway to 6, and Die, again, just taking damage, when in reality, he should have the mobility to avoid a lot of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what are Team Secret Wales trying to do here? There's an Ocean Dragon up that neither team taking either of... Oh, actually, rather, First Dragon did go over to Team Secret Wales, but no real way for them to contest this next Dragon, and admittedly, no real need for them to. They can happily give it over, and they should. They are down a considerable amount of gold, ultimately, in the mid lane. Look at the CS difference. Oh my lord, I've been steering down Marble CS difference. It is the exact same in mid.
Yeah, so obviously, Fate's figured out something that a lot of people haven't. That's Victor does reasonably well into the Malus, and to be fair, the kit does play pretty well. A lot of range. I mean, he does have pretty solid range.
I'm a bit surprised that that is the case, however.
Yeah.
It just like we saw, you know, Ari is reasonably similar range to Victor. Victor definitely a little bit more of has a little bit more range to him. But we saw how far ahead Fofo was able to get on this Mal. It's just day and night in this game.
Absolutely. Absolutely, but I mean, Hero having a decent enough lane. Yeah, the Bruiser chase back in. I don't know, like, it does feel like people are still trying to brute force him in, despite the fact that he's clearly fallen off a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, is winning his lane. He's up a considerable amount of CS himself. He has the most CS in the game, in fact. But you're
range
not playing
in the melee
around.
matchup,
Yeah,
that was
exactly.
expected.
Exactly. He is supposed to be ahead. Is it going to be ahead enough for him to be able to compete with pretty much entirely giving up your bot side and mid, ultimately? Well, yet to be seen. Evie now is the focus of a 3-man, but, you know, with a man with his experience, will be aware to it and back on out. And Hero as well is going to get zoned away from this bot lane tower. In fact, he's actually walking up to look for just some farm, and this could be really, really detrimental to him. Gang coming around. Is he going to be able to find a way in? The Sonic Wave does connect, but going to force out the flash.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that in this situation there's just nothing Hero can do. Other than, oh, okay, yeah. That's one way to deal with someone threatening your tower. And look, it might seem a bit cheesy, it might seem a bit off the cuff, but yeah, that tower staying up means that Eddie has to stay on this top side a little bit longer, and all the while Marvel is just controlling this bot side of the map while being shepherded by his jungle and support.
Yeah, now Eddie is being looked at by Eddie. Evie being looked at by Eddie, rather. Oh, these guys have such similar names. But he's going to back on out. We'll see if Gang does come out to the top side. The Hex Gate's there, being that it is a Hex Tech Soul. Means he will be able to get up there a lot quicker than General. Gang, I wonder if he actually saw. I think he did. There, yeah, there's pings going down. He's aware of their shenanigans, so that'll be completely fine. Now unleashing Marble into the mid lane. We'll see if Dyer opts to stay here. It might be a good option, being that, you know, ultimately Eddie cannot possibly hope to have mid control against the Caitlyn.
Oh boy.
Misfortune.
They've just wasted so much time just thinking about a tower dive on Evie, but he's just so tanky. Dyer, look, he's doing all right damage, but I think it takes so long for Dyer to be in a position where he can actually conceivably go for the execute that it still takes too long. Fun fact, not a projectile.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. I didn't know that.
I'd be interested to know if I wouldn't have thought that it does when it homes in, because still technically not a projectile, but...
Yes, that's a good point, because if you use your melee Elise Q on something while the Spiderling is out, it does jump to the target. So it could become a projectile at that point. It's just... I mean, you could test it out, I guess. We could go into practice till later and...
Oh, there's a lot of interactions that I think would be very interesting.
A lot of pink wards for this one area. Definitely not warded.
SHG have just been on point with the vision control. I mean, they've just controlled so much of the map, especially mid, especially these objectives. This is going to be spotted, and Team Secret are looking to collapse, but...
Okay, so this is where they can succeed. They can absolutely lock down Marble. They have the Vi, they have the Leona, so if you do manage to make it onto this Caitlyn, she will be stuck for quite some time. The problem is you got to try and do that through the Poppy and the Lee Sin and whatnot. So walking now into the river, doing a little bit of damage here as the Jace, but the Black Cleaver not offering all that much, really. All the stun landing, and oh my lord, this is now a free Rift Herald to the side of team of SoftBank, rather.
Yeah, yeah. Oh dear, this is getting bleaker and bleaker by the moment. I have to say, Eddie has done a phenomenal job of closing that gap. He was down, I think it was something crazy like 92 to 46 at one point, so exactly half of Marble CS, but I mean, he's closed that gap. It's still a 40 CS lead, but he's on the board.
Not 2 for 1 anymore.
Yeah, he's not falling behind in a pretty significant way. Rift Herald taken freely by SoftBank, who, again, are just dominating the macro. They really have this down, the slow burn game. And unfortunately for Team Secret, this is all hubris. They've just been falling to their own mistakes, and unfortunately, they can't thrive in the chaos.
Yeah, which is odd, right? Because generally, you look at last game and SoftBank, they started out very well, and you expect them to make it a bit of a slow burner. You don't expect them to explode the game in any stretch of the imagination, but unfortunately some mistakes cause the game to fall on its side. And I think, you know, going back to the room, everyone was told by the coach, you know, okay, get the same lead, play how you did, you're playing very well, and then just be a little bit more reserved. You don't have to force the issue. You can just sit there and hit towers. You can sit there and hit objectives. You don't need to force things, and that's what we're seeing here, and it's boding well for the time being. I mean, each time that an auto attack happens on the tower, you've got the 5 grubs burning away at it. This time you get the mid tower. All Elders now gone across the map. Hero will eventually get this top tower as Evie valiantly defended it for something criminal like 10 minion waves, which, you know, you don't typically expect.
I have to say, though, one good team fight out of Team Secret, and then this game is completely turned on its head. I mean, they've just got too much synergistically that punishes SoftBank. I mean, just the solar flare combo into the bullet time, then with Dire pumping out damage, getting that execute off. There's just so much that can go wrong.
For sure.
So SoftBank, look, if they keep playing the macro game, if they keep controlling the map, then yeah, there is a very good possibility they walk away with a victory here. But if Team Secret find timing, find positioning, this is just an absolute blowout.
Yeah, I mean, one positive this game in comparison to the last game is not all your eggs are in one person. So if Marble gets blown up and does go down early on into a fight, you still do have Fate, who will be offering a very good amount of damage, being, you know, he's 1.2k ahead of his direct lane opponent. A lot of that gold, admittedly, has been sunk into the Merc Treads, which you do have to question somewhat, but I do understand, you know, one team fight can topple just by getting hit by a rogue solar flare, so getting out of that CC a little bit earlier can feel very good. Eddie going to be repelled on, he's going to lose his cleanse and look for the turnaround. It's going to be a trade of summoners. Now Gang losing out of that flash, but a bullet time and a cleanse coming out of Eddie means the trade isn't the worst. And the upcoming dragon, actually the dragon's not even close to being up. They already took it.
Just got taken, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
the Khan maybe, I mean, if it was done on spawn, meaning that Eddie wouldn't have ult for it, but I doubt that happens.
yeah, I mean, we've only seen one game really where it was taken off rip, and they were very, very far ahead at that stage. Look, the Storm Surge coming up for Gang means that they're the threat. I mean, we saw how much damage was just dealt there to Eddie in a single rotation of abilities, so that threat is much, much scarier. I mean, it speaks volumes that Histo and Dire here, pretty well aware that they don't have to worry about any third party, don't feel confident enough to take down Fate.
Yeah, absolutely. Histo losing control over his jungle is going to be spotted on that pink ward, but realizes
He lost control of his jungle a long time ago.
Yeah, by trying to invade Courage's.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I understand high risk, high reward strategy, which is the name of the game for Team Secret, but there is a point where you just, it's too high risk and the reward is not enough. And Adakar will be spotted very, very cleanly by Team Secret. Great little ward there, but look at that, 4 traps in the choke point.
Yeah, I mean, sure, Adakar being taken, Evie is getting low, but oh, nice stun coming through there, does deny the Keeper's verdict, and they will be able to take down Evie, but the kill does go over to Taki, unfortunately, for the the side of Team Secret Wales. Bullet time now back up for Eddie, doing a lot of damage. And it's going to be Eddie who takes out the voracious Khan.
Okay.
Oh my, okay, that's how that one works. So the withdrawal comes through, but the cease and desist still does go off. But massive steal. I mean, not often do you see AD carry stealing these objectives these days, with the smite being 1,200, but this time does manage to get it done with the bullet time, and that's going to feel really good for Team Secret Wales. But
especially given they then take the inner.
Yeah.
So what happened? Oh, okay, so we're going to go back to this fight. Yeah, look, it was a Leona and a Jace beating down on Evie on that Poppy. There was only so much the Poppy could do in this situation without support. Yeah, cancelling the ult there. Great hold from Taki to deny any sort of, you know, real chance, but him stealing the kill. So goes over the wall. His toe. Oh no, the Vault Breaker timed out. So he didn't go over, had to flash, and ultimately died. So look, best of a bad situation, given that you still get the Khan. But yeah, Histo probably going to be smarting a little bit from the back of that. Oh, look at that. Oh, actually, no. Remember, SHG is 100% when ahead at 15 minutes.
Yeah, and they still are ahead, obviously, now having to deal with the fact that even if they do get a kill, quote-unquote, it's just going to be...
Oh, surely the turn and burn.
Oh, yeah, Fate is in a troubling
Surely,
position.
yeah.
He's gone, he's gone. Cease and desist isn't up, but shouldn't need it. And, oh, okay. Thankfully, because it's not up, he's actually going to be able to get on out.
So he burns the flash, but he had the Zonyas as well. Unfortunately, I think realistically, SoftBank was just too far attached for them to be able to collapse and make something off the back of it. But it does mean that in the coming fight, Fate is going to have a hard time either, you know, pushing forward and helping the team or falling back. Hero, great take of the tower. Evie's going to try and do what he can. Teleport
coming through. This is Fate coming in, but ultimately enough gap created, I believe, from Hero here where nothing really should occur. Flash forward. I mean, we really want this Jace kill, and it's not even a kill.
Oh, wow.
The problem. Courage down here. Sonic Wave does connect, but a lot used for no gain. And in fact, you'll may even lose this mid tower. Should be okay to get back in time should it marble, but I mean, that is a really odd series of events.
TP and Flash. Absolutely. And now, Team Secret are just edging out in the goal difference. They are still hunting Hero here.
Yeah, this is really odd to me. I mean, they probably
Oh, the withdrawal just ran out.
They are going to kill him, and this time, yeah, it won't be the respawn, and importantly, Fate picks up the kill. Evie more than happy to tank that tower. So gold does go down over to Fate, and that's pretty important, all things considered, but a very odd series of plays, I think, ultimately from SoftBank.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot just burnt for the top Bruiser. Yeah, Bruiser tank. He's got underneath his spare Fimbulwinter, so Black Cleaver and then tank Jace, which...
Yeah, Solar Flare comes through. Evie is just going to get completely one shot. Actually makes it out for the time being as Courage looking for something on to this jungler, onto his toe on the vibe, but won't be able to find what he was after. Sonic Wave connecting onto himself there as it was rebutted, and he's going to have to jump on out of there to make sure he doesn't get executed, but this dragon is going to be picked up by Team Secret Wales. And once again, we see SoftBank struggling to get through this mid-game against the VCS representatives.
I'm very confused. I'm so... I have to say, Hesto with a brilliant cease and desist to get out of danger there onto Evie. And so, yeah, Evie just too low. They fully commit onto it. Hesto in from the back line is well deep. He had no backup. Spots Evie as a way out. Does get out. And from there, yeah, just the damage pumping out onto the Courage forces him away. Baron is now up. Taki lagging behind a little bit. It just feels like SHG make one bad play and all of a sudden they're in desperation mode.
Yeah, it does feel that way. Now, the gold lead, while it is in favor of Team Secret Wales very slightly, the majority of that is on this Jace, and I don't really feel like the Jace is going to offer the same as the lead, you know, the 1k, the 1.5k that Caitlyn and Victor currently have. We'll have to see, though. I mean, Hero's played a pretty good game for himself so far. The amount of pressure he drew when he did get taken out in that bot lane was immense, and ultimately it led to the oncoming dragon they secured. But still, I think SoftBank are in a pretty comfortable position. Just got to really avoid the mistakes like they made just now.
I think the team, yeah, Hizdo's definitely righted the ship a little bit. He's feeling a lot more confident. Dyer as well is doing a lot. Taki and Eddie, I think they've just got a lot of movement speed on this Team Secret side. It means they're hard to pin down. Evie just taking so much punishment from range from Dyer. And yeah, I think honestly, oh boy, Yeah,
It's his shield, which is going to keep him pretty topped up in health. And now Dire's actually going to lose his teleport. Oh,
that's clutch.
very, very close. But we're still looking for Histo, and Histo should be taken out. Not really any opportunity to return the Baron, as this is your jungler going down. However, in the mid lane, the tower should be taken. That's a pretty nice pickup, all things considered, for the time, for the side rather of Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, I mean, Histo brilliantly plays his life there. Allows Dire to get... Oh, what a clutch teleport that was. But unfortunately, they just overcommitted. The collapse was there from SHG. And from that, look, you give what you can without costing your team too much. And that is something that Team Secret desperately needs in this situation, because they've multiple times this season overcommitted and cost themselves pretty dearly. So only losing Histo, who isn't having nearly the game that he was last game, you're not losing out on too much.
Yeah, absolutely. Here now looking for Fate, but Fate wisely backing away. Marble did lose Cleanse in the mid lane. I believe Solar Flare may have clipped onto him, as that ultimate is no longer available for Taki either. So, you know, making the best of a bad situation as Repel does come through. Gang going to dodge out a lot of the damage that Dire was trying to output.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure this Mel out at this stage. It feels like when she's super snowbally, she has a great game, but when she goes even or even worse off than her lane opponent, she really is just a non-factor. So, I mean, Dire has had an alright game to this point, has closed that gap pretty significantly. Okay, Histo, buddy, you are well behind enemy lines.
Yeah, we'll be okay to get out. I mean, SoftBank are admittedly struggling to contest the mid waves against the Mal. Very long-range champion, and no lifesteal available for Marble means if he does get clipped by any of these abilities, will lose a considerable amount of health and not be able to realistically regen it.
I mean, the other problem is that just, again, clumping is a big issue for SoftBank. They get caught out once by a Solar Flare bullet time combo. Histo, buddy, that's...
Yeah,
okay.
Evie going to be able to get the ground and the stun, and there's just too much damage. That is the most dead Vi I've seen in my entire life. Marble admittedly takes a lot of damage on the back end, but still Fate offloading so much himself as Dire getting chased down. The Chaos Storm's good. The Sonic Wave lands. It's going to be answered by the Flash away, but Fate will answer that one. It's a great gravity field. Stuns up Taki, and Eddie trying to offload any damage that he possibly can offer, but not going to be enough, as Hero, Taki, and Eddie now have to try and defend what is likely to be SoftBank starting up this Baron.
No, it's Gang losing a lot of HP as Eddie and Taki position aggressively.
Yeah, but
oh boy.
Evie's here. Evie stays around. Can we find a way onto Eddie? No, it's a nice sidestep. Evie does manage to get there, and Fate with the damage from that laser is going to confirm himself one kill. Now Taki goes down, and Hero is all that stands on the map here for SoftBank. 3 seconds until Histo does respawn, and Evie's going to be completely fine to get out of here. Let's see if somehow Hero and Histo can defend this. There is teleport available, so this Jace will be back and on full HP, but Evie, much to the sameness, can do the exact same.
Yeah, so they've got to... Oh my lord, just the damage.
Yeah, looking for Marble here. The one shot is just about there. The Baron, can it finish off this Caitlyn? No, the flash away is good enough to get Marble back to safety, and the Baron will be stopped, but not without taking one loss, as once again Histo is taken out. Oh! Oh my lord! The Repel saving Gang. Unreal.
That doesn't get much more clutch than that. And yeah, I mean, both teams feeling like they're making desperation plays. Yeah, Histo obviously misunderstanding the positioning there, and the bullet time ultimately, yes, does a lot of damage to Marble, but not the targets that it needs to. And from there, they don't have the security of a tower. Dire's already taken so much damage. Dire needs to play some dodgeball, honestly, because he's really struggling to avoid that damage.
Yeah, definitely is. And I mean, saving grace for Team Secret Wales is Marble channels the ace in the hole in front of Eddie there, and Eddie's bullet time almost just one-shots him. So I think without that happening, this is a whole lot more troublesome, I guess is a good word to describe it, for Team Secret Wales. But ultimately, that is what happened, so we'll be okay. Evie, there you see, with these really cool tank items, going to get shield after shield after shield and feel very good about himself with that Fimble Winter.
Yeah. And Hero, look, to be fair, I'm seeing a lot more value out of this Jace I suppose because we're seeing it go later game than a lot of the Bruiser Jaces have been going. So we're starting to see those items come online. Unfortunately, still, he gets shredded so quickly that it is much of a muchness.
Yeah, he is up an entire item. 100 farm. He's actually got a Flame Horizon over his lane opponent there in Evie. Courage, though, he's looking for something cheeky on the mid wave, perhaps. Isn't on any vision, but Eddie, realizing that there is treachery afoot, has not yet walked past where exactly the ward is.
I mean, the LDR up for Eddie at the moment, and Taki just positioned
Courage
wrong.
found his way in. The Dragon's Rage is fantastic. No protection from Taki there as Courage finds his way in, finds the assassination. 4v5 now, as the rest of Team Secret Wales have a lot of work to do to be able to defend this base of theirs. SoftBank marching in. His toe you see on the side there. It should just be the inhib, likely the Baron to follow. Still 4 members alive. Dire as well as Hero will be outputting a reasonable amount of damage from range, so possibility of trying to deny this Baron is there. There's also a Smite steal capability that Histo has. They already did manage to steal away the Utter Khan.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Eddie was the one to do it, and he's unfortunately dead.
Yeah, but Histo's here. They don't know. Okay, now they put down the Oracles. They will know that Histo is in the back lines. A lot of damage trying to be output by Hero as well as Dire. They find a good amount onto Fate, who does manage to drop the Chaos Storm. It has been the Baron stopped here by Team Secret Wales. Down will go Histo, though, as forward on will SoftBank march. Dire in a dire position. But Evie will be turning around, maybe attention back towards this Baron. Eddie back on the map, though. So still, it is a 4v5. They managed to stop it one time. Teleport coming in as, once again, Fate looks to join the rest of his team. Get his health bar nice and topped up. Very scared to walk in the side of Team Secret Wales. It's going to be up to Taki to do that, as Hero does slowly but surely join the rest of his team. Evie taking a lot of damage. This Baron is going to go down. It will be for Poppy's life. And can there be any more exit kills found by the side of Team Secret Wales? They get a nice route onto Fate. He's going to lose his Zonyas for the time being. The bullet time is fantastic. The bullet time is more than fantastic. It is absolutely melting through these health bars of SoftBank, and a shutdown through to Eddie. But a massive chunk of damage back as Marble threading the needle with so much of this Caitlyn's damage. Still, Hero going forward. The execute's not there thanks to the safeguard of Courage on the Lee Sin. And so 3 members of SoftBank will be able to narrowly avoid devastation as they do secure the Baron and get away.
I mean, even the fact that it's 14-5, it feels like a lot of these fights are just coin toss. Like, one good misfortune bullet time, and it's a completely... To be fair, they do waste a lot dealing with Evie. They have to, unfortunately, and while that's happening, the Baron does get taken. I mean, you see the bullet times. A lot of these have been near misses. Taki, yeah, look, does get great damage out onto Fate and Courage, but they just don't have the follow-up. Gang, pretty much a freebie. Eddie just takes so much damage from Marble in these fights, and yeah, just narrowly avoiding that execution there. That execution onto Marble definitely would have given a huge injection of momentum to Dire.
Yeah, absolutely, but luckily, safeguard there. Fate, he's having a laugh for himself. I wouldn't be. This game is not yet finished. 3 Barons up, Fate, Courage, as well as Marble with them. But the Solar Flare comes down, and down will go Fate. That's a massive shutdown, as it's going to be Dire picking it up. The stun lands as well, and down will go yet another. It's Gang next, and Evie so low at Team Secret Wales. They may have found the miracle fight. It's a triple kill coming through from Dire, and once again, Marble left with everything left to do, but his two coming around. Smite available for that slow. Will land it, will land the Vault Breaker, but might just go down. The immense amounts of damage that this Caitlyn is putting out is still being felt. There's no one there to follow up, and still 1 Baron left alive. Dire trying to catch Maple, won't be able to do so.
A negative 3k gold swing off the Baron play. I said it. One good team fight, and this is just a completely different ball game. And this is hubris. Fate having a little giggle to himself. Yeah, oh, Solar Flare. Oh no, everything on my face. I am dead. The team too close. And if you are SoftBank in this situation, what is your worst enemy on the Rift right now? Choke points. Do not walk into choke points without vision, because we've just seen what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. They do lose the fight. Thankfully, Marble not going down here. There's no follow-up for Histo, who goes way too far in. And Marble able to clean that one up. But the picture-in-picture, while that replay was being played, it's the Dragon found for Team Secret Wales. Now 3 apiece, 1 off the Ocean. Oh,
They've
Hex
taken
Tech
the
Soul.
lead back again.
Both of them, yeah. Ahead are the side of Team Secret Wales. And, you know, now the gap between the ADs and the gap between the mid laners aren't so extensive. And you still have this massive Jace, rather, to try and deal with. Dyer, he's just sitting there, outputting damage. It's not all that much, but over the course of a team fight will be very, very significant.
Well,
See him
it's
still
starting to
doing
rack
it.
up.
Yeah, it definitely is.
But Caitlyn, I mean, all but full build, just the Lord Dominic's, I would imagine, now to be finished. Yeah, he's not playing silly anymore. Eddie caught by the Sonic Wave. Evie rooted up as well. This is a problem. If Team Secret split the difference here and get caught by Courage, that could be an absolute game ender. But right now, Hero playing on the front lines, he's an absolute unit.
Yeah, sitting at roughly 5k HP. Feels great. Courage looking for a flank. This could be what they're after. We've seen him find one really, really successful Dragon's Rage kick already this game. But rather, the Baron buff now gone from Marble. There's nothing left for them to do. Seemingly in the bot side, everyone is just going to take recalls. It's 1.5 minutes until this Baron buff.
I think this might be the second Rabadons we've seen all split in the hands of Fate now. Which, I mean, it's a huge amount of damage. The Void stuff is not far off either. I think if Dyer... what do you reckon? Is Dyer going Zhonya's next or Rabadons? Oh, Courage.
Hold up. I don't know about Dyer, but I know Courage is being looked at. The flash away for him. It does mean the trade of ult for flash, but the ultimate for Vi will ultimately be up essentially at the same time as this Baron, whereas flash will not be for Courage. So Eddie just has a lot of a easier time here as this Misfortune. Look how fast he is.
Yeah, Hero just throwing the gate over the wall to give that little bit of injection of speed. And, I mean, the Bloodthirst shield is going to nullify a lot of that ace and the whole damage. So still, I mean, look, team fight is going to be that much more secure for Team Secret unless Histo overextends, which he's made the call, push into a bush and play safe. Yeah, so Courage now no longer has, you know, the insect play onto Eddie, which means that they're... Oh, Histo. Histo is flirting with disaster right now.
Yeah, not showing on vision, though, until exactly the right time, luckily. Evie's not going to overextend there. Still, I mean, it's so close. While team fights generally you'd favor Team Secret Wales, hold up. We're going to find an engage here. It is onto Hero, though.
Oh.
And the bullet time! Oh, my God! He manages to find the kill onto Gang. That's at least now removed from the equation. And so will be Evie. It's a double kill over to Team Secret Wales. And once again, SoftBank, when you just think they have what it takes, they unfortunately relinquish control. And it's Team Secret Wales who run away with it. So much used to try and take down Hero. But it's not going to be enough. He is able to get out, and he is able to secure his team this Baron.
Team Secret, the undeniable LCP comeback kings. How many times have they been down, and how many times have they bounced back? I mean, Hero seemingly feels like he's overextended, caught, and then boom, Eddie on the bottom of his screen absolutely melts these 3 big important players on SoftBank, and they isolate Evie off the back of it. There is nothing SHG can do to re-engage. And now, I mean, you look at it, Fate and Courage gearing up to try and find a 2v1, just anything that they can possibly take on the map. And this is already a drastically different shift in how this Baron play has gone. The last one, going SHG's way, was a minus 3k gold swing. This one is already up 2k.
Yeah, and Team Secret Wales, they're only up 3k. And ultimately, the side of SoftBank, they still have a massive, massive victor to try and get this one across the line. But they have to be able to find a way to utilize it. Eddie getting awfully close, flirting with danger here as the rest of SoftBank and the rest of Team Secret Wales will be all converging on what will become possibly the last fight of the game. It's the Hex Tech Soul, which neither team wants to deal with. Hex Tech Soul when you have a Mal, Hex Tech Soul when you have a Victor. Very, very difficult buff to try and make a game successful through. Histo very aggressive on that top side, looking for a flank, but Courage is going to find him. no real damage to be dealt between these two junglers, but it does mean that the Dragon cannot conceivably be started. Hero is getting looked at. Fate's going to lose his Zhonya's, but he's doing a lot of damage. The bullet time's there, but it's a flash away, and Fate might have just saved the game. It's a really, really nice Chaos Storm! But Marvel is going to be exploded still. SoftBank, they are finding a good fight for themselves, perhaps, as they do take down the support. But here comes the Mel! They executes there. Eddie with the double and still full on HP. It's Team Secret Wales. They take the team fight win. They're marching down the middle lane, and they might just take the series.
I mean, look, all you can do is sit and try and distract if your gang right now goes golden. But Team Secret have their eyes set on a greater prize. That is the Nexus. It looked like it could have been disastrous there for Team Secret. They engage onto Fate, force him to pop the Zhonya's. Evie comes in, ults the majority of the damage dealers away from the fight. But then all of a sudden, Hizdo in the backlines jumps onto Marvel. And from there, Eddie comes in, collapses and sweeps it out. Team Secret, the comeback kings of the LCP.
Yep, they managed to do it once again. Both games starting behind, managing to find ways back in slowly but surely. And that man there, Eddie on your screen, what a performance from him. He started the game being doubled in CS. He's Misfortune against Elise Kalen, and he suffered bad. But you get to those mid-game team fights, he's finding amazing bullet times, he's getting the kills, he's getting the gold, and was able to just run away with that game, never miss positioning in those fights, and completely stomping his lane opponent. Looking at this Team Secret roster, they are making a great argument for being contenders for the title.
Team Secret were down gold. Not once, but twice, and then still brought it back. And for the first time, you know, for SHG, they were 100% went ahead at 15. Now, unfortunately, they're 50-50. And look, yeah, definitely a lot of concern for SHG. You said it was going to be a 2-1. Yeah, no, there was no doubt. There was no doubt. Team Secret are just unflappable in the face of adversary.
Yeah, though it was a very, very well played series by them. I mean, ultimately, I think they do need to go back before their next game and work on a lot of things. I think that's a massive problem, and against a better competitor, if you are down that much, you are just getting wiped. I think CFO, Talon, you know, the likes of Vikings as well. If you are falling that far behind, there is near on no chance that I'd give you to be able to win that either of those games. But here, against, you know, SoftBank, who are just, I test the weaker team, they were able to do so, and I think it's good for their mental fortitude they're able to do so, but again, some things to work on for sure.
Yeah, my big takeaway for Team Secret is never let Hero play Ambassador again, because he looks good on pretty much everything else, but for some reason, the run-it-down mentality invades his brain when he's on the Ambassador. I don't know what it is. He makes questionable plays, he's mispositioning. Yes, he's great in a team fight, but in the 1v1, when he's isolated and alone, he just makes these bizarre plays that ultimately end up costing him. And the fact that you look at everything that was stacked there for SoftBank, that just wasn't enough.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think as well, talking about Hero and Jason specific, probably the best Jace performance we've seen post-nerf. He was up a ridiculous amount of gold, and partially, you know, I think Evie dropping a lot of minions to come and play with his team and offering those minions to Fate and Marble a lot of the time. So it does make sense that he's down so much minions himself. But Hero was just running away with it. He was getting engaged on and still living pretty much every time. In fact, if he did die, it was minimal amounts. He definitely did die in the bottom lane, and even that time, right, where they committed everything to kill Hero, it was a positive play for Team Secret Wales, who then were able to get the Dragon and the mid tower, and it's plays like those that ultimately cost SoftBank the game, because there's no real reason we needed to concede the Dragon there just to all in and 3-man dive a full tank Jace on the bottom inner tower.
Yeah, but it wasn't just so much the dive. They chased him the entire length of the lane just for a chance, didn't get it, and then came back again. So yeah, Hero just soaked so much time. A much, much better showing from him in the second game. So I don't know whether the coach pulled him aside, you know, grabbed him by the ear and said, listen here, play it smart, and he did. He played this brilliantly, and I mean, we just saw, this was really that turning point. They caught out everyone that they needed to. Courage couldn't do anything, Fate couldn't do anything, and they got a shutdown, and you know, that's what you get for, you know,
having a little giggle to yourself and then walking into the enemy jungle with no vision.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just criminal. It almost feels that this game ended up going the way of Team Secret Wales, I think.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that in the Dragon Pit. So obviously, Histo got 1v1'd. He then catches out Courage of the Dragon Pit and hits him with the thumbs up emoji over his corpse. And yeah, Eddie, undoubtedly the MVP of this series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, rough game two, or rough start to both games, but truly turning it around. Like just what a performance by him to be down so much, but still come to these team fights and offer ultimately the amount of damage he was able to offer there. I think just very, very impressively played, as we'll hopefully see some of his highlights eventually.
Yeah, I mean, the bullet times were so divisive. We constantly split the fight. And this was such a just criminal steal out of a misfortune bullet time. So jumps over. So, yeah, I don't quite know. So someone did a little bit of extra damage, and then he caught it with the last bullet of that bullet time, and then getting to see some interesting interactions. Yeah, Histo, I mean, I think this was a much weaker showing than last game. He definitely was having a lot more impact, but I think vision control was a big focal point for SoftBank in that game, and as a result they were able to find a lot of big opportunities. And yeah, unfortunately at the end of the day it's not enough when you just walk into a choke point and funnel a huge amount of gold into an AD carry who has been just famining the entire game. And to be fair, I think it almost entirely came down to the fact that Team Secret did draw this out as long as they did.
Yeah, like even here, what a fantastic fight out of SoftBank. You know, they get Evie onto very, very minimal amounts of HP. They turn it around, they kill absolutely everyone except for Hero, but they still weren't able to get anything off the back of it, which is the impressive part for me. Team Secret Wales, despite being so far behind, were never really relinquishing that much in terms of these objectives. This fight here, I mean...
They did give Eddie an insane amount of freedom this game, which speaks volumes, because we've seen so many misfortunes really struggle to find those openings for clean bullet times. I don't think that there was a single bullet time cut short this game by Eddie, which just speaks to how much freedom he had.
Yeah, I mean, just well played by him. And it's... You got to be questioning things now, right? SoftBank, their final game now is ultimately going to come down to a battle of them versus DFM. You know, they're both from the same region, originally the LJL. And they are the two teams that are ultimately contesting for this last place in the playoffs. And we will get to see DFM tomorrow, I believe. If they do win tomorrow, then they're almost...
We see them.
Oh, was it next
game? So yeah.
Oh.
So it's a double LJL day. Unfortunately, I think they go up against GAM, which
they're looking pretty.
Yeah, GAM are looking pretty clean. Yeah, I don't know. SoftBank. It's going to be interesting to see how that head-to-head comes together in terms of that sixth place contention, because I mean it is literally the last match that these two play, which is Saturday. They go head-to-head, and unless out of nowhere DFM can take down GAM, that would likely seal the deal on who makes it through.
Yes, absolutely. Now, here on your screens, it is the next team we will see. Detonation Focus Me up against GAM. But before we do get to that series, we are going to take a break. And when we're back, we'll see, can this side of DFM get themselves that sixth place ticket?
Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. So don't you tell me what I don't know, 'cause I don't wanna hear what I've missed. I bet Diddy had champagne poppin'. I bet Bieber had all the girls flocking. I bet Khaled had every key unlocked. I bet Hova had beat throwing up the rock. I bet Oprah was handing out cards. I bet Bruno was headed to Mars. Bet my night wasn't better than yours, 'cause I ended up spending it alone. But how was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century, and there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad Won't you tell me what I don't know? 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I missed.
You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. All this game up in my pocket, bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. This game fits in your pocket, guaranteed to watch it. You know that I got it.
Came through stunting with the moves you ain't never seen. Handle so dirty, jumper wet, so I keep it clean. Hand down, man down when I come through dripping. Back turn on the oop, I'ma catch him slipping. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster, they can't even court ya. I did it for the. I no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster, they can't even court ya. I did it for the culture. Yeah.
You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. All this game up in my pocket, bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it.
I want it all. Fight to the finish. And don't make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this. And they watch it over and over. Over and over. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. I did it for the culture. You know that I yeah, you know that I got it. Yeah. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. Did it for the culture. Get my husky on, yeah. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. The world is watching, so ain't no stopping. Push the pendulum of progress, now they clocking. Used to be sold objects, now we got options. The elders dream Barack's success as they got auctioned. Some things we'll never know, our history they rarely show. Eeny, meeny, mighty, mo, police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow, Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still to go, one thing that I know I go. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Gotta apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, this where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it. From a people born in chains, feels so good to see some change. Eeny, meeny, miny, main, reparations run that change. Black Wall Street, they burned our banks, bring us equal mortgage rates. Huey Newton paved the way, what else can I say? I go hard. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. ancestors that's up above. The ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood.
Free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky. We can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high. Let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine. Let freedom ring. Better by and by. Oh I let freedom ring. No freedom without the sacrifice. Going through the motions, internalizing the pain and strife. Getting over all the hate can cut the tensions with a knife. Love can win and change it all if only we could get it right. Changing our position, recognizing the vision that beyond all of division, our dreams will come to fruition. And if we can change it all, these walls gon' fall. We find it straight before we know it, we be standing tall. Like the tree next to the still waters running deep. Future's right in front of me, clear as day is gonna be. Better days a million ways, climbing up the mountaintop. Nothing we can't do, and know that we won't stop. One thing about it, yeah, it's two things for sure. We're no stranger to the struggle, from mistakes we can grow. Bringing truth to power, level up is part of the game. Open up your eyes and know that things will never be the same. Hold up, free.
っていうのはやっぱり強いなっていうことは思ってたので LGL とそこを加わってレベルはとても上がると思います
나라 대항전 느낌이 있으니까 좀 더 약간 책임감 있게 해야 될 것 같고
自分もこれからもっとレベルアップしていかないとなという気合が入っている気持ちでいっぱいです
チームメンバー、トップのレイファーキーさんは自分からしたらお兄ちゃんみたいな存在ですね
약간 피드백이 좀 빠르더라고요, 친구가. 한번 말해주면 그거 기억해서 시도해보고 성장할 수 있는 친구라고 생각이 들어서 개인적으로 좋아하는 선수입니다.
自分は結構連戦などを一人で耐えて集団戦で活躍するというプレースタイルだと思ってたんですけど個人的にやりたいプレースタイルはもっと一人でゲームを動かすような攻撃的なプレイヤーになりたいと思ってるのでそこの変化を見て楽しんでいただけたらなと思います
관모는 이번 처음 들었는데 계속 이제 한국에만 있다가 이제 해외로 오는 것도 처음이고 배우면서 약간 서툴지만 좀 많이 말을 하려고 노력하는 스타일이고
그럼 제가 원래부터 좀 주도적인 선수였고 하자고 하는 성향이 좀 강해서 인게임에서는 주도적이게 설계하는 역할을 맡고 있는 것 같고 그런 거를 바탕에서 좀 디테일한 것 뭔가 하나하나 다 조용하면서 할 수 있는 게 저만의 장점이라고 생각합니다.
AD キャリーに新しくミラン君が入ったんですけど
自分の役割やっぱキャリーというロールではありますけど自分のやらないといけない仕事をちゃんとやって自分の余裕を持ってキャリーをするっていうのが大事だと思いますね
아리아 선수는 이제 제가 느끼기엔 가장 재능 있는 선수 같아요.
DFM 내에서 제가 맡을 수 있는 역할이 이제 저도 되게 경험을 많이 쌓았다 보니까 어느 정도 중심을 잡아줄 수 있는 게 제일 크지 않나라고 생각을 합니다.
サポートのハープはフレンドリーな感じで面白い人ですねチームの中でも一番コールもしますしエンゲージのチャンスもずっと見てくれるっていう頼もしい人ですね
아무래도 서포터는 이제 좀 팀한테 약간 잘 맞춰줘야 된다고 생각하거든요 정글이랑 서포터의 합이 제일 중요하다고 생각하는데 관모 약간 잘 도와주면서 게임하다 보면은 뭐 그게 약간 좋은 결과로 이어지지 않을까 생각합니다
팀마다 고의 색깔이 다 다른데 그런 팀들 중에서 강팀들이 서로 만나서 경기를 하는 거기 때문에 되게 흥미있는 게임이 많이 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
물론 당장에도 물론 자신감이 있지만 멀리 본다면 더 강해질 수 있는 팀이라고 생각하기 때문에 굉장히 재밌을 것 같아요.
저는 이번에 DFM이 LCP 리그에서 성공을 거둘 수 있을 거라고 생각하고
성공의 의미는 이제 저는 롤드컵 출전하는 게 가장 큰 목표로 두고 있거든요.
決して弱いチームだとは全く思ってなくて、やはりまず1つ目の成功は LCP リージョンで優勝すること、チャンピオンになることなので、
その成功のために全力でやっていきたいと思ってます。
Đầu tiên thì em nghĩ là em sẽ cảm thấy rất là vui vì sẽ được nếu mà được thi đấu ở LCP năm sau các thứ.
Mình rất là hào hứng khi mà sắp có cơ hội được thi đấu với rất nhiều những đội tuyển mạnh ở những khu vực rất là mạnh.
Em cũng đã chuẩn bị cũng như là em đã tập được những cái mà về chiến thuật, về cái cách mà em vận hành đội hình khi mà bước vào trận đấu.
Còn em trông chờ thì em rất là mong vào đến thật nhanh ngày 16, 17, 18 gì đó tháng 1 này.
Hiện tại thì team của mình có 7 thành viên thi đấu chính thức tính cả mình.
Em nói từ trên xuống dưới. Kia thì kiểu ngầu, chỗ dựa vững chắc.
Giống như kiểu khi mà mình gặp khó khăn thì cứ nhìn về Kia thôi thì mọi thứ nó sẽ ổn hơn rất nhiều.
Khi mà em khi mà đi đường với tới lên bên kia thì em rất là để ý và rất là kiểu quan trọng về cái việc đi lane và cũng như là tìm kiếm lợi thế trên lane đó. Thì điều đó chứng tỏ việc em cũng rất muốn solo kill top lane bên họ.
Kiểu đúng là chỗ dựa của team.
Em thấy anh Khánh là một người đội trưởng khá là có tâm và có tầm, bởi vì anh ấy là một người luôn dẫn dắt đội, luôn có những cú call mà khá là hiệu quả và luôn đưa team tới chiến thắng.
Emo thì đi mid. Còn về Emo thì trẻ, nhiệt huyết.
Tuy là ít nói chuyện nhưng mà khi nói chuyện thì mọi người đều hiểu cười á, kiểu vì hay nói xàm á anh.
Ares thì cũng ngầu luôn.
Anh rất là trưởng thành về lối chơi á, kiểu như là anh là một người đi lane hay và kiểu như là anh đưa ra quyết định rất là tốt, và những thứ đó em nghĩ là em sẽ cần học hỏi về ảnh nhiều hơn.
Anh Hưng thì Hưng thì kiểu
em nghĩ anh ấy là một người chơi khá là thú vị, nhưng mà em sẽ không tiết lộ gì nhiều, em sẽ để cho mọi người mong chờ hơn khi mà được xem anh ấy trình diễn ở LCP mùa sau.
Team em nhìn ra cũng ngầu quá. Hưng thì ngầu, anh An thì dễ thương.
Chọc cười mọi người khá là nhiều, kiểu là hay làm cho mọi người có cảm giác tích cực hơn anh.
Mặc dù là em đi ở vị trí là xạ thủ á, là một vị trí mà cần được dồn tài nguyên, nhưng mà so với tính cách của em nó tác động vô game nhiều á, nên là em thích hậu cần, nghĩa là hỗ trợ về mọi người nhiều hơn. Và một hỗ trợ là Elio.
Em thì cũng dễ thương. Em đánh giá vậy.
Bởi vì Elio thì mọi người thường đánh giá thấp Elio và bản thân mình thì đánh giá rất là cao Elio, cũng như là mình tin rằng Elio sẽ làm được điều bất ngờ đến cho các bạn fan hâm mộ.
Đối với fan GAM thì anh nghĩ là khi một đội tuyển thành công thì đối với họ là những cái người mà cổ vũ họ, giống như fan GAM Farm á, thì rất là quan trọng đối với GAM.
Thế là khi mà em đang cảm thấy là được nhiều thứ như vậy á, thì em sẽ cảm thấy thi đấu nó rất là tự tin á. Em sẽ cảm thấy là kiểu như mình không có gì đã mất hết, mình có nhiều tài nguyên như vậy thì lý do gì mà mình không chiến thắng những đội tuyển khác. Và ở LCP sắp tới là một cơ hội để khiến cho các đội Việt Nam có thể chứng minh cho mọi người thấy như vậy.
Hy vọng là mọi người sẽ vững tin vào GAM và mình tin rằng GAM sẽ giành được chức vô địch tại mùa giải năm nay. Cảm ơn các bạn.
If you want it faster, say the word. If you want it louder, make it hurt. If you want to ride the wave up high, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride.
getting ready for game number 2, series number 2 even, as we do have GAM going up against Detonation Focus Me, and this is the game of the series for DFM, because if they do secure the win here, they are all but sure pretty much to secure themselves that 6th spot, barring a disaster tomorrow.
Well, so, I mean, the moment, the difference is 1 and 4 each of them, but SoftBank have won 3, lost 8 games, whereas Detonation Focus Me have won 3 but lost 9. So it comes down to points as the first head-to-head tiebreaker. The second one then comes down to who has won the most games against the other. So if SoftBank, obviously, well, if DFM do not win anything today, they then go into it. It purely comes down to the match on Saturday. Whoever wins that will likely take that 6th place spot. But if somehow it is just going to come down to who wins that, I think, at this stage. I as much as I want to have faith that DFM can take a game against GAM, here GAM have just looked like the more consistently solid team.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely agree with that. Now, there are aspects of DFM that have been consistently solid, however, and that namely is Aria, as well as Guwon, the man on your screen here that will be playing for that 1v1. I think ultimately those two in particular have stood out as the X factors of the team, majoritively playing together as well. If they were able to find success, most likely would be through them. Now, on the other side of things, as we do see even in the 1v1, these junglers are both very capable players. Levi, everyone knows Levi. He's been around the scene for years and years and years, and he's been at the very top of Vietnam for the entirety of the time, and you can expect that he will not allow Guwon to get up to that much in terms of shenanigans around the Rift. 1v1 seemingly going to be Briar versus Ribbon.
Yeah, not really a champ that I would have expected the Briar for that to come out. It can be a little bit, of a punch yourself in the face champion while you're punching the other person. So, damned if you do, damned if you don't. But maybe it is that variety, spice of life type situation where that could be exactly what they need to unlock a win here against the Ribbon. Not really 100% sure that's the greatest of matchups, but we'll see.
Yeah, I would definitely favor Ribbon. Now, admittedly, on a map where there's not a whole lot of access to healing, just those heal pads. Briar has healing in her kit, so we'll see. Back in the 1v1 of old, the old Nunu, I remember Soaz in the very first All-Stars.
Oh my lord.
Winning throughout that 1v1 tournament by picking Nunu and just out-resourcing his opponent. So we'll see if much the same can happen here from Guwon. Will be interesting to see.
Double Doran's longsword versus Doran's shield, Doran's blade, longsword. So a little bit more defensive capabilities, I suppose, out of Levi in terms of just a little bit of extra block damage. Barrier Ignite for both, no surprises. Conqueror for both, pretty stock standard, honestly. I mean, to be fair, Briar still hits pretty hard and does have the ability to, create a bit of gap.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what this Briar is able to do. I mean, I'm kind of excited. There is definitely an angle I can see Briar having some success, although after landing essentially everything you'd want to and going pretty even.
Better
a little
even.
bit concerning.
Yeah, I mean, Guwon does undoubtedly come out on top of that trade and is now being a force of evil, zoning as best as possible. But, I mean, realistically, with that support from the tower, there's only so much you can zone. Great little jump out there from Guwon. Hits him with the Ramus emote.
Yeah. All is going away.
I think this is likely just going to be a bit of a wet noodle fight until we sort of hit 6 or someone makes a misplay. I mean, a big misstep here could cost a lot of HP, so you got to be careful.
For sure. I think at those level 6s, though, you have to favor Ribbon, ultimately. She has a very strong combat ultimate, whereas Briar not so much, but Levi not quite able to dodge out of that W. Does mean he takes a bit of damage.
Yeah, I think it just in the all-in, Guwon just has a little bit more in terms of freedom with the kit, just being able to dish out punishment. And yeah, look,
Levi
that's so brutal.
Everything, though. Oh! The heal pack. Oh, it's a disaster, but Guwon on the upper foot now. Definitely.
Sad B indeed. Wow, yeah, that all-in potential, just the chase down as well. Levi very, very lucky to escape the way he did. Unfortunately, it doesn't really create a huge, I suppose it's going to get probably some plates off for Guwon, so a little bit of an injection of cash. And yeah, Levi decides that he can't quite leave.
Yeah, admittedly, right where Levi is now doesn't feel particularly attackable, being that Briar has no real out if she's in.
Oh, the 6 is there. And that is a
see.
very stacked minion wave as well, so this should be at least one plate, if not a couple.
Go on, maybe actually killing out this minion wave a little bit too slowly.
Yeah, I think he's just playing it way too slow. Does deny the cannon at least.
Yeah, that is a lot of gold. However, again, I think pushing it in quicker and going for those plates may have been the better option.
It feels, I think Guwon's just bounced the wave here effectively. So he's going to get the plate. It should bounce back to him now, but unfortunately, I think it's been cleared a little bit too fast here. It's still going to end up, I think, ultimately pushing back in his favor. No, never mind. Yeah, he's just going to play. He's a real nuisance, old Guwon.
Levi going to commit to the base, and as soon as that happens, Briar is going to munch up this minion
Oh, he missed the
wave.
cannon.
Yeah, a little bit annoying, but, you know, Levi, I mean, actually, he'll make it to his.
Oh, will he?
Yeah.
No, he's going to miss the cannon.
Oh, my lord, it was close. Okay, no harm, no foul then. All things even.
This is going to be one of those 1v1s where we're cheering on cannon kills. We've had a couple of games where it's gotten to the point where it's almost, you know, cheerful wartime.
Yeah, still, I mean, this could be very explosive out of nowhere, though, admittedly, with the champions we're seeing. We'll see Ignite now back up for Guwon, so definitely an angle of which he can look for that all-in again. You saw how close he got last time. And he's going in again. There's no stun available for Levi, and a great disengage as Broken Wings do come out, but not able to follow up because of that disengage coming through from Guwon, and he's going to be okay to just heal back his health off these minion waves.
Yeah, and I mean, he has that ability to, you know, head back to the fountain and then come back in with the ult just to close gap towards the tower if he lands it correctly. Levi steps out of the bush. Guwon has the chance to do something very silly right now.
Run under a tower?
Look, anyone's got the potential to do it. But again, he's juggled these minion waves pretty well in terms of keeping Levi on the back foot. I mean, yeah, the gap's closed in terms of CS, but I think gold-wise, Guwon has landed much more in terms of cannon gold, and Levi's just trying. He's trying to find something that alters a wee way off cooldown. Oh, there you go, a little bounce onto Guwon, but unfortunately, it's Briar.
Yep. Ultimately, Guwon not going to be really feeling the effects of that. Should be completely okay.
That's crazy that Levi is this zoned out of the wave.
Yeah, it's just a big wave, and ultimately doesn't have Ignite or ult available, whereas Guwon does. Means there's no real way for him to win a straight battle.
This has to be the biggest wet noodle fight I think we've seen in a 1v1.
Yeah, there was almost a kill.
Oh, what a stun. I mean, Levi's getting out some good damage, I must admit. But I think when Guwon gets his first item up into the one, like the all-in onto Levi, Levi might find himself in a bit of trouble, especially, you know, given that Guwon still has both summoners. Okay, never mind. Levi's just coming off cooldown now.
Yeah, we'll be back. No ult, though, still, as, yeah, these cooldowns getting lower and lower for the Riven makes the job for Briar just that much more difficult.
Cannon gold, baby. Yeah, I think Guwon's making the right call here. Back to Fountain by, get back to lane, has the Eclipse as well, so we'll have that.
Okay, can he land the ult?
He doesn't. If he can, I definitely think he can win this 1v1.
Yeah, 100% with the combat advantage. Levi, though, does just have E.
Oh, that's a bold call.
He's not going to send it, seemingly. Guwon comes back, though. Oh. You see them both just smiling the whole time. They're enjoying it. I'm sure neither of them knows which champion wins at this point either.
Okay.
I would favor Riven, personally.
I don't know. So you've got double Doran's Blade, Ruby Crystal for Guwon, where it's just Doran's Shield, Doran's Blade off the back of the Eclipse for Levi. I think if he lands this combo, Levi, yeah, absolutely just obliterates Guwon. But the all-in poke that Guwon has, which is jumping in with a stun, and the amount of sustain that he has as well is a bit of a problem for Levi. It's crazy that this is going to go to sudden death. I mean, you can already see the zone making its way on.
Yeah, definitely a little problematic, I think, for Guwon. I imagine the straight all-in, Levi has to be favored.
I mean, the level advantage is there for Guwon. I mean, it's much of a muchness. Both have already hit 11. There we go. Levi's now 12 as well. This is just absurd. Bone plating down for the moment.
Look at that cool little graphic on the minimap.
That's brilliant. We love it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Guan has to go.
Lands the ultimate. Goes with the barrier, and you're seeing, I mean, he's trying, but this is not even close for the time being. Although the Eclipse Shield coming up. Oh my lord, it's just Jova. There's absolutely no way. And Levi gets that last hit. Gets himself the 1v1 win there. And with that, GAM secure the side selection.
With how drawn out that was so anticlimactic at the end. You're like, yeah, Guan's got... No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. It's just Levi. Levi doing Levi things on the Riven. And yeah, I mean, Riven is just proving itself to be such a nutty 1v1 champion. I think almost only second to Draven, I think, at this stage.
Yeah. I mean, what was the other one we saw that was very strong? We've seen another...
Kled.
Champ.
Kled's had a couple of pretty big moments.
Yeah, there was. I mean, even the... Oh no, the Mel lost, right? The Mel just got magic resisted and lost.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean...
It's a tough time.
For sure. Draven, Kled, and yeah, the Riven has looked
Darius
pretty
hasn't been too bad either.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting, obviously, with the Fearless Draft, you know, seeing those champions whittle away at the 1v1. When we come to, you know, like the last play day, what's going to be left for teams and going from there. I mean, ultimately, we haven't seen a huge detriment in missing out on side selection. The teams that are the top of the league prove that they can win regardless of where they start. So, yeah, look, Levi, he's just been solid. And in the 1v1, he just keeps that going.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, yeah, again, GAM will get side selection. So they'll be blue side. I can almost 100% guarantee it. Meaning that DFM have to find wins on the red side again. Arya. On the red side, would not hate to see him get red side 5th pick, because I think if this guy's set up for success, then DFM have the best chance.
Yeah, do you want to know a scary stat, though? Now, we talked about it in the last series. You know, win rate, win ahead at 15 minutes. For GAM, it is 100%. For DFM, it is 40%.
Ooh.
So they've won 2 out of 5 games where they've been ahead. Or however, 4 out of 10. I don't know if that's what it is, but either way, it's got to be 2. It's got to be 2 out of 5 games because they're 3 and 8 at the moment, which means that they've only won 2 games where they're ahead and they've fumbled 3 where they weren't.
Yeah, that's really sad, right?
So they fumbled 3 where they still were.
Yeah. That's unfortunate, really, in many ways, because this season could look a whole lot different for them if not for those blunders, I guess you'd say. And I mean, here, they don't really have room to make mistakes anymore at the tail end of the season. They're sitting down. I believe they are 7th right now, although because SoftBank just lost, they're probably 6th right now. But
yeah,
if they were to lose this, they'd be sitting in 7th. And still, ultimately, they do have a shot at making it into the playoffs if they were able to beat SoftBank tomorrow. And to be fair, you know, the Chiefs could just somehow find form and beat CFO as well as Vikings, and they'll be also in the conversation. But in the reality I live in.
The reality we all live in.
Yeah. It all does come down to probably DFM versus SoftBank tomorrow. Now, if they do find a win here, though, that would be very big. And it also has implications for GAM as well, who are contesting with Team Secret Wales to try and find a higher seeding going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to me. You look at the standings at the moment. Chiefs are undoubtedly the lowest. They're at the bottom of the leaderboard at the moment. But there are a number of statistics where they actually do beat out DFM and SoftBank in certain situations. I mean, they more often than not have the first tower than either of those the Japanese teams. SoftBank has a 61% rate with first bloods, which is just mind-boggling. That they're still struggling, you know, to close out games this much at the moment. I mean, feats of strength, SoftBank are actually winning that one, but DFM, 16% of the time they've had the feats of strength come online for the team. Yeah, just categorically across the board, there's numbers where you'd think that teams that are doing better would be doing better, but they're not. It's a bit rough.
Yeah. It has been a rough season for the 3 teams at the bottom of our leaderboard, but ultimately, we get to see another one of them now, and they can redeem themselves. If they were able to pick up a win against GAM, I think that's a massive confidence boost to their players, which, of course, if they do make it to playoffs, you'd really want. You'd want to know that you can go against these teams and actually take them down. And I'm sure in scrims they do that. I'm sure they go against a bunch of these teams when they're scrimming and find a lot of wins, but it doesn't matter if that's happening in scrims. Ultimately, that needs to be translated onto the stage. You see the parts of this roster coming together. You see Guon and Arya in particular, oftentimes carrying games, even when they're losing, oftentimes having very good games for themselves. And it feels like maybe a lot being left wanting around the Rift. And you know, I can't fault Kakun too much because he was a literal last-second sort of signing where, unfortunately, Milan's suffering from some health issues, couldn't participate, which, you know, we all hope he does get better. But Kakun's come in, he's got a pretty rough role to fill, being that last year this roster had Utapon, who is the most historic Japanese player of all time as their AD carry. And I think for the most part he's been doing a serviceable job. Not the greatest of games, but not the worst either.
Yeah, look, it's a rough situation to be forced into for sure, but I mean, it's one of those situations you either get up to scratch quick or unfortunately you just flounder and sort of just fall out going into the remainder of the split, especially in a situation where you are staring down the barrel of potentially losing out on playoffs contention going into your final play day. You want that secured beforehand. If you can avoid having to go down to a head-to-head matchup, that is ideal. But, I mean, GAM, look, I think of all the teams in the competition outside of, you know, Chiefs and SoftBank for DFM to take on, this is probably the best chance that they have of pulling out what will still be an upset, because I still think there is a bit of a gap between the top 5 and then going down into the bottom 3, because GAM, while they have looked more consistent across the board, they've also still had moments where their failures and faultings have been even more egregious than DFM's.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we do head into our draft here for game number 1. Cassante will not be seen in this game, as we see the same fate for the likes of Aurora, Ash, Vi, but Skarner remaining open, and Levi gets... Somehow this man is allowed to pick Skarner when nobody else is. I believe this is his 3rd game of Skarner now, potentially even 4th, but I'm pretty sure 3rd.
Yeah, no, this would be his 3rd. Unfortunately, Skarner still has an abysmal win rate. Kaiser immediately locked in for Kakun. I think they've been listening to what we've been saying about Varus and how things have been going on the whole for Varus, which is not great if you are watching at home. Varus has been bullied systematically over the last 6 or so play days.
Except for Eddie was bullied, but then
popped up.
He was not. Yeah. He was bullied until he became the bully. Kaya gonna get his Rumble as well. I mean, we're and the Corky. I mean, I'm feeling very scared for DFM here after just the first 3 picks, because I'm not sure what you can really pick to answer this.
Yeah, unfortunately, already this is turning into just the most terrifying draft, I think, possible for DFM. I mean, the team fight already is just so scary. Rakan, Kaiser coming in for the bot lane. GAM. I'm really not seeing a heck of a lot of threat out of this team. Kaiser, Rakan is a rough lane, but they have the counter pick, so they aren't going to be feeling too bad. Zhao is good, but also is still fairly limited, especially against a Skarner, who is going to have that much more presence and ganking. Udia Poppy coming out in the 2nd ban phase. I mean, Poppy banned away against the Skarner Corky. A bit rough.
Yeah,
I suppose. Yeah,
I'm getting a little worried as to what we can pick up against the Rumble in lane. Being that the Udia's taken away, the Cassante's taken away. Typically 2 champions that you just pick into it because they survive.
Alistar. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think they're reading this as a Corky mid potentially, which, to be fair, not uncommon at all.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it can go either way. And so I don't think there's any AD carries you're particularly worried about, because you can just lane swap if worse comes to worse. And you might even want to, considering almost certainly you're getting a really poor top lane matchup.
Yeah, I do rate the Ornn going into the mid to late game, starting to get those upgraded items online. Could make for a very scary team. And Sion coming out into the Rumble.
So this strikes me as we just want a lane swap.
Yeah, absolutely. The problem being that, I mean, Kakun's limited range compared to whatever they see is coming from GAM, which likely just could be a Varus because it's still up and available.
Yeah, but they're not lane swapping to punish the Rumble. They're lane swapping to free up both the Kai'Sa as well as the Sion is going to be suffering in either lane.
Oh, no.
The Caitlyn, yeah. Okay, so we just have to lane swap now. What is the follow-up pick? We saw the Elise, which did really well until it didn't.
LeBlanc, come on. It's made its way to the LCK. It's meta, surely. Look, there are options. Brom's available in terms of...
Rel isn't
yeah,
even the worst,
yeah.
but you might just want to pair the range with range. You can go something like the
Elise,
Light.
okay.
It's going to be the
Yeah.
Elise again. So.
It's just the Yordle Snap Trap, Elise Cocoon combo is just too scary.
Yeah, yeah. You kind of just get one shot. I mean, this game, I really do hope we see the lane swap. We saw MF, who is strong in lane, get completely bullied out by this exact lane matchup. So I think you just
off
do
the back
want
of
to
a
avoid
bad trade, arguably. Like,
Sure, but you just can't take a good trade is the problem.
Yeah.
There's no way to trade positively into Caitlyn Elise. And
Azir mid.
Azir, I mean, Aria's Azir has been good. He's got a lot of work to do. It's a fine matchup into the Corki in general. Does suffer early game, but I say that every time we see the Azir and it comes into late and it's really strong. Plus, you kind of do need another source of damage to ever truly think you can get through the Skarner health bar that is going to be an absolute monstrosity of a beast to deal with. So I like the DPS carry coming through.
I feel like it puts too much pressure on Aria this game. There is just too much that he is going to have to do to enable the team. I mean,
Ray Farkey should be enabling the team.
Yeah, but I mean, when it comes to just 5v5 team fight, Aria's Emperor's Divide is going to have to be just ridiculously clean. Otherwise, you've got an AD carry who is realistically not going to get close enough to be caught by the streamer shuffle. If Elise gets caught, you've got the repel out. Ray is going to be, you know, chucking the equalizer down anyway, so he's quite happy to just be in the thick of it because his ultimate just enables teamfight so much more. Skarn is hard to kill. And then you've got Corki, who's insanely mobile. So realistically, this is not a easy game for Aria by any stretch.
No, it definitely isn't. But I mean, it feels like
it was never
felt
going
like
to be, let's be honest. But
yeah, they've pinched themselves a little bit because they have to pick a mid lane with mobility because there's a Skarner. So immediately you need mobility, and the only other real option is Ahri, but you just don't have the damage on Ahri to ever kill a Skarner realistically, so you're kind of forced to pick Azir. And I think it's a fine Azir game ultimately. The Caitlyn, if you do catch her with the Emperor's Divide, she will just melt. She doesn't have any way out of that. The 90 caliber net is a pretty fraudulent escape tool. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of used more for the damage that it gives you by guaranteeing a headshot.
You stack it, Cocoon into Yordle Snap Trap, into the net and then into the Snap Trap. And yeah, you just stack the headshot proc. So it's really, more enabling that damage. But yeah, I think the biggest problem for DFM is they just stack so much responsibility on Aria's shoulders because Karkun obviously coming in to replace Milan. They quite clearly don't have the same level of faith in Karkun as they did in Milan. And Ray, it just feels like it's a very top-sided map stacked. You expect much more out of Aria, Gawon, and Ray than you do out of the spot lane, which is a bit rough, I think, especially in a matchup like this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ultimately, the bot lane should probably get out of lane free. I think you just look for a lane swap. The Rumble's going to do a little bit better than the Sion, but ultimately neither one of those champions should feel particularly diveable. In fact, if you did look for a dive, it's most likely Kiaya that'll be going down, and even if on the rare chance that Ray Farkey gets taken out, well, he's Sion and gets to take the entire minion wave anyway. Let's have a look. Both top laners are meeting up at the top side.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not expecting anything crazy here. I mean, it is an Arcane Comet for Kiaya rather than, to be fair, Conqueror doesn't feel amazing on Rumble at the moment, especially when we're seeing so many, lane swaps coming into play. We'll just allow a little bit more in terms of damage output if someone gets too close. But yeah, I think DFM need to go commit to the lane swap because they are just going to get destroyed. If Karkun misplaces even just a little bit, he's dead.
Yeah, absolutely. Levi will be getting a ward down. It's going to be matched, and the lane swap will be coming through as we hoped, because we saw what a strong lane champion or a strong lane AD carry does against Caitlyn. That's not the word. How much a strong AD carry does suffer against the Caitlyn lane, especially when paired with an Elise. That when you have a Kai'Sa, you just have to avoid it. There's no two ways about it.
I mean, Gilon's day is just made. His top laner came unleashed. Like that's not something you see often much, nowadays. But yeah, no, DFM revealed themselves. Ari already taken some poke from Arias in the mid lane.
realistically,
Puff, of course.
the opportunities for RS to get poke out should be fairly limited. And yeah, look, they bring Kiaya down. They don't want to risk it. Just get him a bit of EXP. Try and get that level 2 going as soon as possible. Got him.
Ooh,
Bam, got him.
Okay, that is actually a really big disaster for Aria, because already, you know, as this lane progresses, he does get chunked down to very minimal amounts of HP. And now it's just going to be even worse. This wave as well for Reifaki seemingly is going the opposite direction. Maybe it isn't. I didn't really get a full vision of it.
Oh.
But
Aria's just taking so much damage.
yeah. Yeah, this is a little bit suffering, and a little bit more suffering than generally you would have to deal with, because those 2 electric harpoons did connect. But still, I mean, Kiaya's just bot lane at the moment.
Yeah, he's teleporting back, so because the wave's about to crash, so it would be foolish for him not to be there. I think this might be a bit detrimental for DFM, because not only that, he's outmaneuvered Harp in this situation, and he's going to start getting what little he can. No way they go for a tower dive attempt here.
Yeah, I'm not so sure this works, as they don't take a massive amount of damage, and it does set up for a potential redive. There's no teleport available for Kiaya on this Rumble. If Guwon does come over here and look to punish, that certainly is an angle to do so, and will almost certainly get at least the flash, if not a kill on the back end of it as well. And you see Guwon, he's skipping his Krugs, so this is going to be detrimental to his game if this does not pay off. So, I mean, onus really is on Harp. He's got to land this grand entrance, set up for Guwon. Guwon's going to be able to stack up the knock-ups. We'll be able to just confirm it here. Ignite comes down, the knock-up, the follow-up's fantastic. But have they got the kill? Yes! And will they get out? Yes! It's fantastically played. They're able to punish. There's no teleport. And Reifaki even claims one for himself too, as DFM have magnificently played this early game.
That has to be like the most low-effort Scion kill I think I've ever seen, because it would have been all the tower. Maybe he gets like the shout off and it knocks a minion into poor Elio.
But you have to wonder how that ever happens. The Elise has repel and flash. How does Elise ever die here? Goes in, gets the repel off now. How takes another tower shot.
The ignite.
Because of ignite, and no one hit him in the meantime.
Oh, that's rough. A 2-for-1 trade across the map. You slow down Kiaya and just inject gold into Ray down in that bot lane.
And DFM, they've started this game off magnificently well. We'll see if they can sort of capitalize on this advantage they've found themselves in better than their adversaries in SoftBank were able to.
I mean, it's an uncharacteristically poor play. Well, it's not even necessarily poor, it's just poor management for GAM. I mean, Elio, for the most part, has been a pretty standout support in the league at the moment. Especially when he gets his Bard, he just had some absolute stunner moments.
Gets
and now,
the knock up, there's flash available for Kiaya. So, but once again, if this lane state gets slow pushed back into Kiaya while Guwon is on the top side of the map, this could be another dive. There is still flash available, but we saw just how easy it is to execute on. Guwon stacks up the Q, auto attacks for that knock-up, followed up by that grand entrance, and all of a sudden, Kiaya is just taken out. And keep in mind, he still doesn't have teleport.
Guwon is heading topside of his Raptors now, so they can look to make something happen. RS trades evenly, realistically, and Kiaya,
Oh. I mean, he might just have to accept his fate here and take the recall. I think just a poor mismanagement of his health resource. Reifaki once again being looked at, but he's able to dodge out of the stun. Elio once again going to be forced to repel, but this time the wave management, the tower damage is going to be very well managed. Guwon now looking for Kiaya, gets onto him. One more auto attack, flash not available, and there is the flash for Kiaya, so Guwon not able to follow up on that one. But still, while Reifaki does go down, it's a lot of minions.
Oh my lord.
And Aria! We've looked at him to be that X Factor, and X Factor he will be as Ares gets swept up into the tower. It's a solo kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's ult timing at its finest. Ares is just, he's off the mark. He's leading in CS, but he just doesn't have the experience. Oh, because Kiaya roamed mid, soaked XP, and ultimately gave Aria Emperor's Divide just that little bit before.
Level 5. Look at this. It's going to be off the back of one minion, perhaps. He's biding his time. Gets the minion very soon.
Oh my lord.
My god, it's so perfect. This guy is such a good player.
Aria the supercomputer. That was the most calculated move I think I've ever seen in the mid lane. And as a result, yeah, gets himself a huge injection of cash. DFM, look, they give over the Void Grubs, but who cares? Their lanes are going swimmingly.
Yeah, absolutely. Guwon, importantly, did pick up one of them, so will not be both going over, and Feats of Warfare is going to be secured for DFM off the back of Aria's solo kill. So ultimately now they are leading in terms of potentially getting that Noxian Blessing.
Yeah, I mean, the big damage on the top side tower as well. Lane swaps come through, so Ray is going to catch that wave as Kiaya does make his way up there. I mean, it's not a huge disparity in the top side, but Ruby Crystal Cloth Armor is only going to do so much against Kiaya, especially given that 6 is just around the corner. Ray has almost, he has an entire level on Kiaya at the moment. Despite dying twice, it's purely because he can just get a Glory Beyond Death and pick up a minion wave.
Yeah, partly that, and also partly he didn't go and share XP at any stage, so while zoned off the wave and not getting any of the minions, he would have been getting XP nearly the whole time the first couple of waves were crashing. Whereas Kaya wasn't able to do the same, so many different factors, but I think ultimately DFM, the map's going very well for them. The gold lead, not that significant, but with the advantages they're finding, certainly can look to balloon this in the near future.
Lane swap right into immediately, you know, Ray collects the wave and then heads down bot. They're going to send Kakun up on his lonesome. You can see Harper's a bit detached. So Kaya, I mean, there's a possibility where the equalizer comes into play, and if he lands a great flame spitter, he could have made something, but no, backs off, plays it safe, knows full well that they're going to look to try and exploit him. And Harp
looking for Arias here. Aria does have the Emperor's Divide, does have the flash, but in the meanwhile, they are losing this dragon and no look to contest at all. Possibly an angle with it. They need to find something somewhere. Rayfaki takes a lot of damage, but he's actually going to take even more and even more, and the Ignite comes down, and the Peacemaker connects! But the health pot, second wind, Doran's shield is enough to keep him up. Kaya, realizing he is the point of weakness on the map, is going to equalize the first minion wave, but unfortunately there's another one coming. There's no flash, there's no ult. This is pretty clinical as long as there's no massive mistake. The knock-up's there, the knock-up's there, the kill is as well. Harp unfortunately takes that one, but getting the job done nonetheless.
Oh, this could be the play.
This tower is dead. Not able to save the tower.
Yeah, look, it was a try. It was a valiant effort from Ray to try and deny that, but ultimately GAM will walk away with the first tower feat of strength there. Now it's going to come down to the objectives play, which at the moment GAM leads, having taken the first dragon.
Yeah. And look, while yes, they give over the tower first, when you pick Caitlyn Elise, you're almost certain to get the first tower anyway. So the fact that they have done this lane swap and so consistently hit at it means that they do get a tower in response. It's not the first tower, they lose a little bit of gold in terms of that, but still Kai'Sa gets some gold from that tower going down. It's also an objective off the map as well. And so you don't feel too terrible, all things considered.
Collector now finished up for Artemis, which means those near misses no longer become misses. Unfortunately for DFM, they're going to be a little bit cleaner. Nash is out for Aria and Kraken, of course, in the hands of Kakun, who is struggling a little bit in this matchup, but look, he's got 2 assists. Unfortunately, his lane opponent has 2 kills.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, and as well as the tower gold will be playing a part as well. But still, I mean, ultimately, again, if you played just regular lanes, 2v2, he'd be down even more. So you honestly don't feel too hard done by it. I think DFM doing a good job to respond to the fact Rayfaki's being heavily targeted and dove on repeat in bot lane to do much the same for themselves in the top lane.
Posturing around this top river brush.
Oh, it's a nice decimating smash. It's onto the Skarner, who isn't taking all that much damage. Aria's going to have to jump over that wall. Found himself in a bit of a pickle, but will be able to do so. And now Void Grub's up, means there could potentially be a big 5v5 fight oncoming.
More than likely, Elio on this Elise has a limited capacity of usefulness, whereas you look at Harp, grand entrance quickness, he's going to be doing a lot to just lock down this team, whereas for Elliot, it's sort of that one cycle, get a bit of damage out and then look to wait for cooldowns. A lot of posturing, but the wave clear is pretty solid out of GAM, so they will create themselves some space. Second lot of Void Grubs up. Elio needs to get some vision down to enable the team, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And this could realistically just come down to a trade of the objectives, but in goes the quickness, in comes the grand entrance, and out will go Artemis. It's a shutdown picked up by Kakun. The trade will be good there as Harp is taken out. Flashes away though from that decimating smash, and Guwon is in there. He gets the knock up. Can he get one more auto attack? The Cocoon's good enough to stop him, and Levi has stopped them in their tracks. Ray Faki once again with a massive smash, but it's going to be a 2-for-1 as so many near misses. DFM do not take the team fight, but they should be able to get the objective.
Absolutely, and I suppose it's one tick in the box for the feat of monster slaying, which is better than nothing. But Levi coming back off that gets himself his heart steal. He's that much harder to kill. Big shutdown going into the pockets of Kaku, and he's still 400 gold behind. But look, you make the most of the opportunities presented. Arya going down is a bit rough, especially with Empress Divide still available. So a missed opportunity on the whole. I think that could have got a lot better for DFM. But I mean, this was a great setup. Artemis walks straight into the decimating smash. They knew Ray was posturing around. Actually, maybe they didn't. He would have walked on the backside of the brush. So I think there is a reality, yeah. Just purely because of vision control. They had no idea. And top side.
Yeah.
Another free kill on the Ray.
Just Arya, look at Levi's reaction times to stop this though. Just completely shuts him down. Could have been a disastrous play there for the side of Team Secret.
Wow.
As a GAM, and yeah, Ray Faki just far too pushed up, never taking a reset, well off the timer, and will just be completely annihilated.
Unfortunate. He's going to kill some spiders, I suppose. Better than nothing.
Yeah, something that, sometimes needs to be done. Especially in this area of the world.
Yeah, look, we're pretty all right for spiders, honestly. It's the Chiefs that struggle a little bit over there. But right now, I mean, look, GAM doing a great job. They, in fact, have the gold lead now because they've been playing this so cleanly. Or Cocoon off the mark down to Kakun. But Levi here, Arias as well. This is going to be a brutal tower dive.
Teleport available for Ray Faki, and maybe just going to have to need to commit it. He hasn't yet. Instead, neither has Arya. They're just both okay at the moment, staying in their own lanes.
Oh,
and Artemis takes a massive chunk of damage. Unfortunately, that ramped up tower, no longer as weak as it used to be last split, is going to be heading like an absolute freight train. Ray Faki, succumbs to his will, and he's going to teleport up top and meet this minion wave. Let his bot lane go to the safest side of the map for them. Dragon is on the map, up and available. It's the Infernal Dragon, as GAM did secure themselves the first. They're possibly planning to get themselves the second. On the other side of things, though, DFM looking to pick up that first and stop the Dragon stacking coming through, which very rarely can become a win condition for any team.
Oh, if DFM do steal this Dragon away, that would put them one Monster Slayer away from the Noxian Blessing, which, I mean, I think at this stage DFM need everything they could possibly get in this situation. But GAM, I mean, realistically, their team fight is that much scarier with the Equalizer in play, and if they can find positioning in a choke point, DFM just melt. They just don't have the survivability for a full force Equalizer.
Yeah, so Levi posturing, he's looking for something. The rest of the team dealing with this mid wave as DFM going to be late to the play, but able to get the Dragon first. The stun lands onto Heart. Decimating Smash will go wide. They're not able to find a way in. Unstoppable Force. Not going to be able to find anything. Does split the difference. Still, this is a disaster. Harp just gets gobbled up by a Cocoon and follows an absolute death. Ray Faki as well without ult doesn't have any realistic way out. And GAM, they're able to turn this one around. Looks very, very good. Levi even looking for more. Not able to find it though for the time being. Akalia taking a decent amount of damage from the tower. This should just be the mid lane inner going out, or mid lane outer rather. Should be met by a sandcastle.
I mean, 45 seconds to Herald. That opens the map for GAM to really threaten it. But, I mean, look, a little bit slow, I think, on the trigger there for the Dragon. I think realistically GAM had the better team fight in that situation. But off the back of it, DFM missed position in a pretty egregious way. I mean, Harp's too far forward there. And I don't know quite what the game plan was from Ray. I don't know if he fat-fingered it, whatever the case may be. There was really no kill threat there. Harp goes in, gets caught by a magnificent stun, and just eaten. Yeah, that's rough. And the zoning ult from Kiaya catches 3, and Ray just cannot cross it without risking death and dies anyway.
Yeah, taken out, and Artemis is going to be very happy with the amount of kill gold he's securing himself as he finds himself up an entire BF sword, essentially.
What do you mean? It's all the collector. It's nothing to do with him. No, but I mean, Artemis playing Caitlyn exactly the way you meant to. Oh dear.
Levi finds Ray, but that's definitely not the ideal target. He is stunned up for a long time and will just be completely annihilated, however. Definitely not the tanky Scion you wish you'd had at this stage of the game after how poor the early game has gone for him. Now the Rift Herald all but certain for GAM as they take a stranglehold on the game. 2K ahead, but certainly making it look like a much different game. A nice knock up here. Going to be able to get one kill onto Elio as he does mount to that ignite, but Levi comes in, finds Guon, definitely not the ideal target. Have a watch for this impale, and they do land it, but Guon manages to get off all that damage reduction that comes from his ultimate, and so ultimately will be able to stay up and available for the rest of his team.
Yeah, unfortunate. Oh, Levi, buddy.
Right, got to be careful. He's going to take a substantial amount of damage here, but doesn't get knocked up, so is feeling okay. You see Arya waiting in the wings, possibly looking for a Shurima shuffle, but Artemis is a little bit more wise than he perhaps expected. Oh, look at the gardening Arya gets to do.
Yeah, man. Flowers upon flowers. And I mean, look, I was pretty critical in that last game of Hero on his last series of Hero on his Mbessa. This is a 1-5-1 sign, which to be fair, look, you're expecting to die a lot, but he's been dived so many times for free. Oh, Arya's.
Oh, Arya's with a nice Valkyrie. Isn't going to fall victim to another Shurima shuffle. Although you could see blood in the water there, did Arya. Not able to collect anything, however.
Yeah, Infinity Edge finished now, though, down the bot lane for Artemis. That suddenly becomes a lot scarier. Those headshots just hitting him that much harder. And I mean, the fact that your Scion top lane has been forced into a Randuin's first item, that's pretty bleak, honestly.
Yeah, bleak's one word. I mean, it is very good against Corki and Caitlyn.
Yeah, but if you're a Scion top lane, you are wanting to build something else first.
Yeah, definitely. It's not typically a first item, but just with the lowered income he gets, that actually is probably the best he could go for, ultimately. Falling very far behind the state of this game, and you're seeing it in the levels. He is the lowest level on his team, barring the support. Definitely not an optimal position to be in. Does hit level 11 off the back of that wave, though, so gets that rank 2 ultimate in and is slightly tankier.
I mean, every role is winning, bar the jungle, which is, I mean, perfectly fine. I think it comes down to that 20 CS, and it does entirely. I mean, you've still got 6 assists and a kill on Levi at this stage, who is, again, having a pretty phenomenal game, but that's to be expected when he's picked the Skarner for free. Rift Herald does go down. Levi is going to help escort it into that inner tower in the mid lane, but all of DFM is here. Artemis is going to keep pumping out damage onto this tower, has the zoning of the traps as well. DFM
they just
in a rough spot.
They just get the tower. Unfortunate for DFM. They don't feel like they can really answer it, and Ray Farki's going to face check into a substantial amount of damage coming through from these harpoons, especially considering he has no magic resist. Arya as well, just taking more and more damage from the rocket barrages. Artemis is a superior range, and the Dragon all but sure for GAM now, as they truly are taking this game and running away with it.
I mean, the Feet of Monster Slaying, Ray's just taken so much damage. He's bleeding so badly. And yeah, Feet of Monster Slaying would come on into effect for either team if they do take the Drake here, but this has to be a super clean fight.
That smite from Levi down now, but there's no real way for DFM to get into this Dragon pit, and so that's going to be the Noxian Blessing going over to GAM. They get the Dragon. They are truly in a dominant position here, and Arakan spawning. It seems like GAM are heading up to get themselves control over the top side after already using one turn in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's the boring Arakan again, unfortunately. To be fair, there was a lot of action, but not nearly enough. Levi, he's just standing there. 3 members of DFM all around him, and he's just a Skarner. He just takes no damage.
They're heading this Arakan.
Yeah,
DFM have no idea.
Yeah, DFM's only option is to take mid lane. That is their only option. They cannot afford to team fight because into choke points, into Skarner.
All right, it's time. But this is already gone. They're too late to the play. They're going to see it, and now they're going to turn around. I mean, if they had immediately committed to mid, this could have actually been a very decent play for them.
They're still going to get it.
Yeah, but they could have got multiple. They have Demolish and... Yeah, I think just...
Oh, wow.
I'm aware of what's going on.
GAM immediately turn and pivot this into a top inner because there is too much time taken, and even with just 2 grubs, and the fact that Artemis is as fed as he is, they can just shred this tower. My God. What should have been an inner mid lane tower for DFM off just letting them take Artican has turned into an inner top lane for GAM, who just identify that the mispositioning is there from DFM.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate scenario to be in. Ultimately, they should have been aware to the fact they're going up to that top side, and Artican was a possibility with how strong they are, but a little bit slow to react to what was going on the map means that instead of getting potentially 2 towers for the Artican, they get 0 and lose the top.
Bleak times for Japanese fans here in the LCP. Last series obviously not going very well for SoftBank, and things not starting amazingly. To be fair, it did start reasonably well with a great dive onto Kiai in the top lane, but then
that's been the story of the whole day.
Yeah, look, it's just a tough time to be a Japanese esports fan, I think, is the main takeaway.
Now, this voracious Artican does suggest that there's probably going to be some form of heavy commit tower dive up in the top lane. If it goes well, they might just end the game. It's a stun onto Arya, but he's able to get on out of that with the shifting sands. But Rayfaki not going to be able to land that decimating smash. Still a bit of damage onto Levi. You never hate to see that. Arya going for an interesting build. That is the equalizer committed for the wave. The tower's going to go down. No health really lost. Levi not going to commit into 5 people.
He did flash ult over the wall onto no one.
Oh.
Yeah, as they pushed that tower. But he was a little bit missed because it just genuinely did not connect with anything, unfortunately. But yeah, look, I respect it. You've got the Artican. It was a third of it left. It's almost done now. But you get the very last tower outside of the base for GAM. I mean, they are just so accelerated at this stage.
I'm intrigued by the fact that Shadow Flame is the choice of item here for Arya. I mean, truly going for a one-shot, essentially, just to provide more damage onto those carries. But Skana is a big issue, and, you know, Kakun can eventually work his way through the Skana's health bar. It's going to be a pretty tough task for the time being.
Yeah. In the time it takes for a dragon to respawn, maybe. There's just too much damage threat for him to actively have that time to sit there, and there's just not enough setup for DFM to make that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Arya's going to have to find an insane engage onto these 2 carries, do a lot of damage, and then, you know, if you eliminate the carries, all of a sudden, yeah, Kakun will be freed up to wail upon Levi and his gigantic health bar.
To be fair, I think Levi still probably takes that fight, honestly, with the Unending Despair and the Heart Steel. He's going to be hitting pretty darn hard.
But sure. Next dragon spawning in a minute. Baron also in a minute. Both teams will do either objective exceedingly quickly, being that they have the double AD carry set up. Levi waiting in the wings here. Harp could be in a lot of trouble. Could be definitely in a lot of trouble, but able to get away with the battle dance.
I mean, you look at it, Kiai feeling confident enough that he's gone Sork Boots, and he's well on his way to his Blackfire Torch as well. I'd imagine that's probably what's coming up next. Oh, Guon. Guon takes so much damage. RS, he's hit his power spike. He's then also starting to build up. I would imagine it's going to be Lord Dominic's regard. I don't think there's enough healing that you need to go that alternate route, but who knows?
Yeah. I mean, Baron spawning and GAM seemingly happy to take that objective. There is the dragon on the other side of the map, but I'm pretty sure they're happy to give that over if it does mean this Baron buff can be secured by them. Kaya, though, might just solo out the dragon. You see him already waiting there to start it up, and will do so. GAM just having control over both sides of the map means, really, DFM are just getting strangled out of this game.
I mean, they're already strangled out of this game. They're almost 5k behind. The gap just grows moment by moment. Even if they were to start up this Baron, I think Kiai gets in position with the equalizer that they are. So they're now on a choke point in vision, and you've got Levi on one side, Elio on the other, and an equalizer that is moments away from dropping on their head.
Yeah, so they can finish this off. It's what do they lose for it?
Oh, wow.
Nice smite means that they are able to secure it. Kakun gets out of the pit. He finds a lot of damage onto Levi, and it is the heist of a century. It is the absolute heist of a century. No one goes down. They only lose 2 flashes for that. And all of a sudden, somehow DFM can actually play.
You know why? Arya, Giga Brain, Emperor's Divide onto Levi, who just cannot get through that wall now.
But he was in the pit though. He was still in there, and it was a smite difference.
I want to see the replay because I'm pretty sure he actually no. Okay, so interesting that Rumble is gone. You know, that more offensive build. Honestly, the fact that he feels comfortable enough to go Riftmaker is bold.
Yeah, I mean, it just does a bit more damage to tanks, so he'll get through Ray Farkey a little quicker, and you know, Ray Farkey ultimately with what is essentially just a null magic mantle in terms of that magic resist. He'll be getting completely shredded. That's Levi. We are not killing that guy.
That is ambitious.
Oh.
That is also ambitious. But it is, yeah, going to give DFM some breathing room. They will be able to start collecting some of these towers. I really am a bit gutted that we don't have that replay because, yeah, I think largely Aria was the one that dissuaded Levi from being able to contest that dragon comfortably, and the fact that they get away is just, yeah, you said it, nail on the head, just an absolute daylight robbery.
Well, one tower at least, 2,000 gold in their favor. It does bring this gold lead only to 2K, which, you know, I say only, it really is a big deal considering the state the game was in before. It's a pretty big pickup. They ultimately would like to get more for it, but sometimes when you are behind the game, the state of the game, and you're really struggling in it, it just feels good enough to take the Baron away from the enemy to buy yourself another 6 minutes until that objective will be back up. This means Arya might be able to get to his next item. It means Kakun might be able to get to his Seeker's Arm Guard, and those are all very big pickups in terms of the damage, in terms of the effectiveness these champions can have in their team fights.
Well, I mean, the scary thing is Artemis is coming close to full build, and that's a lot of damage from a pretty significantly far away range that's going to be pumping out. I don't go on, probably the only real champion that's not threatened as much, but they're going to keep bundling this Baron on in. Elio's been hit. They do take that tower quick enough that they can just back off again. It's 2,700 gold swing, but Kiaya has forced in this wave bot lane. He's drawing some attention now. Try and set some space.
Oh, teleport coming in behind him though. Is he aware to what is happening? It doesn't seem like he is, but he might just see those little balls flying past, and all of a sudden Arya as well as Ray Farkey are here. There's no way out for him, but how much damage can he do? Not enough as he's shut down there by Ray Farkey.
I don't know, it's still a decent amount of damage, honestly.
Yeah.
Arya, half health. And he took about a third, I think it was, off Ray as well. Artemis gonna steal this red buff away. I mean, we've still got a good 90 seconds before the next objective is in play. GAM still have the gold lead, even though it is dwindling just a little bit, but that Baron running out, yeah, I don't know if DFM can repeat that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was a heist. It does definitely give them a chance here in game number 1. Bringing it back to just the 1K gold, and they do scale very hard. Azir, maybe even with the Rabadons on this recall, we'll have a look. Does have the second needlessly large rod. It would be a massive, massive pickup, but he doesn't quite have it yet. Unfortunate.
He's got the wave right there, so
yeah,
he should be able to collect
wave,
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rabadon's Shadow Flame Nashes.
He is a one-shot Azir. That's for damn sure. 45 seconds until what could be Cloud Soul, and you know what was once thought of as the worst Cloud Soul to get from the Dragons. It's actually the highest win rate Soul in League of Legends. I mean, just the amount of movement speed you gain both in and out of combat.
No, still no Rabadons.
Yeah,
there we go. Okay,
it
it was just a bit of lag. But yeah, no. So look, I'm sure. Okay, playing a dangerous game. I'm sure Arya would love to go back to a time where DFG was a thing, but unfortunately, Death by a Grasp is no more outside of TFT.
That's actually right. Okay, actually doing reasonable damage to Levi now. As you know, it'll still take a while, but you can see it can happen, which is important. Unfortunately, though, Guwon might just be taken out. That's the Steerix used. That's the ultimate as well going to be used, and no real way to contest this dragon anymore because of the just straight burst really that Elise offered. So down goes the dragon. That's the soul now, and this game just got 10 times more difficult for the side of DFM.
Yeah, I mean they're ace in the hole as well, just to force Harp to play a little bit more cautious, chunking out a bunch of his HP. So yeah, I think now, my God, look at how fast Arius is moving.
Yep.
So any response from GAM around the map is just going to be that much quicker, that much more severe. So positioning just became that much more of a priority for DFM. If you're just lacking, you're lagging, you're not paying attention, you're just taking too long to get out of position or into position, suddenly the whole team collapses and it's a pretty bleak situation. My lord, I have to say, so there are currently 7 red wards in the inventory for GAM. That is how much priority they're putting around in Vision right now.
Yeah, making sure they get Vision control over this Baron after what happened last time. I don't blame them. Unfortunately, gave DFM about the only window back into this game they could have possibly received. And it's going to come down to what could be this Baron could realistically spell the end of the game for either of these teams, especially if a big fight were to break out. But GAM, they've got complete priority over this river, and they're looking to herd the side of DFM into a corner. Ultimate coming up for Guwon very, very shortly. I wish I knew about Steerax. Imagine that cooldown is still about 20 seconds away. Critical for that survivability, but still, this control over the river is pretty immense for the side of GAM currently.
I mean, the wild thing is 4 minutes 20 till Elder spawns, which would be only the 3rd Elder we've seen this split for the LCP, which is just absolutely insane numbers-wise.
Gonna be nice engaged in a 3-man knockup, and Ray Farking finds it as well. The Emperor's Divide is good, but not good enough to keep Arya up and available. He has to flash on out, the ace in the hole. Kakun on a minuscule amount of HP as he tries to run for his life alongside his other carry, but Levi looking to scoop him up. The slow's there. Kakun is going to get bonked. Down he'll go. It's Arya versus the world. Nobody dying on the side of GAM in the back of that team fight. Still, there are low health bars, but I'm not sure Arya truly can make this one happen. He is a miracle worker, but this is almost more than a miracle. The flash from Levi. Arya goes aggressive, though. He's looking for one more. He's not going to find it, and it's going to be in 33 minutes, GAM who take game number 1.
Yeah, no second Baron, but GAM get it done in the end. I mean, to be fair, the fact that this game took as long as it did with DFM playing into the draft they were playing into is rather impressive, if I'm being honest. The fact that against Askana, Corki, Rumble being allowed to the draft, they still took it to 33 minutes, and they still realistically probably had a chance up until about 2 minutes before that. It speaks volumes for how DFM are progressing in this competition.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. I think they drafted themselves into an absolute hole. They gave over the Skana, and they didn't really get any power picks in return. In fact, they gave over Skana to first pick Kai'Sa, which is just bizarre, I think. I think that's a really, really weird way to go about the draft. You know, yes, the Skana's win rate isn't that impressive. It is still definitely, and everyone knows, an obtuse champ that can just do so much. And it's just very hard to deal with, and I think Levi showcased that perfectly here in this game, and it just leads me to wonder, what was the point in giving over the Skana if we're getting nothing in return?
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but they get Skana plus Rumble plus Corki in the first rotation.
Yeah.
I mean, of the champions that were available, they're 3 of the most powerhouse champions. But yeah, for picking what they did, yeah, a lot of questions, unfortunately. But in saying that, look, DFM still looked reasonably good. The one weakness, I think, was Ray, who, I mean, really just didn't have a great game, was constantly dying. To be fair, it's a science job, but when you're 1 in 5 exiting lane phase, that's still a bit excessive.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think he did a good job on that first dive. He managed to somehow pick up a kill onto Elio. But after that, you know, it just makes me think that he is trading too much of his HP to try and get CS. When ultimately you can, in lanes like this where you're against a Caitlyn Elise, you know you're going to be getting dove. Your priority should be just do not trade my HP, avoid trading health as much as possible, because if he had his full health bar available to himself, it becomes a lot more difficult for them to actually lock him down for long enough to kill him. But you know, it happens, and ultimately I think still it can be said that the biggest problem was ultimately the draft. I mean, this was a magnificent look. At this stage of the game, keep in mind, Artemis was extremely fed. It's unfortunate how it ended up, because if this went any better, then DFM really had a game for themselves going on.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think Arya getting caught the way he did was a little bit rough, and I mean, that turnaround onto Heart was just so brutal. I mean, you're really limited in what you can do as a Rakan into the Elise if you get caught. And yeah, great zoning ult from Kiaya. Keeps Rayfaki on the GAM side of the line so they can finish off that kill. Again, yeah, just multiple instances. They had moments, yeah, it was like brilliant setup from Heart, but then, you know, yeah, skewer into the equalizer, just 3 champions there, unfortunately stacked on top, not able to get out, and then Levi just chasing Cloud Soul. Skarner is just, I mean, that's the stuff of nightmares, and Karkun just can't escape in that situation. So GAM really, I'm not handed the win, but given more advantages than they should have been.
Yeah, absolutely. I do believe very much the same, but well, I mean, ultimately that is only game 1 of the series, right? And I think DFM, considering the position they found themselves in, did a really good job at bringing it back. They found a really nice timing on the Baron. They got it, no one died, but that was unfortunately not enough. However, I believe we will be heading to a break. Once we're back, though, we'll see if DFM can make their region proud and find the first LJL win of the night.
I bet Hova had beat throwing up the rock. I bet Oprah was handing out cars. I bet Bruno was headed to Mars. Bet my night wasn't better than yours, 'cause I ended up spending it alone. But how was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century, that there was somebody that was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know, but wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. Don't you tell me what I don't know, 'cause I don't wanna hear what I missed.
You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. All this game up in my pocket, bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. This game fits in your pocket, guaranteed to watch it. You know that I got it. Came through stunting with the moves you ain't never seen. Handle so dirty, jumper wet, so I keep it clean. Hand down, man down when I come through dripping. Back turn on the oop, I'ma catch him slipping. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nades in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah, 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 yeah. And now you on a poster, they can't even court you. I did it for the, I no look, don't look. Nades in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah, 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 yeah. And now you on a poster, they can't even court you. I did it for the culture. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. All this game up in my pocket, bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it. I want it all. Fight to the finish. Handle make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this. And they watch it over and over. Over and over. ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. Did it for the culture. Get my husky on, yeah. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. The world is watching, so ain't no stopping. Push the pendulum of progress, now they clocking. Used to be sold objects, now we got options. The elders dream Barack success as they got auctioned. Some things we'll never know, our history they rarely show. Eeny, meeny, mighty, mo, police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow, Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still to go, one thing that I know I go. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Gotta apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, this where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it. From a people born in chains, feel so good to see some change. Eeny, meeny, miny, main, reparations run that change. Black Wall Street, they burned our banks, bring us equal mortgage rates. Huey Newton paved the way, what else can I say? I go hard. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me.
They don't have the tools they need to, Elio. Elio waiting in the wings, a hostile takeover, looking for it, lands onto multiple.
People gets both the carries, and Iris is in the back line, doesn't have access to that perfect execution, and Driven's going to go down. 4 members still standing, Doggo 1 HP, gonna have to recall. The game just to be over, Talon. Very low, the between worlds used, but the Conical comes out, and Dyer here's the flash away, and a shutdown. Betty somehow weaves it. It's going to be one answered back though as Cast is taken out. Archer's getting very low, does have to flash the wall, and Hero's going to go down. Fofo's going to find the kill. He loses the vast majority of his health. Check Luon though, the flash rail engage is there. You will find it, but it's not the best. It only lands onto Stella. The bullet time's okay. It's doing damage on the back end. Al will go Dyer. There's Artican's down to 3k. It's doing a lot of damage to Mare though. Down will go Biopanther. It's a shutdown. And now forward will Team Wolves go. But Mare gets the smite. He gets the withdraw. It's going down on the Baron. Nothing's going to have to be committed. They see the teleport go forward, and Archie finds a 3-man fresh body slam, and as fast as it starts, it ends. Aria, he does get the phase rush, but Petty doesn't care. He just clicks on you.
Oh, you've only got Artican halfway down. That gravity well, there you go, what a jump.
Crash. He finds it in, the crash down lands onto many people, and it's the public execution coming through, and Talon, they're getting run over. Caster trying to find what he can, and Benny just having to run away. No Fofo means no hope. Yes, it's a double kill going over to Histo. It's the Artican as well. And now we are back. We are so back. Game number 2. DFM up against GAM. GAM leading the series 1-0 in a fairly dominant fashion, but DFM, I mean, with a really intelligent Baron take, kind of falling apart outside of that, however.
Yeah, to be fair, when that's the only thing you've got going for you, there was only so much you could do with it. Yeah, you push for a lot of towers, but there was no real priority created off the back of that. You still lacked macro control, and micro really wasn't much of an issue given the team fight that was coming out of this GAM roster. I mean, going into game 2, 3 very big picks automatically taken out by the Fearless draft, plus it gives you more restrictions onto GAM's roster as well. The one-shot Azir, I think good in principle, but just definitely lacking in follow-up from the rest of this DFM roster. I'm looking for something a little bit more, well, I admit Azir is playmaker-y, but from Arya, it's something that he can dominate the map on, whereas Azir takes a little bit too long to get online for him to actually dominate much until you're into the late game.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Heading into Champion Select now, however, it is going to be the Callista, the Ambessa taken away immediately. On the other side of things for GAM, who are on the red side here for game number 2, it's the Aurora at least first.
Yeah, not surprising out of Aria. He's fairly capable in the mid lane. You want to target him down a little bit. Ambessa away from Kiaya. Much of a muchness. Kiaya's pretty flexible in terms of what he's picked so far. Vi taken out, very strong in the jungle in terms of lockdown and what you're offering, but you look at it, Nocturne taken away. Levi, you look at this roster and you go from top down on what they've picked so far, whereas, you know, Kiaya's had the least picks, then Levi's had, you know, 2 more than Levi, than Kiaya has. Arias is the same. Artemis has had 1 more than both of them, and then Alio is the most diverse support, pool of all the players on this team. He's played literally everything. Cassante is going to be let through for Ray. I think it's still
a good start.
Yeah, I think that's not bad. Jace, the answer. Yeah, look, still questions, but they do pick up the Varus off the back of it. Brilliant team fighting ADC at the moment. And Artemis has proved that he's a brilliant ADC when it comes to those team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ultimately looking at this Cassante versus Jace in specific, so far since the changes to Jace, the Cassante has been having a much better time in that matchup. So we'll see if that remains true here, where we do have truly one of our best top laners in Kiaya piloting this Jace. Misfortune picked into the Varus. No real surprise there. It is a typical matchup we often see, but still a lot to do.
Yeah, definitely a bit of handshake down that bot lane. One of the two is coming out regardless. And yeah, the Kai'Sa didn't really achieve, I think, what it was intended to achieve in that last game for Kakut. Unfortunately, give them something a little more stable. They've got the setup with the Sejuani and the Cassante, so she should have plenty of freedom to work with. You pair that with a Alistar, Leona in that bot lane, Kakut should be having a much more comfortable time. But GAM, I mean, there is the Brom still available that you can put in to completely nullify it. It's going to be Varus and Nada, which is the other option. Again, very, very oppressive in that bot lane.
Yeah, already seen it once today, and while it did suffer a little bit because of, Eddie at the time losing his flash level 1, it ultimately came online well and truly and output more than enough damage to deal with anything coming on. The Mal taken away from Aria, I think is a good way to start it for GAM to try and balance this guy out and make sure he's not on anything that can really, really get ahead in the mid lane and take over a game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're picking Mel, she has to go well in lane. She has to have a good lane, she has to play ahead. She can't trade even or trade from behind. I think she really struggles going into the mid-late game and loses a bit of the identity. Wukong banned out for DFM. GAM possibly have the option to target yet another mid pick away from Ari, but with a player whose champion pool is so diverse, what do you lock away from him? And the Aurora's taken out. He's not going to have his ear. Mel's taken out. Victor maybe, but even then I think there's more to prioritize, like the Nico, which yeah, interesting, but I think pairs well with the comp as it is.
Yeah, definitely a strong lane with the Misfortune and something that probably can go toe-to-toe with the Varus Renata, poke away at those health bars and eventually just take over with the Pop Blossom and the Bullet Time combination, but won't be an option now as we look for our final ban before the second stage, and it's Victor. So taking away a safe, strong scaling mid lane champion away from Ares. We'll see what he has in his arsenal to answer this.
Second phase of picks, you're looking for a mid support for DFM, mid jungle for GAM coming into the second rotation. I mean, there is plenty up in terms of jungle, and Diana has made a couple of appearances over the last weekend, and it's going to carry on this weekend as well.
Are we worried about Yasuo? Because that is a pretty scary pairing. We'll see what Arya has. I imagine they're almost predicting a Yasuo to come out.
I don't know. I suppose double AD Talia in the mid lane.
Talia for Arya. It means he is freed up to roam. Ultimately, he gets shoved in his mid lane and can use that Weaver's Wall to great effect to assist the rest of his lanes. In some other universe, it could be Misfortune mid and Talia
AP Misfortune, baby. No. then they just completely lack all AD damage. Pike for Harp, I rate it in terms of it allows that snowball for this bot lane. So if Karkun gets ahead, he gets really ahead. But now I think there is limited setup and heal. So yes, you've got Glacial Pigeon. Yes, Karkun can set up for the bullet time, but there is just limited protection for Karkun now without having to commit either Sejuani or Cassante into that role. And Arius picking up the Yone just means that Karkun is about to have a really bad game.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely onus is on him to position like an absolute beast. I think ultimately, though, DFM recognizing that Yasuo was what they wanted to go for, so picking the Talia, almost entirely disallowing that champ. So instead, they'll go for the other Samurai and pick up the Yone, which doesn't combo with the Diana as well, of course, but certainly you see the synergy there where everyone becomes one big clump, and if you can find a very well-positioned Fate's Call, you can ultimately clump up a lot of the enemy team and truly look to take them down on one big wombo combo. But I mean, a lot of this game's going to stem off how the early game goes. Can Arya get ahead on the Talia enough to be that dominant force in the mid lane, or will this Varus Renata just eventually take over the game entirely?
Yeah, I definitely think there is a problem for the frontline tanks in Cassante and Sejuani, because instead of, you know, playing into what is GAM's roster, they're just going to be playing for their own team with that hostile takeover. So it definitely feels like there is a room where DFM completely just get nullified in terms of their frontline, and by the time that the Berserk stops, they are then so low on health that they just get finished off anyway. So it's going to be interesting to see in terms of the Varus. I mean, arguments could be made for lethality, but I think in this situation, lethal tempo, yeah, the on-hit is just going to be so much better at dealing with those big beefy frontliners.
For sure, and especially when you have the Renata, you pretty much always just go on hit because she allows you to output so much more damage. Even if you are killed, you get that extra chance to get that that reset essentially and come back to life and still output just as much damage.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see. I mean, in terms of the lanes, I mean, you can lane swap. I don't think it's an absolute necessity in this situation, but to enable the top lane is just a little bit more and maybe give them a better time, because obviously the Jace coming into the Cassante, yes, it hasn't been as oppressive as it once was, but still a range versus melee matchup, which can be a bit tough for the Cassante.
Yeah, potentially. I think this is a game where you don't look for the lane swap, though. I think ultimately your bot lane is going to suffer a little bit, being that they are against the Varus Renata, but it shouldn't be enough to warrant a lane swap where your Cassante will start falling behind, because especially from what we've seen, the Cassante has typically been winning in this matchup recently. It's been doing a very, very good job into the Jace, but you never know. You get into game and you know, these players are definitely more experienced than us, and they've played their scrims. They would have probably been in a scenario similar to this before and worked out what is better for them. But still, it's a lot of onus does feel like it's on Arya here on the Talia, and not even necessarily because of the comp, just because of how DFM operate. If they're able to play around Arya, they seem to succeed, and if not, it looks a lot weaker, or they look a lot weaker as a roster.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Obviously, going into split 2 for DFM, do we see Milan back? How do we see that? Do we see someone else brought in to fill that bot lane role who is just a little bit more comfortable than Karkun? Not to say he's not playing well, but it definitely, you can tell that this is a bit of a jarring situation for him. Going into it, yeah, pretty much everything as to be expected in these matchups. Doesn't look like either team is going to try and avoid the 1v1 on the top side, but yeah, I think it's probably the smart play. You're not going to lose out on too much in the 1-1-2.
Yeah, absolutely inclined to agree. Now, should hopefully... Oh, the recalls are coming through for both Reifaki and Karkun, so they are going to lane swap, it looks like. I mean, interesting. I don't think you need to, but if that's what they want to do, I guess they've worked out that they want to do that. Reifaki here on the Cassante going to be playing in the bot lane. Ultimately struggled a little bit last game, but should be okay. The Cassante is harder to dive than Sion, as well as you don't have the same level of dive power with the Renata as you do with an Elise.
What is the game plan?
They're strolling in and trying to take man's Raptors.
Yeah, so it seems potential for an invade, but no, look, GAM are going to avoid that interaction and just sort of handshake off that bot side. Elio just sitting on a ward, so it was a well-known quantity at that stage. So the lane swap is going to go into effect. And yeah, Kiaya heads mid again, soaks some XP. Last time it didn't go amazingly for Arius, but ultimately in the end it didn't matter.
Yeah, that's one way to word it. Rayfaki trying to get some XP here in the bottom lane. Doesn't look like he was able to do so, but still, I think importantly, he's keeping his health up. Trying to still desperately get any XP, but GAM are doing a really good job at denying it. Not allowing any of those minions to be soaked up by this Cassante, so we'll be level 1 when this minion wave does crash, and if Levi does want to look for a dive, the potential certainly can be there, as he is going to hit 3 off the back of this Grump.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I think I'd like to know the logic behind the 2v1 in the mid lane. Yes, look, it is a ranged into melee matchup, so it can be a bit tough for the Yone, but I think ultimately probably doesn't suffer that greatly.
Oh, Lord. Okay, Rayfaki has a big job to do here. This is
what in the world is going on?
Yeah, I don't like this.
Ganking
they
Kiaya.
have to get this kill, and it looks like they will at least. But still, I mean, I guess Kiaya gets the kill. Still,
that is the most heinous thing I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, it works off the back of the fact that ultimately GAM just completely zoned out Rayfaki from the entirety of that first wave. He wasn't able to get a single point of XP. They stay around to make sure if he does come back, the redive is there. Still, it is Kiaya. He picks up the kill, but he is still very, very down in terms of, I mean, the top lane, basically. But
the thing is, Ray's even more down bad. He's only just hit 2 there. So he wasn't even 2 when that tower dive happened, while Kiaya was roaming, soaking XP mid. So, yeah, look, it's sort of that domino effect, and Kiaya is just going to take control of this bot lane. There is a 12 CS difference between Karkun and Artemis, and that might be DFM's opportunity to leverage.
Yeah, gonna opt back into the normal lane assignments. Well, normal I say, but flipped now are both teams. And, you know, Misfortune got through the early stages of this matchup, and I still find it very interesting they went for this. I think ultimately, from what we've seen, the Misfortune tends to be able to survive almost any lane, you know, barring Caitlyn Elise. But also, just more importantly, the Cassante's been having a very good time against the Jace recently. So.
This is a Hail of Blades pike. So if Elio's not careful and that gap is allowed to... Oh, Elio.
Okay, well, they miss out on the Bone Skewer, but at least the Seismic Shove will connect and make it rain coming through as well. Aria's trying to protect his support for the time being. Flash available for him still, and we'll be using it.
Yeah, look, I think that's the right call for Elio. Just don't hedge bets. Just get the heck out. Just play your life. You lose a flash, you're a support. Your chances are you're going to be in trouble anyway. So it's not the end of the world. And all that time, Artemis is just free farming. And that gap that was there has been closed quite handily.
Absolutely. So all things coming up GAM for the time being, as you see in the gold lead there.
Oh.
The Aria, but it's a really nice Bone Skewer. Arias does flash away, and it will provide him enough safety that he is going to be able to live. Although Arias has to be so careful here.
I mean, that was pretty significant miscommunication. Clearly, you got Harp coming in for the wings, looking for that Bone Skewer. But Aria threw down the knock-up where Aria was. So ultimately, they weren't able to follow up on it. So, I mean, that really likely should have been a kill onto Arias, but best opportunity.
Absolutely. Kakun playing far too far up in his lane. Is actually cleanses nothing because Elio missed the handshake. But still, I mean, he had to cleanse there. If he does hit the handshake,
if that was solo queue, 100% Elio's typing debated. Like, just absolutely, like, calculated. Like, he missed, but he would 100% make it sound like it was intentional.
Yeah, now Void Grubs being started up. Yeah, it doesn't particularly feel contestable for DFM, but maybe if they come around, Levi will be willing to give one over. It doesn't look like it. There's no follow-up coming through from Aria, and still have Kakun trying to clear out the top side.
I mean, 2 of the 3 feats of strength have been started up, monster slaying and warfare. So, I mean, it's a great start for GAM. They've got a lead, even if it is only pretty small. I don't know that DFM actually come out on top here.
They do with their jungler here. Bone Skewer does go wide, but Elio with no flash from before is going to be taken out. Trying to give this one to Kakun, I dare presume. He'll be able to do so.
He tried, he really did.
Artemis loses flash, they also get the kill. That's, you know, something that can be punished. We've seen many a time a flashless Varus be punished just on repeat.
Yeah, I mean, they had absolutely no way of knowing that that's exactly what was coming their way. I have to say, keeping Artemis alive definitely means that he's not having as rough a time as he could have been, and it definitely denies some gold away. Poor Elio just trying to deny Kakun that gold there. But it is what it is. You lose 1 for 1. Both players, both teams now have 1 point in that feat of warfare. So there is potentially a route where DFM do get that for themselves and could make a play off a tower or even that dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Ares stuns himself up. Yeah, no range.
Needed the long arm and a little bit more there, unfortunately. But the dragon, I mean, tapped. Yeah, they're pulling it out of the pit, so they are going to start it up now, which would, again, give GAM an advantage in terms of that monster slaying feat. Guon finally... Guon? What? How is Guon down as badly as he is?
I think spending a bit of time trying to play for his bot lane. There is an entire top side to take for him. So after he collects these, won't be as bad, but certainly not looking too good. Now, Ares being the point of target here, does manage to get himself out and will be stunned up eventually. It's a really nice bullet time, and Guon will secure himself a kill, maybe even looking for another one, as Elio, once again, he does not have flash. Arya is going to be able to throw some pebbles at him. 1 more will do it, and there's the auto attack to secure himself another kill. All the while, though, Artemis freely hitting away at this top mid tower, rather, and is going to be getting himself some gold back.
Just, yeah, micro play. It's all about the micro. Artemis is working on shoring up those weaknesses where he can. But yeah, feat of warfare claimed by DFM out of nowhere after, I mean, a pretty magnificent gank up into that top side. Ares, not much you could do, especially with that many bodies there. Yeah, look, he was dead to rights. The Weaver's Wall as well. I really don't see a situation. There was nothing he could do. To be fair, they did commit a lot onto those 2 kills. So in the next minute or so, if GAM find an opening, there could be a problem for DFM.
Yeah, absolutely. But at least for the time being, DFM doing pretty well. They're at 1k gold, and it's a similar position that they found themselves last game. We'll see if they're able to maintain it this time. Ray Faki, admittedly, in a much stronger position than that of game number 1, and in fact, he has taken over in the CS. So once again, you know, while the gold is in favor of Kaya, that's off the back of that first blood. It's still Ray Faki on this Cassante, able to edge out bit by bit. CS here and there.
Neither support having 6. Harp is just that much closer, so the execution resets could come through pretty soon after the fact. Hostile takeover really does just ruin DFM's fight, though. So once Elio hits that 6, gets the ultimate online, in fact, both of them are almost neck and neck when it comes to having those key ultimate abilities up and available. With the push down to the bot side, Ray is about to receive the same treatment that Ares did.
Yeah, 4 people all here. There's not really seemingly much of a way for him to survive, and yeah, it's just taken out pretty cleanly. Very surgical dive coming through from GAM, as Ares is going to be the target of Harp, but doesn't feel like he should be particularly targetable. The Fate Seal's going to be blocked, and Guon's going to be able to follow up, but a nice dodge, and unfortunately he still goes down. I thought he was going to live, but we do throw out the Sejuani ult and claim ourselves 1 kill there. It is the bot tower, however, that will be picked up by the side of GAM, as they will collect themselves their first step towards picking up that Noxian Blessing as well.
Unfortunately, I mean, the point that DFM are in, they've been here before. Ultimately, it didn't net them a victory in the end. GAM just played for their win condition, which was just, you know, stack a choke point and solar flare bullet time. It's pretty simple at the end of the day. In terms of this team fight, this is very much a pick comp for GAM. Then they're all in 5v5 isn't nearly as comfortable as DFM's, which I think is entirely the intention. Going into that 11.5 minute point in the game, next Drake will likely spell Noxian Blessing for GAM. They're 2 out of 3. Kiaya. Okay, so this is looking like it's a slightly more offensive build than it was for its last appearance in the hands of Hero.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, he's going Spear of Shojin. So
which we did see, but it was a lot later in the build.
It's just curious to me that you'd go Spear of Shojin this game over the Black Cleaver, considering you're against Kasante Sejuani. And you also have a reasonable amount of physical damage in yourself, as well as the Varus and the Yone. But, you know, admittedly, the Varus and Yone do a reasonable amount of magic damage as well. It still does strike me as a little bit curious that we have opted into it. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see its effectiveness. We've seen Spear of Shojin, we've seen Black Cleaver. Neither one looked all that amazing. Obviously, Hero earlier in the day had a very good Jace performance for himself, but even that one, I mean...
Well, that begs the question, is this going to be Spear of Shojin into Fimbulwinter or Manamune? Is this going to be the more aggressive Jace? I'd be curious, given that Aris bringing out the Yone, you kind of need more frontline. Levi's not really going to offer that, and has the Rift Maker. But we are seeing a lot of posturing down on this bottom side of the map. There could be a fighter brewing.
There is a nice stun there, lands onto Kiaya. He's going to take a reasonable amount of damage. Elio as well does get stunned up. The bullet time's there. The flash away from him does get him out of a lot of those ultimates. So Sejuani, Misfortune, Pike, all using their ultimates there means this dragon is all but certain to go over to the side of GAM.
You say that Harp is looking for that bone skewer as well. Pulls the blue buff back, and it will be stolen by Guon. Poor Levi. But yeah, no, for some reason it seems that
No, GAM are definitely going to fight this. There's no ults available.
Oh.
What a magnificent ult from Levi. The hostile takeover as well. Kakun does flash out of it, but the shutdown comes through. That's Guon taken out. It's a 5v4 now. Rayfaki is in all-out mode, so he's taking a lot more damage. He has that Q3 ready, but it's going to be the dragon taken by Ares. And with that, a huge amount of momentum given over to the side of GAM. Just fighting when you've lost your 3 key ultimates, it's criminal to me. And we're going to locate Levi here on our Raptors. The flash away from him. He lands the Crescent Strike, but not going to be going in on it.
Yeah. I don't know why DFM thought that they had priority in that situation. They've burnt so much for nothing, and then, well, you face, we'll see it here. Not only are you fighting into a choke point, but you hook the one champion that is guaranteed to ruin your day. Then Guon can't do anything because he's caught by the hostile takeover. It's gold into the pocket of Artemis, who just keeps going. Ray feels like he needs to keep forcing the Drake, but they've already... Guon had burnt the smite not seconds earlier on that blue buff steal. So yeah, that went about as badly as it could have been for DFM.
Yeah. And with that now, Kiaya picks up his second kill of the game, as well as Artemis, on the Varus, picking up his first. But, you know, DFM, they still aren't out of this game. They're still ahead. They're still doing well. They give over the Noxian Blessing. Not the end of the world. Honestly, to me, it barely ever feels like it has a major impact on the game. The Synchronized Souls is the option of the boots here for Elio. So, interesting pickup. Not something you typically see.
You got to go fast. I mean, look, I think so. I think especially given how important positioning is for Renata, being able to get that hostile takeover in the right place. Just, I mean, I think it's going to do a lot for Elio in this situation.
Gets hit by the handshake. The Chain of Corruption brings that one into Guon as well. The bullet time's reasonable, but unfortunately, everyone's able to get on out of that. Guon still being chased around, but should be completely fine. Actually, Guon, with the lead he kind of accrued through those early kills and whatnot. Obviously, it's gone back now. Picked up 2 support items, so he has himself the Locket, he has himself the Zeke's. Very, very cheap build, but he's not going to be the same level of tank you'd perhaps want generally out of your Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, and into the face of Artemis as well. I mean, that's rough. You kind of, to be fair, yeah, look, neither builder is going to be feeling great against an on-hit Varus, but even with a Heart Steal, I suppose it provides a little bit more longevity in these team fights, whereas it seems that the focus is just keep, I would imagine, Kakun or Arya alive just that little bit longer.
Definitely agree. Maybe just feeling like missing that you know, the locket and whatnot. That
I think
you
it also
get
plays
for
into
support.
it's a Pike support, so
Yeah.
he can be a little bit more offensive, as you can see. So, unfortunately, it feels like they're shuffling the team a little bit, where Guwon is now playing more of a support jungle than
just straight tank. Yeah, you also do have the Cassante, so tankiness is there for sure. Still, a lot of work to do DFM. They are, again, even on gold now, but need to start trying to get themselves some objectives. They got the 3 grubs. Unfortunately, not going to get either of the first 2 dragons. The next one will be spawning in 2 more minutes. The Rift Herald, however, is up and available.
Aria almost had the opportunity onto Elio there. Just ducks out. In the wings, yeah. I think at this stage, Artemis has really hit his stride. You look at it, Blade of the Ruined King and Boots ready to go for RS and Artemis. They're going to be hitting pretty hard.
So teleport coming in from Ray Farkey. Not going to finish pushing out that wave. Nice ultimate there onto Guwon. He's able to turn around though. That's the cleanse now away from Artemis. The bullet time leaving a lot to be desired, unfortunately. No ultimates on your Sejuani or on your MF. We've seen them fight from this position before, and it did go very poorly. See, Levi does have Moonfall available to himself, and Ares with that Fate Sealed can be a devastating combination. And that's not even to mention the hostile takeover that can come right through on top of it. Rift Shield now started up Harp trying to get into the Rift Shield pit to find out what's going on. They do have a ward there. Nice hook onto Elio. Here comes the Weaver's Wall as Ari's looking for a way in, but it does go wide. This could be a potential angle that DFM are looking for as they do get the stun onto Ares as he comes back to his soul. The flash away now from this Yone, and GAM are left walking the opposite direction as this Rift Herald. Levi trying to make it reset, but won't be able to do so. And a fantastically well played skirmish from the side of DFM leads them to pick up this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, on the back of some pretty significant misplays out of GAM there. Elio getting caught out of position. Ares just, right through the uprights with that Fate Seal. Just nothing connecting there for him. It's a pretty significant amount of damage that is just going wayward. He's had a rough game of it, being dived twice up on that top side. So he's trying to stabilize and get back into it.
Rift Herald, ever the crazy juker.
But yeah, no. DFM definitely feeling like they're feeling in a more comfortable spot. I think this next team fight is going to be a rough one, especially without a hostile takeover anytime soon.
Yeah, Dragon could be the Dragon Soul point, rather, coming over for the side of GAM, and there is no contest to be seen from DFM as they look to get themselves this mid priority. They have the Rift Herald slam into their mid tower. Will be able to take it for themselves on the bottom side, though. Harp getting very low. Ray Farkey trying to tank up as best he can, and it's a nice seismic shove landing onto Elio. There's no bailout now. That should be a dead Renata, but a good flash gets him away out of that ultimate from Sejuani, and down will go Misfortune. Harp finds his way into the fight. He might be able to just clean this one up. He gets the double execute. Will be taken down on the top side, though, as Aria and Guwon now with this 2v3 to try and navigate are looking okay. Harp salvaging what was a disastrous look and evening out the fight somewhat there, but still it is GAM winning out. It's GAM getting the Dragon now on Soul Point for a second game in a row. Now importantly, however, DFM this time are only facing down a Chemtech and not the Cloud.
Yeah, I think the big problem is that that's gold in Artemis's pocket, and this is the problem that I was seeing with the draft was Karkun does not have the support that he would from a normal support in this situation. And it was a great engage by Aris. The follow-up was there. Just Levi waiting for his opportunity to jump into the thick of things onto Ray. He's going to go in, gets the set up, and the bullet time just goes wide. Levi turns around, just blows him up.
Oh.
Yeah, the Pike is hunting. We'll get a decent execute there, only to be bopped on the head by Kiaya. More fighting, though.
Yeah, fight does break out. It looks like Kiaya is taken out on the bottom side. This Voracious Atakan almost certain to be picked up now by DFM as no one on the side of GAM really in the area to respond. Is going down relatively slowly, though. Misfortune certainly not one of those neutral objective shredders that you see out of things like the Varus. It's going to cost them the mid tower. The top tower also likely to follow very soon after. Hopefully nothing else if you are a DFM fan. They are still, finding things around the map to try and keep themselves within it. They now have 2.5 minutes to utilize this Voracious buff.
Yeah, I mean, they will at least start chipping away at some of these towers, but Yeah, look, I don't know, Kiai getting caught out of position. I'm sure we'll get a replay in just a second, but him going down, he looks like he's going unending despair, second item.
Yeah, interesting. So, just going to keep the tier in the back pocket for now and look for the straight stats out of the magic resist and the armor and whatnot. But anyway, they get themselves a tower. They got the voracious buff now. Should look to group up and try and do something as a team. You see this DFM roster, I think, honestly, despite what happened in Game 1 and what could possibly happen here in Game 2, definitely showing signs of promise, I think, going forward. It's a better looking DFM than we saw in week number 1. Just ever going forward as this team. And if they're able to get this one across the line especially, I'll have quite a lot of faith in them in their upcoming game up against SoftBank.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem, though, with this draft is GAM has a huge amount of delete potential. If Levi gets a good ultimate, they pair it with Arias as well. Then Artemis' job is purely come in, play mop-up, because it's only going to be an auto attack or 2 each before everyone falls. So I think DFM need to be very, very careful in the way that they approach these team fights, because if the opportunity presents itself, they can absolutely be steamrolled, but they're looking for it in the mid lane.
Yeah, going to force out Artemis' flash. He's going to get stunned up, and he does have the cleanse to get out of that for the time being, and he's dipping and diving. He's able to get out. The ultimate's not going to land from Harp, though, and he is going to be withdrawing in the near future. Back he'll go to his base and forward. It's a nice moonfall. The withdraw again will come through. Can they get this last hit? Yes, they can as Kakun flashes on forward, but still Kiaya in the back line. Arya, though, he might have just found one deletion. He has. He's doing so well. Arya comes in to mop up the backside of things, but Kakun is living. Eventually, he does go down. The all-out's there for Ray Faki, though, as he tries to answer one back. He unfortunately misses one of those Qs, and with that, it means Arya is going to be able to survive. Those Natofu strikes being the source of so much of Kasante's damage means that one mistake does mean that Arias is able to escape.
So, I think ultimately, yeah, it was a great engage to start off with, but Artemis with the fast fingers flashes out of one lockdown. The fact that he survives here, beautiful heal coming out of Elio, Hartmus times everything, gets deleted, and then Levi spots with the ward over the wall, boom, straight into Arya, and Guan survives for probably longer than he had any right to with the build that he's got. Will ultimately mean that Levi and Elio go down. His positioning is a bit rough there, but Kiaya comes in on the backside. Ari will be finished, as will Kakun, so the withdraw's coming through. Yeah, just in the end.
Oh, Ray almost saving the day there too. Unfortunately, one Kasante Q the difference. Going to be able to get priority now over this Dragon, though, and this could be a potentially game-winning fight. Oh, look at Levi. He's got one of those massive blast cones. Oh, this is a very, very scary position for DFM to be in, and I think they realize that they're getting out of that pit. Levi, though, he's still on the flank. He does have flash, and he does have Moonfall. He's going to find his way in. He's going for the backline, perhaps. No, he's looking for the Dragon first. He gets it secure. That is going to be the Soul going over now to GAM, but it's 1 kill to DFM. It's going to be answered back. No, Guon does survive on the most narrow amount of health. Eventually, he does go down. 4v4. Oh, and so much damage coming in to the entirety of the DFM roster. Harp, Aria, everyone just trying to escape with their lives as Levi marches on forward, gets the reset, goes on in. The targeting is there. Do they have the damage? Oh. No, they don't. The bailout, one more auto attack, and he's not going to get it. It's at least the kill traded, but so much found, and the Dragon Soul over to GAM. They have all the chips in this game of poker.
GAM are really just towing the line with what they can do and what they can't. Oh, there are so many queen toss moments in these games where it feels like for a moment it's going to slip away. And as we watch it, it looked like it was the perfect pickup there for GAM. They jump onto who they thought was the perfect target, but Kiaya survives for so long, has the bailout support, does ultimately go down, but it sets Levi up for the engage. They get so much out of RS as well. Arya can only do so much, and from here, yeah, the piercing arrow onto 3. DFM can no longer fight this. Levi on for the wrap, gets cut off by Arya, goes for Heart, and it's the setup there. Follows him in off the reset, and boom, damage, and of course the bailout just a second off the mark. Ray just too quick to get out of dodge, but that was brilliant stuff from GAM.
Absolutely is, and with that, while the gold lead's still in favor of DFM, it's a Dragon Soul they're competing against, and just makes that game just that much harder.
What a roller coaster.
That absolutely looking like a heart rate monitor at this stage is the gold difference.
definitely for old TK Gums CEO is definitely what his heart rate monitor is looking like at the moment. Yes, no, yes, no, please, yes. And ultimately, oh, Artemis.
Nice cleanse.
What a play. That was a clean cleanse. Just carry the
Yeah,
ball.
but
Elio,
he's not going to be able to cleanse it. He is going to go down. It is bullet time used, however. Kakun not hitting that hard, all things considered, really wanting to make his way to that infinity edge when he will start being able to offer those massive bullet times. But you saw there, pretty much an entire bullet time to take down Elio's health bar. Still, it's now going to be a 4v5 for the remaining 15 seconds, and DFM opting to start up this Baron.
On a ward.
Yeah. 4v5 though, no hostile takeover. There is the Soul, there is Kaya teleporting into the top side. There's enough tools where DFM should feel okay. They're isolating Levi. Levi finds his way in, but it's not the greatest engage. They do, however, find Arya, who does go gold in the back of this team fight, and down will go Kaya. It's going to be at least one answered back, though, as Kaya does manage to take out Kakun in the midst of all of that carnage, and so all things said and done now, 3v4 as Alio returns to join his team, and no Baron taken, but Artemis, he's not going to spot out. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, the one they do get is the primary damage source out of DFM, so they really can't follow up. And I mean, Artemis, even on this as this on-hilt Varus, is just chunking with those penetrating, penetrating arrows. So DFM just copped too many of those. They can't sustainably remain in the fight, and as a result, they have to back out where they can. Yeah, look, unfortunately, definitely felt like Kaya was thrown to the wolves here a little bit. Teleports up into the top side, doesn't have the mana. Levi gets caught, and as a result, they jump in. The one saving grace is it forces Arya out of the fight. Kakun as well, just taking lots of damage. Kaya survives for as long as he can, but yeah, look, GAM definitely not positioned to be able to take that fight.
Yes.
Definitely, I suppose they get what they can out of it at least.
Yeah, absolutely. All things in. I mean, look at Arya, just quietly 4-0-7 on the Talia, having a bit of a performance for himself. Kind of going a little unnoticed considering what's going on in these team fights. Just a lot of dashing, a lot of diving, but he has been consistent in this game, as he pretty much always is. Barely ever see a bad game out of this guy. So, still a lot to do if they want to get this one across the line. This game, 100% we're going to get an Elder Dragon. Whether it goes down or not is a different story. Nice. Mikhail's Crucible there means that this Sejuani ult goes missing. Still, cleanse not available from Artemis. If they are able to find any lockdown on him, the Seismic Shove would be probably the way to do it. Still, it's very hard. You're seeing DFM not really able to pressure in and get control over this top side jungle, rather going for the minions instead. And we have reversed lane states, as it's DFM with fast track on the mid lane. They're going to be able to pick up a tower, but GAM choosing instead to now head towards this Baron. No minion waves for a long time, and it's DFM who have to try and walk in and contest.
They take it pretty quickly. Elio primed and already is going to be spotted out. Handshake goes wide, has the hostile takeover if they find the angle, but
it's a really, really good Weaver's Wall. It's a really good Weaver's Wall. Ari's able to get over it. Hostile takeover also not really finding its mark, and so that is a very key ultimate. Ari's also low. Will have the Hunting Fruit available to himself thanks to the Chemtech map, but still I think DFM have done enough to thwart off this attack at the Baron. Top wave in favor of GAM at the moment. It is an option for them to head there and look to try and take towers. Meanwhile, though, mid looking pretty good for DFM, all things considered. Nice bone skewer onto Levi, but no follow-up damage to be found. Actually, there's the nice Seismic Shove, but Levi does get the flash away. Tenacity helping all that much, and here comes the all-out. It's going to be Kaya, focused down here by Ray Faki. Unfortunately, though, not able to find anything off the back of it, as it's just the pushback from Jason to walk away. Still, DFM, they do a good job. It's now going to be the Elder Dragon. They have priority over it. It's going to be an Elder for Baron trade. This could be I mean, I don't know who it generally favors. The Baron does definitely last longer. The Elder, however, does mean you have so much more combat.
I think it definitely goes the way of DFM here. That Elder is going to be so good in a team fight, because Baron's good and all, but you don't really want to fight in that situation. You just want to push lanes, and given that DFM have the ability to force something, Harp as well, with that execute threat, whether it is just through the ultimate or off the back of the Elder Drake, GAM take what they can get in the situation. It really is the best of a bad situation, but I think ultimately DFM are in a great spot if they try and force something.
Yeah. The problem is, of course, that GAM don't actually have to push out now. They have the Baron. The Baron will last longer than the Elder Dragon by 30 seconds, so what they ultimately can do is just sit there, you know, the waves come, the waves go, and then for the last 30 seconds try and get some push. Ultimately, it tends to feel like these neutral objective trades are just essentially a neutralizer of one another, as they do such different things, although we see DFM on the bottom side. They are now grouping up. It's going to be a bit of a tall task to truly burn through the minion waves because of the Baron buff. But if they do somehow get rid of the minion waves, look for a fight, then it will be very beneficial for them.
So number 3, Elder Drake of the split so far. I'm not... Does Elder Drake proc with hostile takeover?
Oh, that's a really good question.
Because that is a terrifying prospect if that is the case. Because there is a very real possibility that Elder Drake they've just worked so hard to get for themselves, it could ultimately just be their downfall, as RS was fighting Ray there.
Yeah, Ray getting very low, but he's going to be able to get out of that Fate Seal. Does flash away as well. Should be okay, although the follow-up is coming through. The flash forward from Ares, he is going to be taken for a ride. Does Ray Farkey have what it takes to take out this 1v1? He's able to dip and dive. He's getting out, but he's going to be executed. Down he goes, but it's going to be traded for Ares' life. The execute from this Elder Dragon should be enough. He's looking for a long time. Shutdown eventually does come through, and the Baron Empowered recall there for Elio gets him out of harm's way. So Weaver's Wall, what's we looking for? Levi. Oh, it's a seismic shove. Aria is so damn accurate with these. Very low now is Levi on the Diana. In fact, he's just going to be executed. The bailout will be there, though. However, will they have enough to take it down? The hostile takeover is really good. Kalia now teleporting in, but it's going to result in nothing at the moment. Tower being pressured by DFM. Levi somehow surviving the flash. The bullet time, should they get this kill, it could be massive for them. They do. It is at the cost of Guwon's life, however, as Harp gets taken down to such a minute amount of health thanks to this tower. And they will get yet another objective to their name. That's 2. Elio now, it's still an Elder Dragon available. He does get the bailout proc, but no kills to come through. Arya still wailing in on this health bar. Levi back. Levi, can he do it? The double! Does he have the triple? No, the golden from Arya keeps him alive, but the teleport, and also this Varus will be able to locate, lock down, and take out Arya. No way out for this Talia, or perhaps there just is! He sidesteps, but will get taken out. It was a heroic effort, but so long does go this Talia.
He survived flawlessly for such a long time, only to be cut off, and unfortunately when Aris has the power of God and anime on his side, there's only so much you can do. That is a rough gig, and a lot of gold being injected back into GAM.
1,000 gold shutdown was just picked up by Ares. That's a massive, massive gold injection. I mean, Levi surviving for this long was not on my bingo card whatsoever, especially against the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, yeah, just the turnaround. And the fact that Guwon not only gets hit by the hostile takeover, but takes, I think it was nearly 4 empowered tower shots there, means that he cannot then re-engage the team. Kiaya playing his life, avoids the bullet time, turns it around. Yeah, the tower catches out Guwon, and from here the damage is done. The tower does so much in that fight. Elio plays too far forward, he's going to be caught, but it's everything that he needs. Just plays his life so that Levi can then commit, and Kakun jumped on. Levi narrowly avoided death, I think, about 3 or 4 times that fight.
Yeah, absolutely, but ultimately going in just as the Elder goes down. Arya, maybe if he had auto-attacked that plant, could have gotten out. It gives you a speed boost. He actually dodges out of the Fate Seal, but unfortunately it covers enough ground. It also isn't a dash, but a blink, so he doesn't get stunned up and able to get that auto-attack off for the 1,000 gold injection. Now, both of these objectives are coming back up at the same time, the Elder and the Baron. We might just see another trade. But if one team were to pick a team fight and able to win it out, then that would almost certainly spell the end of the game.
I think if you're GAM, you now prioritize that Elder Dragon. I mean, seeing how impactful it was, the Baron only did so much for you, and Ares is looking for something here under this bottom lane inner. You got Levi on the backside.
Yeah, Guwon missing his ult there, the bullet time splitting the difference, but here comes the hostile takeover, and here comes GAM. Levi on the back line, they're able to take out 1, 2, 3, that will be a 4th, and only Arya yet again with so much left to do, and no tools to do it with. It was a valiant effort from DFM, but unfortunately, just like our first series, it's going to be the VCS reigning supreme here as they take a second series 2-0.
It is indeed GAM time, baby. They are absolutely rocking it. I'm a big fan of these Vietnamese rosters who are just, they are really putting the screws to these poor Japanese teams in the competition at the moment. And yeah, look, DFM don't pick up the win. Unfortunately, it does mean for them they have to fight that last-ditch effort against SoftBank in the coming days to see who does secure that playoff spot.
Well, I almost wouldn't have it any other way. What a better way to finish off the first regular season of the LCP than to have the same region, their two representatives competing against each other for the last spot of playoffs. I think that's a pretty cool way to end the split, obviously for both the teams.
But yeah,
it's a bittersweet way to end, I guess. But in my opinion, it makes for a lot of hype because if you're a DFM fan, if you're a SoftBank fan, you can go into that series and truly have no idea what team is favored to win that series because I don't think anyone has looked particularly leaps and bounds ahead of the other.
Yeah,
and
I do have to say,
what a setup.
I mean, for the most part, what we are seeing out of almost every team in this competition is progressively better gameplay. I'd have to say this is the best that DFM have played so far this tournament. Unfortunately for them, GAM just found their opportunities, and it wasn't like it was just massive misplays that were costing the game here for DFM. GAM just literally found an opportunity. As soon as that opportunity was exploited, it was ultimately enough to hamstring it and ultimately bring down DFM, because DFM played the best I think they've played this split.
Yeah, I think this was a really good showing. Aria in particular, and I mean, we always go on about this guy, but I think this Talia game in particular really showcased his just individual skill. Half the reason they're still in that game for so long is off the back of so many seismic shoves connecting, just so much damage coming out of him and almost him alone. We saw Kakun, I mean, he's trying to have effect with those bullet times, but they never really connected. It was certainly nothing comparative to Eddie in our first series, right? We never, and it's not even to his fault. There is just no setup. Yeah. Even if the Sejuani ult lands, there's Cleanse, there's Mikhail's Crucible. It's not up to Kakun to find big bullet times, but it's just Aria doing so much. I mean, look at the damage this guy was doing. Just almost double anyone else in the game.
Well, I mean, he almost stacks up entirely against Iris and Artemis in matching their numbers. And you can see, unfortunately, when it falls off for DFM, it falls off real hard in the last few moments. But I stand by what I said. DFM, this is the best they've looked all tournament, and this is still only split one of the year. Unfortunately, for some teams, it's not a great signs coming out of split one, but for the vast majority, there is a lot of positivity to take. Even if things don't go well in playoffs, split two is already gearing up to be such an exciting split.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as you touched on, I think for many of these teams, split one should be looked at as a learning experience.
Yeah, it's an acclimatizing situation.
Exactly. A lot of the players coming to live over in Taipei, they're not going to be acclimatized necessarily to the environment. They don't speak the language of the country. But when you're able to come in and week by week, day by day, look more and more impressive, I think that's a really, really good sign going forward. This was, of course, the team fight that sealed the deal. What a hostile takeover.
Oh, my Lord. Yeah, Harp just gets 3-shot there.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the life of a support, especially when you're a Pyke and you are possibly the squishiest champion.
Oh, easily. Yeah, even Renata just has so much in the back pocket. And Elio, look, there were a couple of moments where he was a bit off the mark, but on the whole, he has just been one of the most consistent supports in the league. And if he keeps putting up performances like this, there's one of two situations. Either he helps GAM rise to the top of the leaderboard, or he's getting picked up by another team. And look, there is a super team brewing in LCP, and I think you take those members in each of their roles, this is a team that can contest easily in Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ultimately, there are a lot of players that we have in our league, and obviously we saw a lot of them tonight that you would put up against the best players of their role in any league, and you'd be like, yeah, at least individually, they'd certainly be able to get the job done. I mean, some of the highlights from this game, it was a great start from DFM. I mean, ultimately, the saddest thing, I think, today for any LJL fan is that every single game, all 4 games, it was the LJL teams completely dominating early game.
Yeah, unfortunately, as is the way with a lot of teams, not just locally, but internationally, you can play flawlessly early game, you can play insanely well mid game, but late game is really where the make or break point hits. Teams that play well but struggle to close out games really aren't going to find success. So yeah, look, he just, yeah, there is no words. He got out of that by the skin of his teeth, and even then some. He's probably going to a dentist afterwards to get some dental repairs done. But yeah, no, Elio, when you're playing with a support like Elio, even he's been caught a couple of times, but for the most part, his impact outweighs those deaths.
Yes.
So I don't really think he can be faulted for those situations.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, Ray Faki almost saving the day there, almost getting the kill, but almost doesn't really count for much, unfortunately. And here, oh, the Elder Dragon, and just how does Levi live? And this, you know, not often do you feel the effects of the Chem Baron Dragon Soul. This is a moment where absolutely you did. Levi, without that soul, 100% goes down, and this game could just be, you know, we could be heading into a game number 3 right now. If Levi died at that exact moment, because ultimately, remember, he lived on one more auto attack would have taken him out, and
then
he comes back and he kills everyone.
Yeah, jumps in, Karkun gets 1-0 pretty darn quickly. Yeah, and boom, dead, jumps on Arya, golden, yeah, bounces off the head of another, and then Artemis obviously, no, sorry, it was Arya's came in ultimately and found that kill, and this team fight down the bot lane was just the final nail in the coffin. Yeah, poor Harp, 1, 2, 3, just dead, unfortunately. While, you know, the bread and butter of a misfortune is that bullet time, her right click still hit like an absolute truck.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, and you know, Arya, not to his discredit, unfortunately going down there at the end of the clip. I believe that was his second death of the game. The first one was almost the most miraculous escape I've ever seen, but unfortunately does just get taken out at the back end, loses 1,000 gold, and oh, it's a sad time to be an LJL fan after today's results, but I think ultimately both series showed glimmers of hope. The early games from these LJL teams, fantastic. If they're able to tidy up some of these neutral objectives, their takes around the neutral objectives, the fights around it, because remember in this game too, this looks like a whole different game if we do not contest without having our bullet time, our glacial prison, as well as whatever other ult was used. I forgot.
Yeah, I mean, for one Japanese team, bullet time was the end, sort of what was a brilliant start to a game, and then for the opposite, it just wasn't enough for DFM, unfortunately. So, I mean, look, yeah, again, you take the positives in this situation. Yes, it was a loss, but it was a very, very promising loss if you're DFM and SoftBank. And it just raises the stakes that much more going into, you know, the last couple of play days of the regular season.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, I mean, now the standings look a little interesting. Of course, Chiefs pretty clearly down there at the bottom, Talon pretty clearly up at the top, but there are still things that can move going forward. You see them there on your screen now. In fact, Team Secret Wales, they're now in the 4th spot. They can go down if they do lose their next series and GAM do win it, then they will be going down to 5th and GAM going up to 4th. And keep in mind, where you end up on the ladder does have impact on how your playoffs look. The same for CFO and Vikings. I mean, CFO, they have to win a game against Talon to only have that one loss, which is a very tough task. Whereas Vikings, on the other hand, I can't remember their game. Their game tomorrow is against Chiefs. So unless, barring some really coming of age, I guess, from Chiefs, you'd have to favor them pretty heavily.
Yeah, look, I think unless, you know, they've resigned themselves to just playoffs and then they just give it over to the Chiefs, I think the likelihood of any shenanigans is low. But yeah, Vikings versus Talon, I think the crazy thing is, so if CFO come out and beat Talon and Vikings beat Chiefs and then Talon, so if Talon lose their next 2 games, Vikings takes 1st seed.
Yep.
So there is room for some absolute insanity to ensue. Same with if CFO beats Talon and then, you know, Vikings also beat Talon. So there's shenanigans abound, but that second matchup of the day going into tomorrow is just going to be the match of the split.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every single split, and obviously looking back to last 2 years, it's PSG Talon versus CFO, but this has always been the talking point, and never more than when last split, it was CFO who brought in Casa, Talon had Junja, now they've just swapped teams. We've really brewed up what could be the match of the split, if not of the year, honestly, at this stage of the year already. I for one, and I'm sure you are too, very, very excited for tomorrow. Thank you so much once again for joining us tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you these games. It was the VCS representatives taking both of the series, but tomorrow we have our Classico, PSG, or Talon rather, going up against CFO. We'll see you there.